Yeah.
All right, friends. Knowing that we have a record of not necessarily finishing on time, I thought at least maybe we could try to go ahead and start. So I think we've got pretty much everybody except Wendy and maybe a couple other staff members. I haven't heard from Wendy, so we're going to. Sorry?
This is it.
Super. All right. So with that, I just wanted to welcome everybody. Obviously, welcome staff, welcome council, welcome our guests. This is our 2019 annual planning session. And first, I just wanted to say a big thank you to staff. They've put a lot of time and effort into preparing for this meeting, as they have for all. And recognizing it comes on a Friday afternoon, it goes into Saturday, an extra special thank you. So with that, just a reminder, the overall objective that we have here is to review and assess 2018 and to look forward to 2019 and hopefully carry forward some of the lessons we've learned in past years as we plan our work program for the coming 12 months. I think generally we would all recognize that in 2018 it was a pretty intense year. There was a lot of substantive work that was done and arguably definitive in some aspects. We selected a new council member. We walked our way through Prop 1. We had a lot of city work that went on in terms of just basic code compliance and cleanup. So it's been quite an agenda. We're going to spend a fair amount of time tomorrow, I think, going through and looking back and assessing our performance. But equally, when we're looking toward 2019, I think the direction and focus is pretty clear. And that's based on, I think, what each of you have been sharing, what we've heard from staff, what we've heard from the public. And it really is about landing and delivering work product based on some of the bigger policy initiatives that we had from 2017 and 2018. There's not a lot of capacity for net new work. I think grounding us is going to be the Sound Transit Settlement Agreement. That includes obviously the public-private partnership that we had at Tully's, as well as the fiscal sustainability plan. So with that, I'm going to encourage council staff and even the community to be balancing both pragmatism and aspiration. Clearly, we want to keep the community moving forward, but there's going to be some pretty clear realities in terms of the body of work that we can take on, given both the magnitude of those issues as well as what we're facing in terms of staffing and budgetary issues. The other thing I would also encourage us to remember is that I was thinking back over the last few years, there's always those unknown issues that come up that there's no way for council to be anticipated. And at least my 7 years of tenure, the two that jump to mind are Sound Transit tolling and the I-90 tolling and Sound Transit work. Those came based on just stuff primarily from off-island. I can anticipate, council, we may see some of that this year, just looking at what's on the legislative agenda down in Olympia, from housing affordability to transportation, et cetera. So I also encourage us to recognize that we not completely fill up our work plan with just Mercer initiated and perhaps a little bit of buffer. The other point being that, when I had the opportunity to go hear Howard Schultz speak last night, and anybody who wants my editorials on that, I'll share them offline. But he did focus a fair amount just in terms of the nature of discourse. And one thing I've always, felt very strongly about is that we are a collective body, a collaborative body. And I've appreciated the level of respect and open dialogue that we've had here, and I'm encouraging us all to maintain that as well as maintain that with the community. So with that, we have our City Council planning norms. I think everybody's seen them. I don't think there's probably any surprise there. Basically, don't be, I think, positive, constructive, and respectful. We also have a pretty intense agenda for the next day and a half. So today, concluding at 6, and then a full day tomorrow. I think everybody, again, has had a chance to take a look at it. So if there's any questions, please do go ahead and raise them. The final kind of reminder comments I would have is this, again, is a planning session. We don't make decisions within this forum, so we can provide staff, again, direction and guidance, but any formal decision that you would come back with will council in the form of an agenda bill and a city council meeting. So with that, any other questions or comments? Julie, nothing? Okay. Tomorrow we will have a facilitator, so I will not be in the driving seat, so to speak. And so I think with that, I turn it over to Chris.
Yeah, so I'm just going to do a quick introduction of Otto Klein, because his bio is in your packet. He's been doing the labor and employment law for 30 plus years, been with Summit Law, who helps a lot of municipal employers support with labor issues and bargaining in the area. Been with them for 20 years. And as a matter of fact, back in, we were trying to figure out when it was he was last here with Mercer Island and at the bargaining table. And it was I think we think about the early 2000s, it was when Jan Devaney was still here. So he does have some experience with our bargaining units from way back when we were public safety. So I'm going to turn it over to him, but before I do, Carrie's going to police the questions, and if we get into strategy, which we'll cover at your executive session on the 5th, we'll say that's something that can't be talked about in open session. So that's all.
Thank you very much, Chris. Do ask any questions as we go. I'm going to go through a boatload of material. Chris took you back 20 years, about 40 years ago. I'd grown up here, UW undergrad, back into law school, had a class of labor relations, hated it, just couldn't stand it. Went to interview here, I didn't know what my parents knew nothing about the law. I didn't know anything about law firms. Went to a law firm here. They said, oh, you know, we'll make you an offer, but you have to decide where you want to go, and you can rotate around after a year. Where do you want to go? I said, I don't know. Well, here's your choices. And I said, you know what? I really like some people that were in that I interviewed with in the labor group. So I will do that for a year until I figure out what I want to do with my life. So as we stand here today, I'm still trying to figure that out because I love labor law. I was fortunate because in the late 70s, about the time I was starting, Washington's public sector labor law was enacted. And so when I was at the large firm to begin my career, they said, you go do that. None of us wants to do this new public sector stuff. We don't understand it. It's different than the private sector. And so I've had an opportunity to grow up with it through my career, and it's been really, really instructive. So we're going to go through, again, a lot of stuff. If there's things that we're doing that you would just as soon pass on, let me know. If there's things I'm missing, please don't be bashful. We're going to start with how is private sector labor relations different than the public? Because Washington has some really unique things that impact your ability to, or impact any public employer's ability to manage itself. First is that in Washington, supervisors can be in bargaining units. So you will have some employees who can be excluded, but you can have supervisors in bargaining units. Spokane once had a situation where there was an initiative that was going to limit or put a cap on public employers' pay. I think it was $50,000. This was quite a few years ago, but that was going to be the cap. And the result of that was they ended up with all but 5 employees in the city of Spokane in a bargaining units of one kind or another. All of them were eligible to be part of a bargaining unit. Another difference is no strike, no right to strike. We're going to talk some later about interest arbitration, which is one of the things that the legislature passed so that employees would have the opportunity to try and sort of equal things, if you will, in terms of collective bargaining, since they didn't have the right to strike. We're also going to spend some time on interest arbitration. Interest arbitration is where an arbitrator comes in, hears both the employer's side and the employees of the union side about whatever the open issues might be, and we'll make a decision. And again, we're going to talk some more about that as we go. So let's start with the PERC. It's an agency in Olympia, Public Employment Relations Commission, or frequently called the PERC. There are 3 commissioners. There's a neutral, in theory, an employer commissioner, and a union commissioner. They're appointed by the governor for 5-year terms. There then is a staff that works at the agency on a full-time basis. There are probably 20. There's an executive director, a guy named Mike Sellers, who came out of the state, worked in the AG's office for quite a while. And then there are the staff, and there are 20 to 25 who do primarily mediations, where they will come in and mediate disputes, or they will hear what are called unfair labor practices, where someone says the employer acted in a way which is contrary to law, and so the person has to come in and adjudicate that. I'm going to start also with, or just talk a little bit about the relationship between an employer and the union. The union is the exclusive representative for the bargaining unit for wages, hours, and working conditions. And that's the exclusive representative is really important. Because lots of times employers have the idea, well, you know, the union's not listening to us, the union doesn't really paying attention to what our interests are. We've had employees here, there's some really senior employees who are great employees who have been here for a really long time, who we think will better understand that. So we're just going to set up a small meeting and talk to them and see if we can figure this one out. That's going around the bargaining unit. The technical term for it is direct dealing, and you can't do that. We're required to deal with whomever the representative of the union is. If we want to make changes of one kind in the workplace, we'll talk about what mandatory subjects are in a little bit. That has to be, again, through the union. One question that's come up more recently is there's this Janus decision, which allows employees to decide whether they want to actually be a member of the union or whether they don't want to be a member of the union. That just has to do with whether they're actually paying dues to the union. It has nothing to do with whether the union represents them. All of the employees, regardless of whether they're dues paying or not dues paying, are members of the union, and we have to deal with the union in terms of the relationship. So this is a little chart, or something, pictorial, that sort of talks about how do we resolve disputes, how do things get resolved. So we have sort of have broken everything into uniform personnel, which are those that are eligible for interest arbitration. So here, that's going to be police, and that's going to be fire. And then the non-uniform personnel are folks that do not have the opportunity to go to interest arbitration. On the left side, where we're bargaining and there's a dispute of some kind, if we're unable to resolve it, we go to mediation. Mediator is then appointed by the PERC. We try and solve it there, but if we can't solve it there, we get to what's called impasse, which is where basically the parties disagree. They're at a point where they bargained about something, they're not headed toward resolution. It's pretty clear that they're not going to get there, at least not in the near term. So then they would go to interest arbitration. On the non-uniformed side, same structure to begin with. That is, we bargain for a while, then go to mediation. If you get to impasse, however, the contract stays in place, but after a year after the contract expires. So let's suppose you have a contract that went through 2018. You bargained with the union, you've gotten to impasse. You can, when it gets to January 1 of 2020, unilaterally implement. That's the structure that comes out of the private sector where an employer is allowed to unilaterally implement something upon impasse. As a practical matter, doesn't happen very often in Washington. It's a practical matter. It tends to have a pretty significant, it's not received well by employees, and something's been basically shoved down their throat. So that doesn't happen very often. But it's a way to resolve something in the non-interest world. Yes.
Just really quick, I wanted to add for here that the non-uniform personnel would be our ASME group, and that's employees in both Parks and Recreation and Public Works.
And employee support.
Oh, and CPD, sorry, I forgot.
So, when is it the bargaining obligation arises? There's generally two times it comes up. First is when a contract expires. So we have a bargaining agreement that's maybe gone on for 3 years. We've reached it. It's going to expire at the end of 2019. Generally, sometime in the summer, we will begin bargaining for a new agreement with the union. So that's what are called contract negotiations. Whenever a contract is open, every term and condition in the contract can be negotiated. It's up to the parties to decide, each party individually, to decide what they would like to bargain about, what issues they want to bring to the table. One other question that sometimes comes up is, well, how does a contract get finalized? Some people think that a union has or is required to have a ratification vote. That's not the case. Union can have a ratification vote. Almost all unions do have a ratification vote, but there's nothing by statute that requires that. With regard to public employers, however, we do, since it's a contract, it has to be approved by the body, or in this case, by the city council. We also then have what's called midterm bargaining. Let's suppose, let's talk about a couple of examples, so let's see how that would come up. It's where an employer has a change in some kind that it wants to make. A few years ago, the University of Washington had medical centers at Harborview, and they also had the UWMC Center, and also did some work for some of their UW clinics. And they decided to centralize employees who were doing the call centers at each of those facilities were represented. And they decided, you know what, we'd like to combine or consolidate all of those call centers into one. Wasn't during the contract hadn't expired, it was just an operational change they wanted to make. So they say to the union, or in this case unions, plural, here's a change we want to make. We'll talk in a moment about what you have to bargain about, but there, because it's really a decision that goes to the sort of how do we provide call center service to the public, people who are dealing with us, that's a decision that the employer gets to make, but all the effects of that, the things that grow out of that, and there's just a million of them, as you might imagine, those have to be bargained. You have to bargain through all of those, in that case, with each union. There are others examples. Probably read some about the city of Seattle and their police, and they went to a program with body cameras a few years ago. And that's something where they said they wanted to do it. Union says we want to bargain decision and effects. And again, this is not happening while you're doing negotiations for the contract. It's midterm during the contract. So they say we want to do this. The parties the city says we don't have to bargain the decision, but we'll bargain the effects. Ultimately, they are able to resolve the difference, but it's something that grew during the term. It's where there's an operational change that the employer wanted to engage in, rather than waiting until the new contract started, something they decided to do earlier.
So sorry, does that have to be employer initiated, or can it be employee initiated?
It can be employee initiated, but there's generally, since the operations are generally controlled by the employer, and almost the midterm stuff almost always operates from the employer. What you can't do is if you have a bargaining agreement in place that says, here's what the wages are. We don't have the right to say midterm in the agreement, well, we want to change we insist you bargain about reducing your wages. Or from the union standpoint, we insist you bargain about increasing your wages. Don't have a right to do that because the contract goes for a specific term, let's take 3 years, and during that period of time, it stays in place. Neither party can require the other to make a change in that agreement. So let's talk about mandatory, permissive, and illegal. These are the things that we have to bargain about. Those are what's called mandatory subjects. Wages, hours, and working conditions. Wages is anything that looks and feels like money. It's not just your salary. It might be longevity pay, it might be bonus for something or other. It can be lots and lots and lots of different things. Your benefits are all considered part of the wages component of that. So it's a broader term than you think of when you first look at it. Next is hours. Anything that relates to hours. Schedules. Am I going to work 410? Am I going to work 5/8? Or whatever it might be? That's a mandatory subject. The employer doesn't have the ability to make a change in that unilaterally, and rather has to bargain that. Finally, working conditions. This is the hardest one to try and figure out. Almost everything, in some way or another, in some really tangential fashion, could impact the employment of an employee working, in this case, at the city of Mercer, Iowa. On the other hand, an employer has a real interest in some things and being able to make entrepreneurial changes and decisions about how you want to operate. So what the PERC, actually not the PERC, but the Supreme Court of Washington came up with is what's called the Richland Balancing Test. In the first place, we look at what is the impact of the change on employees? What sort of difference does it make to them? How impactful is it to them? Is this a big deal, a small deal? That's on the one hand of the balance. On the other hand is, what's the impact on the employer's ability to manage its enterprise? To make decisions that are important in terms of carrying out the interests of the will of the public, providing the best possible program that we can. If you stop back and you think about it for a moment, we have, on this hand, the employer's entrepreneurial control, on this hand, impact on employees, and then we're supposed to balance them. Very, very, very bright people can look at exactly the same set of facts and balance those very, very differently. And so it creates a huge amount of uncertainty in our world. For those of you who are doing labor relations and have situations that can often be very frustrating because you don't really know whether something is a working condition or not. King County had a situation about a year ago in their corrections facility. They had always provided coffee to employees. It had been going on for years and years and years, and there's coffee there all the time. And they decided they weren't going to provide it anymore because the cost of it was too high. The impact on employees was that because they're in a correction facility, it's not like they can just get up and go somewhere and go get some coffee. They have to stay at their post. And so it had a fairly significant impact on employees. So that's the case where the PERC ultimately decided that taking away coffee, although we might think, come on, that can't be that big a deal. PERC says, what's the employer's interest in it? It's primarily financial, just to save some money. It's not they want to change the enterprise in some way or do something different. Employees, it does have an impact, at least in the correction facility. So we're going to say that the employer had to bargain about that decision to whether to take away the coffee. So that would be a case where you would actually have to go try and get the union to agree before you can do it. Yes.
Okay, thanks, that's interesting. So what about if there's an interim situation where working conditions are going to change? So let's say the police wing of City Hall floods and everybody has got to be moved out for a period of time and work in trailers or whatever while rooms dried out and it's fixed and whatever. Are there any exceptions for that kind of emergent sort of interim stuff, or does that have to be bargained as well?
No, there's clearly, the law recognizes that there are going to be emergency situations where you just have to make decisions. If you look in your contracts, you will often find a section, what's called the management rights section of the contract, that says the employer has the right to take such actions as are required or as necessary in case of an emergency. And it's for just that reason that you may have all sorts of requirements about the workplace and all this stuff in a contract. Lots of other changes are going to occur. You just can't do it. We can't do it. That same doctrine comes up often with healthcare, where you have a healthcare plan in place that provides certain benefits. We're now starting year 3 of our 3-year contract, and our provider says, guess what? We're completely changing the plan, or we're not going to provide that plan anymore. Good luck. We can't control that. We don't have any ability to tell Providence or tell whomever it might be, you have to, please, you got to keep this plan in place for us. We're Mercer Island. Not going to happen. So there's what's called the business necessity defense, which says, in the case of a business necessity, you have the ability, if you have to make a change of some kind, so by example, the plan has gone away, you can do it. It's the same kind of concept as in your question, where it's something that's outside of our control, and we just have to make changes. Yes?
So does a collective bargaining agreement tell the city when it has to notify the union as to potential working condition changes, or?
It might. Sometimes there will be procedures set out in an agreement which will say you'll provide X number of days of notice of that. It's more often where you find that is in RCW 4156, which is the law that governs public sector labor relations, and that's the law that the PERC that we were talking about before applies. And that says if you have a change you want to make that's going to trigger the right to bargain, you need to give the union notice of that. You tell them about it ahead of time. It doesn't say how much time that has to be, because sometimes it's something which has to happen immediately. So if we said 5 days notice, or 10 days notice, or 20 days notice, that wouldn't work in some situations. In other cases, it's something that we can take 3 months and still live with. And so the PERC just says you have to give reasonable notice. The burden at that point switches to the union to say, we want to bargain. If they don't say we want to bargain, then they have passed or waived their right to bargain, and we can go ahead and make the change.
I experienced my previous, we're negotiating with lease, and it's something you wanted to do, just something you're thinking, so easy, like going away from paper pay stubs, you know, right, paycheck, paper. Oh my God, we had, had to negotiate that. It was a big deal, and so something you think is such a good, makes such a great business decision, why wouldn't you want to do that? There might be a reason why you don't do that. So I just say sometimes it's, ask the question to us if like, why are we doing something? There might be a really good reason why we're not doing something, because it's something that can be so commonsensical, sometimes isn't, so.
Yes?
If two smart people can look at the same thing and come to different conclusions, and we as a city council are gonna be talking about these types of things, how do we get a second opinion on an opinion of whether something is, you know what I mean?
Mediation,
Well, one thing I was going to mention later, I'll jump right to now because it helps answer your question. The PERC has said, just because you disagree, just because you employer think something is a permissive subject and you don't have to bargain it, you don't waive anything by talking about it. So in essence, what the PERC has said to us is, we really, rather than bringing out all the lawyers and banging each other upside the head, talk about it. If you can resolve it, great. You can find a resolution that everybody can live with, great. If you can't, then you can come, then somebody who, the party who thinks it's permissive can file with the PERC and call back the lawyers and see what happens. With regard to the meat of your question was, how do you get an answer to that? There are people, Carrie's, she's done a fair amount of this and sort of understands that, can help look at and decide, okay, well, here's, as you sort of balance it, here's where I think it's likely to come out. Because it does help to have done it once in a while.
Yeah, so just a real simple example would be, let's say we had the money before to send somebody to a seminar once a year. And, if it's Park and Rec one year, they go to this type of seminar, another year they go to that. Not necessarily critical to their job, but critical to them to keep the pace with, current happening. What if we said budgetarily, we can't afford it? And then HR comes to us and says, I have to bargain for that. Would I be able to ask somebody like yourself, do I need to bargain for that, or can I do that?
Well, you can certainly ask, yes, there are people out there, absolutely you can ask. The issue is going to be, is this something which has been done? Have we had a certain practice of doing something that is so long and it's in place, it's sometimes called the past practices doctrine, that we can't make a change in that without bargaining with the union. That kind of a change, if it's not being done during bargaining, if it's, assuming that's the case, and if it's something that is police or fire, if it was a mandatory subject, then in theory you go to arbitration, and in theory you're stuck for a really long way. But often the way the PERC is going to look at things like that is, well, I get that it really depends on funds. It's not like there's an entitlement, if you will, to send somebody, and so it's sort of going to depend upon when you started doing it, what was explained, all of those kinds of things are going to make a difference.
Can I just tag on to that?
Yes.
So, because you mentioned there's a business necessity, I don't know if it's a doctrine or an exemption or whatever, but a change in financial condition, fiscal condition that the city is undergoing, does that constitute business necessity that?
It would need to be really, really extreme to be able to take a unilateral action. It can happen, we can do it. An example would be the state has a system for collective bargaining. They started bargaining in 2005 under a collective bargaining statute. And in 2008, they have a process whereby they bargain every 2 years. You reach a deal, you have to reach a deal before September 30, and then it gets submitted to the legislature. After it's been looked at by Office of Management and Budget, who says, okay, we can afford that, goes to the legislature, they vote thumbs up or thumbs down. The process of this in 2009, economy's gone to heck in a handbasket. They've had all these deals. Office of Management and Budget has said prior, we can fund that, we can afford that. Now comes back and says, there's no way. There's so much has changed in the last 4 months, and the legislature has not yet, still hasn't addressed the issue. We just can't, so they pulled their prior approval. They made a change in terms of the process. Unions, not surprisingly, filed the UOP. PERC said, on both at the hearing examiner level and by the full PERC, that's okay in that situation because it was such a dire situation, totally get it. But it really needs to be something which is significant because there's some sense out there, and certainly some employers will do this. It's always a crisis. We're not going to have our reserve at the end of the year is going to be this amount, which is 4% of the general reserve or the general fund. And that's way too low, yada, yada, yada. And at the end of the year, in fact, we're at 15% or 18% or 20%. And it happens year after year after year. Then it's much harder to make it to make that trend. So again, it's really fact specific.
So
Yes.
it's not,
You get to go
not to
first.
derail you, but, and maybe you'll get to this, is there any downside to going to the PERC to get those determinations?
You mean they don't.
Or do you have to do it first before you end up with?
They won't tell you what they're going to do because they will say it's all fact specific. So somebody has to file an unfair labor practice, and that gets resolved that way. There has been discussion about it would be great if we could have a declaratory process. There's in the legal world we have what are called declaratory judgments, where if you have a question about something, it has some significant impact depending on which way it goes, you can go into court and get a declaratory judgment. And that's something that in some parts of administrative law you can do. In PERC world at the moment we can't do that. And it's unfortunate because there is this uncertainty which is out there. Yes?
Thank you.
I was just gonna supplement your answer to Deputy Mayor Neese's earlier question about, if a lot of smart minds can disagree about, for example, the application of the Richland balancing test. I just wanted to note, frankly, that there is a lot of uncertainty in this area on these types of issues, and there's a lot of gray. And so we often don't enter into either mediation or ULP proceedings with certainty. So that's just kind of part of the process. And so I always err on the side of definitely talk about it. I think communication is a great way to try to flesh the issues out, but you often do not have certainty.
Right, and that's, especially since the PERC has said you're not waiving anything by talking. So if you talk and you don't reach a resolution, you're not in any worse position than you would have been before. And oftentimes when you sit down and talk about something and both sides recognize this is something we got to resolve, and the same question we're having about whether or not it's mandatory or not, you can be assured that on the union side of the house, as they talk to their counsel, they're getting the same, well, we think so, but we're not really positive. And so that encourages resolution, and that's good advice, is great advice.
I also think it's part of good faith.
Exactly. So we've talked about mandatory. Permissive is where something is, you can bargain about it, but you don't have it. So I would use the example of the University of Washington and call centers. The decision about combining call centers is something they could do on their own. It's not a mandatory subject. If they wanted to, the union says, we'd like to bargain about that, they could have. That would have been just fine. Another example is, there for a long time, and this has come into question a little bit recently, but for a long time there's been a rule in police and fire that the number of officers or the number of firefighters on duty at any particular time is a permissive subject of bargaining. That is, the employer, the public body needs to be able to decide what level of protection are we going to provide to citizens when it comes to fire protection or when it comes to police protection. On the other hand, when it comes to how many firefighters are going to be on the rig, Mark has said in quite a few cases, that's mandatory. The reason is, going back to the balance, that doesn't go as much to the level of protection we're going to provide, but it does have a significant impact, or could have a significant impact on safety. Firefighters, if a firefighter gets to a fire and there's only 1 or 2 firefighters there, significantly increases the potential safety impact on those firefighters. And given the importance of safety, PERC has come down on the side of, in that case, that's mandatory. Going back then to my permissive side of that, you'll see bargaining agreements which say, city agrees, county agrees to have X number of police officers on duty at all times, or X number of firefighters on duty at all times. That's, in most cases, a permissive subject of bargaining, but you'll see it in a bargaining agreement. And that's perfectly lawful. Once the employer and the union agree to put it in the agreement, it's enforceable. It's no different than something which is a mandatory subject. But next time around in bargaining, if either of the parties wants to take it out of the agreement, they can explain why they think it's permissive and proceed that way. Illegal. Illegal is something that would cause discrimination. For example, if there was a clause in the bargaining agreement that said that resulted in discriminating on some basis that's unlawful, the clause is unlawul. It doesn't matter if both parties want to put it in there, if it's unlawful and it's not supposed to be in the bargaining agreement. I've already talked a little about this decision and effects bargaining. Again, decision is where the employer gets to make a decision about something, but still has to bargain the effects of it. Sometimes that will come up an employer may make a decision that it wants to get out of the business of something it's doing. Might decide, we've had the library for a long, long time, but given our finances, we've decided we need to close the library. We're just not going to be able to do that any longer. That's a decision an employer gets to make. Decision about whether or not to have a library, have no library, or 2 libraries is up to the employer. But there are going to be lots of effects that flow out of that. There are employees who work in the library who it's going to have a really significant effect on, and they have the right to bargain, or the union has the right to bargain on their behalf about, well, what happens to us? Can we get transferred to other positions at the employer? We're going to get severance, yada, 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 yada. There's just a whole bunch of things that flow out of that, and those are what's called the effects. And so this decision effects thing can make a big difference. But just because something you got to do it for decision, doesn't mean that you won't be getting to spend some quality time at the bargaining table. We talked a little about bargaining waivers, but I just wanted to spend a little bit longer on it. A party can waive the right to bargain in 2 ways. One we talked about, which is where the notice, when the employer sends notice to the union, we're going to make this change, and we want to make this change effective in 3 months. Union doesn't do anything, just ignores it, then that's a waiver, and so you can go ahead and make the change. Second is the second is by contract, and most often that occurs in what's called the management rights clause, where there's a clause which will say that during the term of the agreement, the employer has the right to take action in the event of emergency, and there will be other kinds of things that the employer has the right to do during the term of the agreement. And so there will be changes that the employer can make pursuant to that during the term of the agreement that would be, otherwise they would have to waive. I went to a Western US and Canada International Firefighters Conference some years ago with a guy named Jim Webster, who actually represented the firefighters here for many, many years. And he thought, well, doesn't matter why he got me there, but he did. And he described to all these assembled firefighters what bargaining is. He said it's really easy. There are two keys. I've got the key, we've got the key to operations. There's this chest that has all the operations kinds of things that the employer would like to be able to do. They don't want to have to bargain every time they do that. And so I've got the key, and I'll turn the key into the lock on the chest so long as the employer, who's got the key to the money, turns the lock when we bargain and opens up and gets me some money. And that's what bargaining, that's collective bargaining is all about. And I've always thought that's in some ways way too simplified, but it's really, really true. It's just a lot of bargaining comes down to that, whereas we've got the ability to say, okay, here's what we'll do, or can do in economics. Union gives us the ability, the flexibility to operate and do some things that make our operations go more smoothly. Next is maintaining the status quo. When we want to make a change, and we've decided we have something we want to do, we have to go through bargaining before we can do it. We can't make the change and then say, oh, let's bargain about it later. The exception to that is bargaining over effects, where you can make the decision. There you can implement the decision pending the bargaining. But generally speaking, you got to maintain the status quo. Where it comes up most often is what happens when we have a bargaining agreement in place and we get to the expiration of the contract and we don't have a new contract yet. So we're now in the post-contract period. Our contract has expired. We're required to maintain the status quo. So in police and fire, what that means is until we have gone through mediation, until interest arbitration has been completed, we can't make the changes unilaterally that we might otherwise want to make. Similarly, with some differences, in bargaining units, in our case here, the AFSCME unit, where there's not interest arbitration, status quo remains in place for the first year after expiration of the agreement. We can't be making changes during that period of time. After a year, then the status quo doctrine goes away and you have the ability to make a change, and that's the one we talked about a little earlier. So let's talk a little bit about what are our obligations from a legal standpoint when we bargain. The law says an employer and the union are both required to bargain in good faith, and that in good faith is sort of the key thing that the PERC will look at in terms of how parties have approached bargainings. Have to be willing to meet at reasonable times. There will be times where parties will get into dispute. Maybe people are all, there's scheduling issues, and you have to try and be flexible with that, although, again, it just depends on the situation. You have to be willing to, when you reach an agreement, you have to be willing to sign it. One of the hardest things, and I think there's a question that came in before this, is how do you decide hard bargaining, where you're willing to listen, you're willing to consider alternatives, but you just don't want to change, and compare that with no way, no how, I'm not going to agree. That's often hard to tell the difference. PERC, and the same as the National Labor Relations Board, recognizes that an employer or a union has the right to say, you're going to have a really, 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 really hard time. Did you hear me? Really hard time getting me to agree to that. It's not something I can see we could ever get through the city council, and I just need a heads up now. I'll listen to you, I'll hear why you think I should agree or why you think we should agree, but good luck. Or I could say, no way, no how, forget it, don't even raise it. Sort of feels like I haven't really thought about it or considered it or taken into account any interests or concerns that might be behind it. And so that's sort of tries to draw the distinction that the park has between hard bargaining and unlawful bargaining and not bargaining in good faith. Surface bargaining, that's where you're just going through the motions. You know you have to bargain. Harry said, you gotta get to the table, you gotta bargain this. I don't want to do it. I'm not gonna do it. Just go through the motions. That's surface bargaining. Really, bargaining does require good faith, an effort to really try and get to a resolution of some kind, not just try and get to the end of the process. Insisting to impasse on the permissive subjects of bargaining. Again, those are the things we can bargain if we want to, but we don't have to. If you get to the point of holding up a deal on a permissive, you can't do that. Regressive bargaining. We're in bargaining with the union on wages. We'll just focus on wages. We've put 1% on the table. They put 5% on the table. They've come down to 3.5%. We've gone up to 2.5%. So we're now 1% apart. It's our turn. And we decide, I'm tired. This is just taking too long. They need to learn that they've got to just get serious about bargaining. So we're now back at 1.5%. That's regressive bargaining. And occasionally, you guys need a question about economic circumstances. Occasionally, if economic circumstances have changed the way we couldn't reasonably have anticipated, it's okay to go backwards. But generally speaking, you can't. Generally speaking, the idea is you need to be moving toward each other and trying to reach a resolution.
Is it, but what if you give on something else?
That's very important. That's a great point. Often there will be 3 different things that are at issue. And so you're going to have this, sometimes they'll just package them. That's common in collective bargaining to package items. And so you said no to something that the union really, really wants to have. It's perfectly appropriate to say, well, if I'm going to do that, I'm willing to do a package which includes giving that, but if I'm going to do that, because there's a financial impact on us, we're going to have to, our wage offer is going to have to come down somewhat. And it's got the total amount you're spending can't be less than what it was when you were saying before. But it's perfectly appropriate, looked at as a package. Are you doing something which is moving money around because you're trying to meet a particular interest that the other side has?
In auto, we might test that and frame it as a what-if proposal. Like, what if we did this and did that, just to kind of test balloon float it? And that's how you frame it.
Yep, no, that's a great point. And they talk about what ifs a little bit because they're so become really, really important in bargaining for interest arbitration groups. So let's talk a little bit about some subjects. So we've covered some of this before. I'm probably going to start moving a little more quickly here. So
You have till 4:30 actually, so, or, yeah, 4:30.
But you could be done sooner.
you just told me 4. It was long, with the attorneys, it goes on and on and on and on.
And before you go on, I just go back to the negotiation and good faith and bad faith.
I'm going to grab a water and I'll listen.
Yeah, so, I know Chris is here. I mean, I have not ever heard that you've ever engaged or been accused of engaging in bad faith negotiations. So I assume, this is all fact specific in terms of whether or not you're in good faith negotiations or bad faith, whatever. So I assume our team is pretty well versed in what they need to do, what the guidelines are. And am I right, you ever been accused of any bad faith negotiations?
No, I mean, we're mindful of it. I mean, so we're deliberate about how we go about negotiating and stay away from things like that, so we don't get accused of it.
And we do lean on her for some of that stuff, figuring out, is this regressive, is it not? We run it by Chris and or Carrie, make sure that those folks who do this stuff frequently and are well versed in it, make sure we stay in our swimming lane.
One of the great things about having good relationships with the union because there will be times where it just didn't register with you that something, that you might have to bargain something. You know, I'm guessing the folks at King County and taking away the coffee weren't thinking collective bargaining at the first result. And so, but if you have a union where you have a good relationship, rather than getting a piece of paper the next day or 2 days later, what you get is a call, and you go, hey, you know, have you thought about whether you have to bargain this? You know, it sure seems to us like there's a need to bargain because yada, 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 and you sort of avoid all the other
So
stuff.
did King County have to provide the coffee?
Yes.
Okay, just checking.
Actually, they may have paid them instead, as I recall, but
They spent the money.
yeah, they're spending the money. It didn't work out quite like they
They buy everybody thermoses.
There's a way. Use of new technology. There's a case involving a fire district where they had all the reports that were done after a fire were all entered by hand and with paper and pencil. There's this new thing that came along called computers that allowed computerized entry of all that information in much less time. Union says, we have to bargain. Bargain, something that's gonna save you time, what's going on here? But it was, the good relationship I was talking about, it's nice to have, didn't exist in this particular case. And so the union decided they were going to require the use of computers, and ultimately got to the point of withholding services for a while. It became very ugly. Perk says, employer, when it comes to new technology, you have an interest in getting the new technology, the productivity and stuff that goes with that, so you can go ahead and implement that. You still have to bargain impacts. So if there's any effects or impacts growing out of that, maybe it's somebody who has a horrible time, just can't type for some reason, maybe there's some issues of some kind, some impact, where going to computer is going to create an issue, then have to bargain about that. But generally speaking, the new technology piece is something which is going to be okay. We talked already about extended service offered to the public, something which is generally going to be permissive. I'm going to save the skimming and contracting for just a moment. Change in discipline and investigation procedure. There will be times where we decide we're going to change the way we go about doing an investigation. City of Seattle's been spent a lot of time over the last 3 years on the issue of how do you go about doing investigations of police officers. Anything that looks and feels like it's going to relate to discipline, employees have a huge and significant interest in. And Perk's going to say, if it's something that involves a change or impacts both the investigation or the actual discipline that's going to be given, you have to bargain that. Similarly, safety. Two things which I think, if I'm asked, what are the two broad categories which most automatically will trigger bargaining, no matter how strong the employer's interest? It's going to be discipline and it's going to be safety. Something where the employees are able to establish that the change you're talking about impacts their safety. That's something which is really important and is almost always going to be the heavier side on my balance.
And isn't that an element in the City of Everett case?
It is indeed. We talked about the mandatory staffing overall is generally permissive and how on rigs is generally mandatory. In Everett, they have had it for a long time in their contract language that dealt with number of firefighters that are going to be on duty at any particular time. It's been in their contract for 20, 30 years, and they'll bargain about that going up and down. Union, a few years ago, wanted a pretty significant increase in that. The employer said, yes, it's been in our bargaining agreement, but it's permissive. Go read all these 47 different cases that are out there that says it's permissive. And if you're going to insist on that, then we're going to say it's permissive, but we're not going to bargain. So ended up in an unfair labor practice. Go to a hearing. The city doesn't put on a lot of evidence. The union puts on, goes first, has tons of evidence they put in the record about the impact on safety, how if you have more firefighters, then of course it's gonna be safe, and we'll get some firefighters retired, all sorts of things that happen depending upon how many firefighters are on duty. Employer put in some evidence as well, but for the most part was relying upon the fact that cases going back to late 70s, early 80s have said number of public safety officers or firefighters that are on duty is something employer gets to decide. PERC says, or first the hearing examiner says, and then the PERC said the same thing, that burden is on the employer to establish, once the union raises safety, to establish that there's no safety issue, or that their interests prevail over that, or predominate over that. And in this case, they didn't do that, so therefore, unfair labor practice. That case is on appeal currently, don't really know where it's gonna go, but it has some fairly significant issues in terms of levels of public service. Because if you can imagine if sort of flipping it a little bit, if a union decided, you know what, we want to require Mercer Island to have 5 more police officers. They're going to say, hold it, don't we get, that's going to has a real impact on us. And it sort of goes to what level of service we're going to have. And so we'll have to see where that goes. It's an interesting decision.
Where is it in the appeal process?
It's Court of Appeals took it directly from Stonewall County Superior Court, and briefs are in, or bids have not happened.
Okay.
Yeah, that's gonna have a big impact on cities and counties and huge, so.
Agreed.
I think there'll be a lot of amicus briefs.
And well, and you see it, I mean, at the national, I mean, just to focus on fire, you know, there is a national organization that says there is a standard of how many should be on an engine company, and, you know, it becomes very difficult to pay for that standard. So, for small communities, right, really difficult to fund it.
Last one on the list we have here is performance evaluations. Generally speaking, the content of our performance evaluations and how we go about evaluating our employees is something that, while it has an impact certainly on employees, is really at the core of what we're doing, is managing the enterprise. And so the PERC has said you have the ability to make changes in that. That's a decision you get to make. However, if there are impacts of that, employees get to bargain. What might be an impact? Well, if it's a form if the forms can get used for and do get used for, if I'm applying for promotion, if some jurisdictions will have what your rating is as an impact on your pay, then that's going to be an impact that comes out of it, and you're going to have to bargain that impact. Skimming. Oftentimes, an employer will decide, you know what, the way we're providing a particular kind of service doesn't make any sense. And we really, we've historically assigned police officers to do sort of some stuff that's really on the outer fringes of core police work. We think it makes more sense to have that work done by other employees at the city rather than having our highly paid police officers doing that work. So the idea is to take the work out of the bargaining unit and move it over to somebody else at the city. That's called skimming.
Even if it goes to another union?
Yes.
Even if it goes to another unit.
So I gotta point out to the council, we had an unfair labor practice complaint. This is all public records and not revealing, you know, any city secrets here, but we had a complaint filed by our IFF fire union against the city, alleging that we failed to bargain over the Marine Patrol Assistant position. Recall that case? And we said our answer, which is again on file with the PERC, says very clearly that we would not bargain with them. We would not go to the table and discuss it with them because we viewed that work as being owned by the police association, the police union. this ringing bells? Hopefully you guys will call this. And so what we were concerned about, and we asserted this as an affirmative defense in our answer to their unfair labor practice complaint, is we were concerned that if we did go to the table with fire about that position that had historically belonged to the police union, that the police union would accuse us of skimming. So anyhow, in the end, that matter got resolved at mediation. So that was a good outcome. And again, it's attributable, I think, to the good relationships ultimately between, frankly, police and fire, and also management and the unions. But that was a very issue that we could have been accused of skimming if we had allowed the police to try to take over work that historically, or the fire union to take over work historically that belonged to the police department. Does that bring more context to this for you? Because remember that case?
Another doctrine that's similar to skimming is subcontracting. That's where, again, we have work which is being performed by the bargaining unit, and we decide we want to have the work performed elsewhere. Recent case I saw involved an employee at a fire department who had become an expert in basically mechanical stuff. And rather than that, it was a large enough department that there was a bunch of stuff that needed to be fixed all the time and done. And so that person, rather than going out on and with others, became the person who did fixed all the stuff. And it was sort of worked pretty well internally. Jurisdiction decides, you know what, it really doesn't make sense for us to be having a firefighter doing that. Let's have, in this case, they wanted to have a work done by some local shop that was giving them a discount, etc. And so they wanted to contract that out. That's taking work which is bargaining in at work, and in that case, not giving it to other employees, but rather hiring some contractor who's going to perform the work that was previously done. In each case, the test is now the same. There used to be different tests for this. There are tons, as you might imagine, in the private sector of cases that grow out of subcontracting. Because that happens very, very, very frequently in the private sector. So there have been, 7, 8, 9 cases that have gone to the U.S. Supreme Court over the years. And Washington followed that doctrine for quite a while. About a year ago, we decided, no, this Richland balancing test is so much fun. Let's use that instead. So for both skimming and contracting now, we're going to apply the Richland balancing test, which is, what's the employer's interest in making the change? Is this something that is really, that has an entrepreneurial interest in some kind, or is it just to save money? What's the union's or the employee's interest in the matter? How much do they care about it? Is it a small amount of work, a large amount of work? And then balancing those two. The reason that it's just money, and I don't need to be flip about that, but why that makes a difference and why that will often, and this is true in the private sector as well, be something that you do bargain about, is because the union could say, in theory, we really want to keep doing this, and yes, you could save $20,000 by doing that, but here's a place you can go save $20,000 other. We'll let you take away the coffee. And so now we say, okay, well that makes sense. We can do that. We're saving our $20,000, so we'll keep going in the direction we are. Whereas if it's sort of more core, what do we do? What sort of expertise do we need to have? We're going to keep doing what we're doing. Those kinds of things are more likely to lead to a balance of you don't have to bargain the decision. But it has made in the last 12 to 18 months the decision about making tough decisions about how you go about providing service and whether or not there's a better way to do something much more difficult. A place where this comes up often is reorgs. So you have internally, you decide, we're going to reorganize ourselves in a way that we think we can better provide service with the reorganization. A result of that is that work which is somebody who was historically in one unit is not going to be doing the same work they did, and it's going to go outside the bargaining unit. And so it's something that arises relatively often and is difficult to sort through. Yes?
So can I just ask a different example?
You can ask as
So,
many as you
it
want.
makes
That's
technology.
too hard.
I mean, it makes technology with outsourcing. So if you had an IT department that had on-premise server resources and they're running, accounting and GIS and everything on-premise, and you say, well, I want to look at new technology, and that's cloud computing, and I want to move some of my compute off to Azure or AWS. Now, you're paying by the hour, but granted, there's going to be a guy there, gal there, maintaining that server and doing largely the infrastructure work and the maintenance. Is that, how do you think through that issue? Is that?
Well, I'll just tell you, since you asked the question that way, it helps me a lot, which is how I would think through it. Where I'm gonna come out is gonna be dependent on the way you and I are gonna have to sit down for a long time to go through all the facts of it. But where I'm gonna start with is the change in technology something that could readily be done by members of the bargaining unit? I think the answer to that is gonna be no. You're talking about stuff going out, whether it be to Amazon and AWS, or whether it's to Azure and Microsoft, it's just stuff that's they do really well, and we're not gonna do it. When it comes to, is this something which really is important to, sort of, in terms of providing service, is it something that's important, a change which is important to us to make? And I think, again, balance is gonna fall to the employer, not just because it's, it's a way that all the reasons that the world is going to the cloud apply in Mercer around them as well, or whatever employer you're hypothetically talking about. What's the impact on employees? You're going to have to sort of always analyze what happens. Is there, when you're talking about the change, is this going to be something where it's going to change? You have two employees who are doing it. They're both going to still be required. They're just going to have to get some new skills and do something. They're going to change what they have been doing with regard to sort of maintenance and all the stuff with the servers to new things, or is it something where they may get laid off? And sort of that's sort of where I'd be beginning my analysis and questions I'd be asking.
So what if it's something that's historically been subcontracted out, but could be performed by the bargaining unit workers, and does the bargaining unit have a right ever or at any time to say, I want to bargain and include that work?
No. Quick answer. The fact work has historically been done outside by others, a way that the union doesn't have a right to say you need to change the way you operate and bring it in-house.
Even if functionally it's something that everybody would agree could be done in-house.
Even if they could do it, even if we all agreed, absolutely they could do it. That decision is not, the decision, we're talking about the decision which occurs when we take the work out.
Right.
And so we're making a change. In your example, there's no change which is occurring. We're just continuing to do what we've done. And so that's not going to trigger an unfair labor practice.
So we did this year, so during the last budget process, for our sewer crew, we used to send all of our CCTV, our closed circuit television work, sewer system. We had a contract that was about $200,000 per year for biennium. That the contract that worked out, and this year we brought it back in-house, we're buying a truck that actually did the work in-house in coordination with our maintenance management system. That was one part.
But now, if they wanted to subcontract it, they'd have to bargain.
Right, yes. One thing you can do in a situation like that, if you think this is going to work, but you're not sure it's going to work, is agree, we'll bring it in-house, but we want to be able to retain the right to move it back out in some amount of time after we evaluate to make sure this really makes sense.
And so then, the union could formally waive its right to bargain. That's one of the ways you
Yes.
have to bargain, because there's a written waiver that says, yeah.
These kinds of discussions can get really complicated. It's common in firefighting in lots of places to have volunteers. So you have paid firefighters and you also have volunteers working at a department. There's a department which decided to change the response procedure for the volunteers. The union represents the paid, they don't represent the volunteers. To change the response procedure for call-ins and when volunteer firefighters would respond to a fire. The union files an unfair labor practice. The PERC was interested in whether or not did this change result in there being work that was historically done by the paid unit going to the volunteers because more of them were coming to the site of a fire or coming to the station house and doing work that would otherwise have been done by the paid. In that case, it did result in that. So therefore, that was considered to be skimming because you had work that was in the bargaining unit that moved over to the volunteers.
Can I just ask a question in terms of, this whole Richmond balancing test,
You're really loving it. I can tell.
well, I guess, is there a tipping point? I'm just trying to figure out, because you said something about, as you're trying to respond to Deputy Mayor here, about, at some point, maybe, some people will be laid off, whatever. Is there some, at some point, you just can't do that, or the fact that you're laying off people as a result of some changes that you're proposing, that's possible. It's just.
Totally possible.
Okay, there's no.
My example of
The bargaining impacts.
Impact.
Right.
My example of closing the library, we talked about earlier, where you have the right to make the decision to close the library, it's a practical matter, that's gonna result in my hypothetical, librarians getting laid off.
Right.
You're gonna have to bargain the impacts, what happens to them, other employment possibilities, all of that, but you have the ability to make that decision.
A Mercer Island example is when we decided to get out of the dispatch business. So we had 9 dispatchers, and we bargained with them for about 6 months to go to Norcom, and so we had to negotiate the impacts of that. So there was a couple severance elements. There was, we'll help you get employed with the new Norcom agency. So just a number of things that happened. So you can still do it. You just have to bargain the impacts.
Okay, thanks.
So, racing forward to the next page. Going to talk a little bit about bargaining in a difficult economic environment. You've already asked me some questions related to that. And just generically speaking, not getting into every situation is different, obviously, in how you look at it, but it's really important to try and first be really creative and examine alternatives. We all have a tendency when times are tough to go, okay, what are we going to do? Let's do this. And so then we go bargain out with the union, and they hate that. It's important to sort of to try and be more flexible in your approach on that. I understand there was a time back when you went through some layoffs here, and rather than just saying we're going to lay off, had a discussion with the union of here's what we need to do. We can either lay off auto, or we can find a way to spread the cost and the savings around, or find some other stuff we can do to spread it around the bargaining unit and save the job. And so but that flexibility can be really important in a situation like that. Analyze options for what I frequently call unintended consequences. An example might be jurisdiction decides, you know what, we really need to have a wage freeze this year. We understand it's not really going on at the market, but we think everybody will understand that because of our situation. You currently have right now in the greater Puget Sound area anyway, a big sea change going on in hiring for police officers. You have jurisdictions, I think I saw today, Seattle's now up to $15,000 to hire lateral officers. You've had quite a few jurisdictions, Linwood, Puyallup, and others.
Signing bonus.
What's that?
It was 15 grand signing bonus.
That's a signing bonus,
Yeah.
yep. You have other jurisdictions which have had really big pay increases, 6, 7, 8% in a year. There's just not enough police officers. Everybody wants to get police officers, and it's a tough market. And so one of the possible unintended consequences of no increase for police would be, well, is that going to increase the likelihood that our officers who have been staying here because they love to stay here, they love what we do, they love the work here, but there is that $15,000, although it doesn't mean working in Seattle. It's really, really important when you're talking about in this area to make sure you explain what the financial concerns are. I'm always amazed how frequently I sort of assume stuff about numbers and budgets. Don't ever, ever, ever assume anything. It's just really, really important to go through and explain it. There are people who are great numbers people and other people who aren't quite as, are a little more numbers challenged. And it's just really easy to sort of make an assumption that everybody's all at the same level. And it's really important to make sure that you've explained it, use graphs, et cetera, so that people understand what your real concerns are. It's also helpful when you're bargaining that stuff to have really good costing stuff so people can understand, the union can understand, the union bargaining team can understand what the impact is of alternatives you're talking about. We find it just really important to be flexible in your approach. In the bargaining area, one area that is so if you sort of go, where are most unfair labor practices? Not most, but an awful lot of them are in the area of supplying information. There's an obligation by law as part of the duty to bargain in good faith to supply, upon request, information a union or the employer reasonably needs in order to evaluate a bargaining proposal. That can mean a ton of information gets shared. It may be stuff that under public records or public disclosure laws wouldn't have to produce. There's a very broad obligation, and so it's something that can often take a ton of time, can really be a pain, but it's really important to do it because the PERC considers it a pretty significant unfair labor practice to not be producing information, and especially if you don't even respond to the request. Closing up the first part of this, which is collective bargaining. I had a mentor back in the law firm when I first started, someone who kept me doing this way past my one-year rotation, who said to me, "Oh, labor relations is a long road." Okay, what is that supposed to mean? What do I do with that? He said, well, you're going to find in bargaining, in labor relations, you're going to be dealing with the same group of people over and over and over and over. And to the extent you're a jerk, to the extent you're taking advantage of them, to the extent they've concluded they can't trust you, that's going to be a problem down the road. And you really need to remember that labor relations is a long road, and it's important that you don't just do something today, ignoring the impact it might have in the future. Again, collaboration is really important. I'm a huge believer, and I'm in bargaining and providing way more information than less information, because I want them to not feel like I'm trying to hide the ball in any way. And then finally, just on the relationship piece, I've always thought a heads up goes a long way. If I'm going to be making a change or doing something that I know is going to cause some issues internally, if there's a way, if I have a rep that I deal with who I trust, I'm going to give that person a heads up, I'm going to be making this announcement, this is where we're going to go, so that way, when they get the call from Otto, who's just wildly unhappy about this new decision that's being made, the change that's going to happen, and I call the rep's aware of it already. He's not surprised, not sandbagged by it. It can make a big difference in your relationship. So we're going to move to mediation. This one will be more quick or something. First, do you want to stand up and stretch for 30 seconds? Okay, cookies, that's fine.
Is anybody too cold, too warm?
Cold.
Look out for the
I just emailed her to do it.
Oh,
so.
good. Hopefully it's fixed after all that rain.
Comfortable in here. Thank you.
Just because you were Paul Johnson.
Too bad.
Always good to see you. Tell you what, right now,
And then
That's the problem. For Tuesday? Brutal.
Do you need another bar? Yes.
All right, I'm gonna get a 30-second.
Okay. Ready?
I insisted that when things are going badly and they're not, when you're closer, it's not going bad. Yeah, but Ally,
I thought it was something over there, just like knocking off.
you never know.
You never know.
They're fixing the HVAC systems, which is sort of a regular occurrence here.
That was on the disaster. CFC's cancer.
Take that.
What is that, chocolate?
I'm gonna bring you here for it.
I'll give you Vincent. I'll give you.
Yeah, you can have that right here.
If you want more, you can.
You do get all of it.
Yeah, you get all.
Because we're gonna just roll on.
So we, ready?
Yeah, ready to go again.
No choice. It's like a draft.
Oh, good.
You might go to Cleveland, you might go to Miami.
I bet I know who.
She would like the attention.
Okay. Harry?
Oh, let's, so let's talk first, what is mediation? Mediation is where a neutral third party comes and facilitates a resolution. In labor relations world, first, it's almost always someone from PERC. Part of the reason you use someone from PERC is they don't charge us. So the cost is right. There are times, unfortunately, the old you get what you pay for applies. But what the intent and the value of it is that someone who comes in will often have the parties go in two different rooms. We'll say first to one side, so help me understand what's going on here. Why am I here? Why haven't you been able to solve this? The other side, tell me what's going on here. Help me understand what's going on. Why haven't we been able to solve this? Gets a sense of what the difference is and what the issues are, and will then try and start finding a way by talking with each party to reach a resolution. For those, I know there are a few lawyers on the council. For those of you that have been in mediations, part of a practice, it's really not very different from that at all. The idea is to just help the parties look at their dispute differently. Perhaps provide them some information that allows them to look at things differently. There is nothing wrong with going to mediation. I mean, sometimes people think, oh no, I must have really blown this because I ended up not getting a deal. That just happens. Lots of different reasons that parties aren't able to get a resolution. The statute provides that you can go to mediation 60 to 90 days after you've begun bargaining. Different statutes have, a couple have 60, others have 90. But you have to wait 60 or 90 calendar days, and at that point in time, either side can say, it would be really helpful for us to get a mediator. Sometimes parties will go for a year without getting a mediator. Sometimes on the 91st day, someone's getting a mediator. Either side can request mediation. It's not something where one side or the other controls that process. If one party says, I want to go to mediation, then parties are going to mediation. Don't have to be an impasse. All that matters is that the clock has run for the applicable period of time.
So is that agreement specific, whether it's 60, 61, 62, all the way up to 90?
I didn't explain that very well. A couple of the statutes have 60 days that you have to bargain from when you started bargaining until here. A couple of the others, because there's about 4 different statutes that apply, and there's transit statute, there's cities and counties, et cetera. A couple of others say 90 days. So depending upon the statute you're in, if you're in a 60-day one, anytime after the 61st day, it could be the 61st day or the 461st day. If you decide you want to go to mediation, you can. And with the 90, it's the same issue, except it just has to be 34 days past the 90. Parties can decide they both want to file, they want to do a joint submission. The primary value of that with the perk is you have the ability to have a, not for sure, but a pretty high likelihood of getting a mediator that you want. If you jointly request a particular mediator, then almost always that person is going to be assigned. And given the fact that there are some who are really good and others who aren't quite as good, it can be often quite useful to have one of the good ones who's at your mediation tables. There's a lot of value, and I think generally a lot of interest in both sides. If one side has decided they want to go to mediation, the other side, that's fine, let's just make sure we request somebody that we want to have.
So you can request.
Yes, exactly right. With regard to police and fire, where you have interest arbitration, the parties, if they want to go to interest arbitration, can't go there unless they go to mediation first. That requires you have to go to mediation, have to have the mediator hear the entire dispute, and then say there's still no resolution after some amount of time, then say, okay, I'm ready to say you can get certified for interest arbitration. Does that mean you get to go? No, not yet. Mike Sellers, he's the guy who is the executive director at the agency at PERC, has a really strong interest in deals rather than interest arbitrations. And so more so than, from my perspective, any of his predecessors will really grill this PERC staff person who's been mediating and say, I don't understand why there can't be a deal here. And you explain that to me. And on many occasions has said, even though the parties want to go to Interstar, even though the mediator has said, I think they should go to Interstar, Mike will say, nope, I want them to go spend some more time. No time limit on how long you can stay in mediation. Talked a couple times about the Seattle police negotiations. They started mediation in early 2016 on their 15 through what now became the 21 contract. They ended with a deal, still in mediation, in September of 2018. So that is 2.5 short years in mediation. That's a very unusual situation, but just a great example of how there's no limit or no time period. Unlike the time period to get in, there's no concomitant time period to get out.
And is it just the risks and uncertainty of arbitration, which is basically litigation, that keeps people in mediation for that long?
Yes. So for instance, we'll talk for a second about Seattle because it's a bit instructive. You have there, the city has a lot of changes it wants to make in terms of how the oversight of police officers and changes in the investigation process. City and the guild have no clue what an arbitrator is going to do with that. You can say, arbitrator may decide this is really important to a significant number of folks in the community, really important that we make changes in it. May say, city's gone wacko, this is craziness. And there's really, unlike most issues where people who do this a lot will be pretty comfortable predicting what's going to happen, really very little predictability there. There haven't been any cases that have dealt with this in the Interstar world in the state. And so it causes people to say, okay, let's keep trying, and it gives Mike Sellers the ability to say, all keep trying. So mediation, one of the things that happens in mediation, and most mediators will say this right away, is we have a cone of silence. That is, I don't want to be reading about this in the newspaper. I don't want any grandstanding. I want what is said in mediation to stay in mediation. And you can't, with regard to if stuff is told to me in confidence, I'm not going to disclose that. You have that assurance. Some mediators will say, if you tell it to me, even if it wasn't said in confidence, I'm not going to tell them unless I've told you ahead of time that I'm going to tell them. The idea is to try and make sure, to build trust in a relationship, and also to have a process that is very internal and very private. And so that's something that mediators will work on pretty hard. Mediators, if there's ever a dispute, you can't get the mediator's notes, you can't get the mediator to testify. If you have an unfair labor practice about what happened in mediation, you've got to figure out a way to do it without the mediator who's not able to testify. One of the hardest issues in mediation is you're there trying to get a deal, but you want to make sure that if you're not able to get a resolution, this is now I'm talking about peace and fire bargaining, where you have interest arbitration. Let's suppose I know wages, 3% is the most I can go. I'm representing the employer. If I just make a regular offer in mediation or in bargaining without doing a package or what if or whatever, that's a formal proposal of 3%. That's what I have to go into arbitration on. So now if I'm going into arbitration with what is the most I ever wanted to spend, all I can do is lose in arbitration. You know, I might end up at 3%, but the likelihood is the arbitrator's going to figure out a way to as the saying goes, split the baby. And so, at the same time, I want to be able to let the union know that I want to get a deal. I can get a deal at 3%. Because if I sit there and don't say anything, I'm at 2%, and I don't say anything because I'm worried about not having a problem or not getting stuck in interest arbitration, then that doesn't help the process. And so what parties will do is they will say, what if I offered 3%? That means if that's going to get us a deal, then we can do it at 3%. That's not going to get us a deal, then because it had a what if with it, I'm still back at where I was before, or in this hypothetical, at 2%. So it's a way to allow the parties to communicate, to try and reach a deal, but at the same time, preserve a position for arbitration later if they have to get there. The last thing, again, is I just added, what do you do if the press calls? My strong advice is to say thank you, appreciate your interest, but we've been instructed by our mediator that we're not to say anything, we're not going to do that, because I don't think I've ever seen any articles in the press that I thought were helpful in terms of getting to a deal. Any questions about mediation before we head to arbitration? Most important thing I didn't say, sorry,
That's okay.
is mediator can't impose a resolution. Mediator has the ability to facilitate, to push, to say, come on, if you just do this, we could get to a deal. But that's as far as they can go. They can't say, okay, here's what you're going to get. And so it's totally and completely the role of a facilitator. And a good mediator can be really, really helpful in getting to a resolution. But it's not something where you can have anything imposed on you. It's something that if there's going to be an agreement, it's because you said, I'm okay with that, or we're okay with that.
To that point, about a great mediator versus a not so great mediator, is when Chris Tubbs was fire chief, and we were in mediation, and what the mediator assigned was not the best, and it actually worked in our favor. The two parties got together, it's like, we can get a deal, we can do this, we can do better than the mediator, and we did.
Yeah, it's funny how that will work, because actually it's sort of the threat of the mediator coming back causes the parties to say,
Exactly.
we can do this, please, we can do this. Ever want to see mediator auto again? Okay, so let's start with interest arbitration. Interest arbitration is the process for resolution of a collective bargaining dispute that occurs for police, corrections, fire, transit, state employees, and then there's a few miscellaneous others, the nuclear security officers or the security plant. Sort of groups of employees which the state legislature decided it's really critical. Even though no employees, public employees, are supposed to be able to strike, there's some groups which it just would be really, really a problem if they struck. So therefore, this is an alternative to the possibility of a strike.
So does that include then educators?
It does not include educators. Rumor has it, and I think my source has been good on this, that a couple of the large unions several years ago met with the governor and some top legislative aides about the possibility of interest arbitration for school teachers, and concluded that they didn't want it, that as a practical matter, they have more leverage, given that classes are held up at the beginning of the school year, and if there's not a deal, there's a tremendous amount of community pressure to get to a deal, and if you did interest arbitration, it would take all that away. And so decided they're in a position which is unique. There's nothing really like that with any of the other groups we talked about. So what is interest arbitration? A neutral arbitrator comes in and hears the parties' arguments about stuff, the reasons why particular proposals that each has made should be awarded. The arbitrator is selected by the parties. So it's not like somebody that gets imposed on you. The PERC doesn't appoint somebody. The parties select somebody. They can't select somebody. There's a process whereby you go get a list of arbitrators and then take turns striking names, and whoever's left is going to be the arbitrator.
This could be some third party like JDR or some other dispute resolution firm.
It's seldom I have never seen JAMS or JDR or any of be the arbitrator. It's almost always someone who does lots of labor arbitrations, because the last thing in the world you want is someone who's never done one and comes in and triggers lots of what I called earlier my unintended consequences by not understanding how labor relations ought to work. Yes?
I just wanted to note that because they are very specialized in their expertise, they're sometimes from out of state. And then the parties have to split the cost of airfare, lodging, things like that. And so sometimes, I mean, to be really honest about, like, we looked at the list and said, well, we're just gonna strike the people from out of state because it costs more. You know, so that's just something I wanted to know.
And so the process is somewhat similar to grievance arbitration. There's also differences. Grievance arbitration is where we have a collective bargaining agreement already. We have a dispute about what the terms mean. Maybe there's a question about, okay, did this situation, was it a callback that triggered a minimum of 3 hours or 4 hours, or was it not a callback? Often we discipline somebody, we're required to have just cause. It's a question of, was there just cause or was there not? And so again, there's an arbitrator who will come in, and this is often where you have this is where you end up with the list, and you will often strike off the names of people from out of state, so you cut down the costs. But it's just to come in and resolve that one issue about just cause, or overtime, or whatever. An interest arbitrator is often going to have quite a few different issues. Did one for Pierce County 6 or 8 months ago that had, I think, 27 different issues that went to arbitration. Total craziness, but it was a unique situation. Each party pays its own costs, so the costs you're going to split the cost of the arbitrator, but with regard to attorneys or any experts, all that, each party, whoever, any costs you have or incur, you pay. Time period normally is, best guess, 6 to 9 months from the time it's certified by the PERC until you get a decision. That time period, you begin by you have the certification, then there's the process of getting the getting an arbitrator, getting it scheduled. It's usually 3 or 4 months to get it scheduled. You then have the hearing, then there's post-hearing briefs, which are done after that. It's usually 3 or 4 weeks until you have a transcript and get a brief off. Arbitrator then gets 30 days to make a decision. So you can see how pretty quickly we get to the 6 to 9 months. It's a long, drawn-out process.
Can I ask a question regarding costs?
Yes.
Attorneys, I don't know how many times we've been involved in mediation or interest arbitration, but to the extent we are, do we typically retain outside counsel? Or is that something that's kind of in-house?
It depends on the issue, so it depends how complex the issue is. Fortunately, we have not had to go to interest with our police or fire. So we've gone to mediation a lot, but both parties have an interest in avoiding interest arbitration.
So with the mediation, have we typically gone with outside counsel? And
Like I said, it depends on the issue. For a contract, it's carried.
But I would also say it depends on, frankly, my bandwidth. I can only handle so much, so the timing is really key as well. What else do I have on my plate or Leo has on his plate at the time?
WCIA is, sometimes will augment and provide some support, so.
I'm just trying to get a sense of it.
That again goes back
They don't
to
do-
grievance arbitration and the interest arbitration. They might,
It's the pre,
No, pretty
This
much.
is not, it's not,
They don't.
it's not a
they
legal
say
issue.
it's
Well, yes, it's a labor issue.
the fees piece is important just because it can be a pretty significant amount of money.
I'm just trying to get an idea of
And it's
what the
helpful
range might be in terms of.
Right.
to keep that in mind as you're trying to decide, can we each deal there or can we not? Finally, on that is that the decision is final and binding. That means you can appeal, but you're not going to win. So the idea is that once the arbitrators come in and render the decision, that everybody's going to live with it. They may not like it, but they're going to live with it. So let's talk about kinds of arbitration. You have issue by issue, and that's the model in Washington. So that means suppose we have health care, an overtime question, and wages. On each of those 3 issues, the arbitrator is going to make a decision. And so the employer says on wages 2%, union says 4%, arbitrator can do 2, can do 4, or anything in between. Can't do more, can't do less, but has flexibility to go accept either proposal or do anything in between. There are other kinds of arbitration, and there's been some talk in the legislature of changing the way we do it to what's called either last best offer issue by issue. So in my 2 and 4 example, arbitrator would have to pick 2, or would have to pick 4. Wouldn't have the ability to do anything in between. The theory is that since you know the arbitrator can't compromise, you tend to try and get as close as you can to what you think is what the arbitrator is going to do, because arbitrator's not going to be splitting the babies. They're going to pick your side or the other side. There's also what's called last best offer total package, which is where, again, I'll go to my 3 situation where we have wages, healthcare, and an overtime issue. I put my proposal on the table on those 3 issues. Union puts its proposal on the table on those 3 issues. An arbitrator has to pick one package or the other. Arbitrator can't go, I want the employers on this and unions on that. Arbitrator has to take the entire package. That's what Oregon has in their interest arbitration. Again, it causes people to not do anything which is sort of way out there that is just, an arbitrator goes, is really unreasonable, because they know, if you're going to play that game, you're not going to win this. Lastly, just to sort of, I sometimes get asked, what's baseball arbitration, and how does that relate to it? Baseball arbitration is where you, arbitrator, it's actually a 3-person panel, team says, we'll pay, we want the player to get this. Union, or the agent and the player say, we want this plus. Arbitrator has a very short hearing, and then the panel issues the decision the next day, whether they knew what the player wanted or proposed, or what the team proposed. And again, nothing in between. And having gone through that once, it is incredibly fun.
Does it bring people toward the center?
Yes, it does in bargaining. Or it does in negotiating, excuse me, because they don't have mediation in that world. But anything that's sort of a one or the other tends to push more toward compromise than our system. We make up for it to some extent by all the what-ifs and that stuff that occur in mediation, but I wouldn't be surprised if someday our arbitration model changes. So, what are the factors an arbitrator is going to look at? First are just sort of ones that don't come up that often: constitutional and statutory authority of the employer, stipulations of the parties. That most often comes up if the parties have both agreed. The comparable employers, we'll talk about what that means in a minute, are these 6 jurisdictions. Arbitrator will say, done. Average consumer prices for goods and services, commonly known as the cost of living. This is generally the CPI increases, and that most often comes up on economic issues. If the CPI is going up by 3% in the local marketplace, then that's going to be something the arbitrator takes into account in deciding what I'm going to do with regard, in particular, to wages. Changes in any of the above, and then we get to the 2 which are most important. One is such other factors, not confined to the ones above, that are normally or traditionally taken into consideration in the determination of wages, hours, and conditions of employment. Meaning, anything you can think of. No limits. As people can get very, very creative, because if you think about it, when you didn't have arbitration, and you're in charge of HR, and you're sitting up and you're thinking about what you want to do, there's a whole lot of different factors you're going to consider. And there's no way you could list them all on a sheet of paper, and so that's why there's this big catch-all that includes almost everything. We then get to the comps. The idea of interest arbitration, that what the legislature decided would be a good thing to do for us, is they say, we want you to compare with groups of our other public employers that are, and for police, like personnel of like employers of similar size on the West Coast. So, like personnel, that means police with police, fire with fire, of like employers. So, police departments can be counties, can be whatever, or most often that's going to be cities. Are we comparing with cities? They don't compare with the counties. Will compare with counties, but they don't compare with each other because those aren't like employers. Similar size on the West Coast. West Coast is Washington, Oregon, and California. Similar size is most often population. There are a few other things that work into it, but the idea is that the legislature thought that for purposes of interest arbitration, let's compare jurisdictions that are like each other and are similar sized. Fire has a slightly different statute. So it's public fire departments of similar size on the West Coast. And so they don't have the like, it's not like employers, there's no like employers requirement in it. So in fire, you will have cities and fire districts comparing with each other. It's a difference in the statute that goes back 20 years when it was amended. Then in fire, when an adequate number of comparables exist within the state, other West Coast employers may not be considered. So there's a strong presumption of trying to find other jurisdictions that are in Washington State with fire. As a practical matter, arbitrators like to do the same thing with police if they can. Impact of interest arbitration. The the biggest difference is just that it's now the decision is out of your control. Unlike bargaining, unlike in mediation, where you get to just say, this is a deal I can live with, or if you could do this, I could do that, we could live with that. Here it's, who knows what the arbitrator is going to do. You may have a decent idea, but you may get really, really surprised. There's definitely a lot of uncertainty in it. We talked about the what-if proposals and how important that is. It's important to share a lot of information in bargaining. One of the things that is said is, if you haven't shared something in bargaining, you can't bring it into interest arbitration for the first time. They would want to make sure that the parties have really exhausted, laid out on the table all the arguments they have, so the other side had an opportunity to hear that and think about that prior to the arbitration. Finally, sometimes results in an end run that some parties will decide, I really want to go to arbitration quickly. I think that's just the way we have to do it. We just have to get there quickly. That's why the PERC has all these hurdles that make it harder to get there. These are, in addition to factors arbitrators will use, we've talked about comparable employers, cost of living. Often we'll look at what's going on in the local labor market. Internal parity, that is, what happens, how does the issue compare if we're talking wages? And you employer have 2% on the table, but with your other 4 bargaining units, you've offered everybody 3%. Arbitrator's gonna go, it doesn't seem right to me. Conversely, if the union's looking for something which is way more than what you've done elsewhere with your other internal comparables, that's a factor as well. Especially when it comes to things like healthcare, where generally speaking, there's an interest lots of employers have in trying to have as few different programs as possible and trying to have some uniformity in healthcare. Internal parity can play a pretty significant role. Turnover statistics. One of the things, there are two places that a union will often try and talk about is to differentiate themselves in what they're doing. One is turnover, that is, people are leaving. We have lots of people who've left the employer. Purpose for that being, that's why we need to have a bigger wage increase. That's why we need to have some more money here so we can stop people from leaving the particular employer.
Is that the overall employer versus the department?
It's going to be the department, because each one is going to have different, it will be paying different wages. And so with regard to police, for instance, it's going to be how many police officers have left to go somewhere else. And it's not just leaving, period. It's generally leaving, it's much more persuasive if they're leaving to go to other police departments. If it's somebody was fired, somebody didn't pass probation, somebody retired, somebody decided they want to move to Montana and do whatever, those aren't nearly as persuasive to an arbitrator. Productivity is the second one that's like the turnover piece. And productivity just is where a particular fire or police union talks about how many calls they have and compares the number of calls they have with other jurisdictions. Maybe sometimes it'll be a calls per officer or calls per firefighter, just to show or to make an effort to convince the arbitrator that they're working harder than others and therefore deserve more pay that might normally come out of interest arbitration. Comps, as we talked about before, is probably the factor which gets the most weight. In looking at the comparable employers, and so we have a list, and I know here we have comparable employers who we tended to use for a long time, and the unions have used them as well. So we have a list. Let's suppose it's a list of 6 jurisdictions. Arbitrator is interested, okay, I want to see a comparison of your compensation with the other jurisdictions that are on the list. And how do you stack up? If you're way at the top, then to the extent the union's looking for an extraordinary wage of some kind, not very likely it's going to get it. If you're at the very bottom, more likely you're going to get something than a sort of standard CPI-based or what's happening in the market increase. However, arbitrators do recognize that there are situations where you can't just drive it all by numbers. So, for instance, and sorry to keep using so many Seattle examples. Seattle has what's called the Seattle 7. And there are 7 jurisdictions, 5 of the 7 are California, that they've compared with since I was a little boy. And it's never changed. And if you go back and look year after year after year after year, at least until sort of the Great Recession hit and back to California, Seattle was always at the bottom of the list. Portland and Seattle were sort of by, who gets to be at the bottom of this list? Arbitrators didn't say, well, you have to go pay what all those other jurisdictions are, but rather, is your relative ranking changing from where it's, what the parties have historically put it? So if the parties have historically said, we're 6% below the average of these jurisdictions, and your proposal is to keep it at 6% below, even though you are below, even though you're still at number 6 or number 7, arbitrators will say, okay. That's sort of the relationship parties have put themselves in can make a big difference. Another example of that was city of Kennewick has an interest arbitration. Both sides put on a ton of evidence about different comparables. They hadn't agreed on anything. Arbitrator looks at it, looked at one chart and one chart only, and the parties might as well not have put on anything else. One was, here, going back 20 years, is where Richland paid. It's up here. Here is where Pasco paid. It was down here. This is wages and then time, or that's vice versa, sorry. And then where was Kennewick? Right in the middle. And so the proposal of one of the parties would have changed that relationship what had existed in the Tri-Cities for 20 years. Arbitrator says, no way, no how. It's really interesting to find out about all these other jurisdictions, but I want to try and maintain relationships as parties have established them. Skip all this stuff about comps, other than to say, your comps here, you've got a great job of picking ones that are local and using ones that are local, which really makes the most sense. That's what an arbitrator is going to do as well. Or there's sometimes we will say, we're bargaining over here in the Puget Sound metropolitan area, well, let's compare with all these Eastern Washington jurisdictions. Gosh, look at, we lead, we're paying more. Well, of course we're paying more. It's a huge difference in the cost of living. So that geography can make a difference in terms of what's done. If there is a group of comps that have been done have been used historically, arbitrators will generally try and respect that. Doesn't mean that they will for sure, but generally because they like the stability. It's in arbitrators who generally understand what it's like to bargain collectively, and that to the extent you are constantly changing your comparables, it means you're changing what you're comparing against. It's way better to have something which has stability to it in the same groups. So that's all practice now. Number of comps, usually 5 to 10. If you have too few, then if you have one jurisdiction that pays way high, it skews all the data. And conversely, if you have somebody that pays really, really low, it can skew the data low. If you have too many comps, it takes forever to gather all the information. It's a very laborious process in doing that. Hearing of interest arbitration, you know what, we'll spend 2 minutes on this, which is they are very labor intensive. They tend to go for quite a while. There are notebooks that are, it's not just some pieces of paper. You'll have some that have where a party will bring in 6, 7, 8, 9 notebooks full of evidence that gets introduced to the record. They're very numbers driven, lots and lots of documents, and take quite a while. Thought it might be useful to spend a quick minute on this. If you're making an ability to pay argument in interest arbitration, where that's an issue, first, an arbitrator doesn't say, is it possible you could find a way to spend the money? Almost every jurisdiction can find some way to pay something. The issue is, does it make a lot of sense? Or, as Arbitrator Langford, who's a very well-respected local arbitrator, said, financial responsibility. In looking at ability to pay stuff, arbitrators are really interested in trends. Arbitrators recognize that things can change quickly from year to year. Is this something that is an outlier, sort of one-time thing, or is there something which is really part of a longer-term trend? An arbitrator is going to be more interested in the trend. You need lots of numbers, and economic inability can be, some people think it's just if there's a recession of some kind going on or something that affects everybody. There are times where a particular employer will have something going on that causes it to be different than, or have a different financial situation than other jurisdictions that are comparable to it. And arbitrators will take that into account. Always need to get into ending fund balance and reserves and how much do you have. Often will be arguments about they're just stashing it, they have lots of money, it's just all stashed in the reserves. In preparing one of these cases, you'll often have statements that get made by someone who's a public official. I did one of these for Seattle 20 years ago. Jim Webster, I was talking about earlier, firefighting buddy. And the mayor at the time we were making an argument about financial responsibility. Mayor, for an entirely unrelated reason, was talking about how the economy in Seattle was much better than it had been. Times are really getting better. It's a brighter future, sort of all those things which are said for a different reason than an interest arbitration. But when that gets read to the interest arbitrator, you sort of have a lot of explanation you need to do to get the arbitrator past that. Let's see. Retention we talked about and how important that can be, and the need to establish if you're losing people, why you're losing them, and hopefully not just for wages. With regard to wages, again, relative ranking is what's really important. Where you sit with regard to the other comparable jurisdictions is often will be not just wages, but you'll do what's called a total cost of compensation, where you'll consider other benefits as well. Sort of look at the entire package to decide, should I do this or should I not do that? One of the things that has come up more recently has been lots of situations where a union has said during the Great Recession, we'll take a freeze, or we'll do this, or we'll do that, and it was really helpful in getting the public employer through that. Had some expectation coming out of, well, it's our time now. We work with you. Now that there are a zillion cranes everywhere we look in the Northwest, it seems like we'd like just one little piece of one little crane. And it's easy to understand that perspective, and important for us to think about as we're planning. Post-hearing, we talked about this, that it's post-hearing briefs, decision in 30 days, although extensions are common. Almost got done on time. Questions?
It's a lot, thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Do we get to see elite credits from this?
It's not my report today.
I guess, I have a very tactical question, and that is, I know that right now we're working with fire. What's the schedule for the rest of the unions, if you were to lay out the next year or two?
So yeah, fire's contract expired at the end of 2018. AFSCME's expires at the end of this year, and we're starting bargaining early. And police expires at the end of 20, and so we'll also start that one early, just since 2021 is coming up, there's some issues there, so we'll be starting early.
So is there typically one round per union per biennium budget?
No, it's all different. So it used to be 3 years, but we've been more strategic in our terms, our contract terms, to, one of the things we think about is, when is it the right time to, every contract period we go into and say, is there a reason for us to do something different than the 3-year norm? So that's a consideration. And so the last few contracts with police and fire have been 2 years. Oh, except for this last time we went with a 3-year contract.
Is that typical?
AFSCME's 2, yeah.
2 to 3 years?
The law actually used to require, 3 was the maximum number of years you could have. It was changed to go to 6 years. Still, the most common is 2 or 3 years. Probably if I said what is the most common, I'd probably say 3, but the difficulty with getting longer is the memories of the Great Recession, where if you had signed a longer deal just before then, and for whatever reason, your union wasn't willing to recognize that sort of the circumstances we got into, you can be stuck in a way which is just a killer. And that's the difficulty with a long-term contract. You can try and have reopeners or sort of model it in some different ways, but it's just so hard to predict the future where things are going to be. That and given the significant impact of wages and benefits on your budget, it can just be a killer to have to be stuck with something that you can't sort of move at the speed you'd like to move.
So I don't want to ask you to answer this question for us, but I want you to answer it generally. If you were to look at an organization and you were going to say, I would do a health assessment of their bargaining, how they've done over 10 or 20 years, what kinds of things do you look at as the metrics to do that health assessment?
Is that a Tuesday night question?
Perhaps, yeah. I think it'd be better to save that if you don't mind, when we're in closed session.
Your call, that's fine.
Sorry, but I was told I had to think about it carefully.
It's a very good question, and it's something we think about.
And we have given, just so everybody knows, we have given auto information to be able to be really informed in answering that.
Perhaps the
Absolutely.
Thank you, Representative Long gave us a lot of good questions, that's all.
And one of the things that really strikes me about this is, arguably the world of work is changing significantly. And yet it feels that so much of your bargaining position is based on historic. It just seems completely out of sync with kind of what's going on in the labor market. Is this recognized anywhere, or is this just take it as it is? 'Cause
I
this is the way it
think
is?
you'll see more and more folks in public jurisdictions recognizing that, but it's really hard to get the legislature to make changes. There have been, over my 240 years practicing, there have been lots of times where groups of public employers have gone to Association of Washington Cities or whomever it might be to try and get changes in even relatively minor changes in the statute, and have never been successful in getting one. So it's a tough road.
Interest arbitration always tries to orbit that, sometimes it just never has traction, I don't think.
But it's a great point, because you're right, the working world is changing so rapidly, and this doesn't really recognize that very well.
No, this isn't budge. Really. Council, any more questions? So I think we'll see you on Tuesday night. Well, thank you.
You bet.
Thank you.
Questions, by the way, sometimes I will do this in an hour to 15 minutes in before I hear anybody. So appreciate the questions.
I don't think it's a question for you, but it's a question more for us or for Julie. That is, I think you've done a great job of laying out for the council and for citizens who are here what the state of the world is with respect to labor-employer relations. But we, over the last few months, have had a disconnect with some in our public who are convinced that the world is different than the way you have just described the world, and that we should be able to solve our financial problems by doing things that you're telling us we can't do. What I'm left with is, do we feel like we've got enough of the facts of the matter out there at this point through the result of the CAG process, or is there something else we should be doing to further disseminate this information? Whether it's your slide deck going up, Ross putting together something that talks about this. I don't know what it is, but it does feel like you've teed up some stuff that would be good to have more repeatedly in the public. I know it's been out there, but so I have no answers, but just raise it as a wished for thing.
I'll work with our LT on this, and think that's a, great comment. I think we, are somewhat criticized, I think without maybe perhaps understanding what we're up against. Even though I think we've tried to explain it, it's, it can, I think, be oversimplified, how easy it is, and it's not that easy. So, and obviously, every year, and you know, Chris can attest to this, every year there are more laws, more things that come up that we have to constantly catch up with. And so that has an impact as well on our workforce. So yeah, there's a lot to it, a lot.
I honestly don't think that's the right question. I think the right question is how do you put as much transparency at the council level and the public level in the negotiation process? Because it tends to come to us pretty late, and then we get very short briefing on it. We don't really have an ability to affect the negotiation. It's more accepted results. And I know that's a challenge, right? I mean, it sounds like you're in mediation and it's going to silence and there's all these rules.
And Marilyn has a mouthful of food. So if I just give her a chance to chew and swallow, if I understand correctly, we're going to continue to go line by line through this, picking up, I think, at the finance department, so don't put a bite of food in your mouth yet, or finish with
So can I make one suggestion, is that, because you're behind schedule, you are. And so I'm gonna have to gotta move you along. And that is that when you get to each item, rather than the staff giving background on it, just ask if there's any questions, because then we can just move that along. All right? So then, we are at finance, and it's a department reorganization and increased parking permit fees. So, questions on those two proposals?
What is parking right now?
You don't want to know. It's $10 fee for a 2-year permit.
Oh, it's mine.
Are you changing the boat ramp pricing?
But I didn't factor that in here. That would be under parks.
Well, let's see, when we get there, we want to do that. Okay.
I have a general kind of overarching question for Chip, that since he's on, if I could just ask that for the 2019 and 2020 budget, and do those forecasts for expenditures and revenue reflect kind of known changes, like say, for example, the Recology contract now picking up garbage and doing functions that either Jason or Parks did before? So is there like an expenditure reduction because of not needing a person or part of a person to do that?
Yeah, it's reflected here on the
Jason
next page.
did
So there's two pieces to the college contract. So on the second page, that's one incident,
Yeah.
we're printing now on the town center cans. We've already taken that budget cut as part of the town center $50,000 reduction with the adopted budget. That's included in that because the college is taking up maintenance.
So
Okay, so
yes.
it's like an assumption of 25% in the first year and then 100%.
We've already, so on the town center cans, we've already absorbed that.
Okay.
What you're seeing here, the next piece of it is the second component, which wasn't included, and that's with the college contract, the tree recycling program. This is curbside, people just drop them off the city shop. You can now curbside pickup, which is the college contract, so we can do that program.
Okay. So, any more questions about the parking permits or the reorganization? All right. Fire, we talked about restoring the deputy fire chief. Human resources, reduce employee service awards. And is that the expense of buying a little plaque or something?
The gift card.
Gift card. So, any questions about that?
So that was just a reduction, so
Is it eliminated or just?
So we just want to, we'll still recognize the service, we just want to have a monetary award that goes along with it.
So-
So no monetary will be going down.
No,
Right.
correct.
So maybe a certificate and a hard handshake.
Chris, is that
Thank you for
citywide or
your
is that
service.
just within your department? I didn't-
That's citywide.
So,
Very
are
much.
there, all right, thank you.
All right. Okay, IT, eliminate IGS help desk technician, that's one full-time position.
Can you just speak to what that means, what the impact of that?
A reduced capacity to provide IT services.
There's nothing to do with cybersecurity or any proactive work in that, right?
To some degree, it's a rabbit hole discussion, I think. It's a reduced capacity in our group, so.
Any risk associated with that?
What's that?
Any risk associated with that?
Well, our workload isn't changing, so,
But I think the question is if you take Sammamish as an example, they had their cyber hostage, whatever situation, would the reduction in this position increase the probability that we're trying to be targeted? I mean, I'm taking that as a figurative example. I think
This
I'm
sounds like,
guessing maybe that's.
sounds like a
No,
help
I
desk
mean,
position.
in my view, this is more about day-to-day operational activities. So when the department has an issue with the technology system the city uses, they call us to help get them back up and running or move forward in whatever effort they're trying to do. So you might imagine that by reducing, so the work that this position does or would do has to be done by the other people on my team. So that then reduces our capacity to do other work that we would otherwise do at a higher level at our skill set, if you will. And so in general, we have a very small team, so it's just a reduced capacity to provide IT services overall. But
So
our
is
workload's not changing.
Is IGS a skill set that everybody on the team has?
I'm sorry?
Is IGS, this work that this person does? is it a
Oh,
skill
GIS?
set?
Oh,
The work that this position does, does everybody else on your team have the ability to do?
IGS.
No?
Yeah, so this is a help desk, which in our group is the lowest level of skill required. So this position does not have the capability to do what some of us can do at higher levels of skill and capability. This is the,
So now you're gonna be doing service calls when somebody can't get their laptop to work.
I already do that.
And there'll be more of it if we reduce this
Correct.
position.
But what I don't think is coming through is there already are other IGS help desk technician positions that we will retain, right? Like, this isn't gonna eliminate that. There will be, that position will remain.
It's a pretty new position.
We go down plenty of rabbit holes, come on, Mike, here's your chance.
It's a reduced level of IT capacity.
So this is a general help desk support position that's being eliminated. It's not like a specialized position, it's just a general help desk.
All of us to some degree have to be journalists because we are too small to specialize. So for example, I do network administration, cybersecurity, project management, administration, budgeting. I do all of those things. This position does not do anything other than be ready to, if the fire department has an aid car that doesn't connect to the network for some reason, or if the city manager's office has a printer that's not working, or if, on and on. That's what this position, the help desk position
But
takes
there's
care of.
other people that can do that, right?
But yeah, so all of us above that position can do that type of work.
So the zoning downside is basically, there's going to be a long, your response time is going to be longer.
Yeah, there's a reduced.
Right, right.
Is this position anywhere in any sinking fund?
Is it in a sinking fund?
So some of the IT sinking fund has salaries, is this salary anywhere in the sinking fund?
It's built to the rate.
Right, I understand, so it is a component of the sinking fund, because the rate would be driven by the expense.
Correct, yeah, IT rates are reduced as a result of eliminating.
So my question really is, in addition to the salary, isn't there a savings in the rate? of
Yeah, what
the
this
sinking?
reflects, Celine, is the general funds, my estimate of the general fund's portion of the rate on this position. So
So some of this is salary and benefits directly for that
this is the
We're
general
split
fund
across
portion.
things like utilities as well.
There's
so-
also savings in the utility funds. I didn't reflect that here. This is just the general fund portion.
It seemed well, but
Okay,
for the cut, but now I understand, so it's not in the general fund.
There's more cut elsewhere, yeah.
okay. Any more questions about IGS? Now I got the initials right. IGS?
Yep.
Okay. Parks and Recreation, we'll get right down to it. So, eliminate summer celebration. And eliminate, so there's two elements. Eliminate summer celebration, and then you would eliminate parks maintenance overtime related to the summer celebration, right?
Diagram here.
So without saying a whole lot.
Yeah, absolutely. I just want to recap where we're at with Parks and Recreation. Going into the budget, we had a position that was vacant, that we held vacant, waiting for the levy outcome. In the process, we had two more people resign, which got us to 3 vacant positions, all 3 in Recreation and Community Center. So the decision was made to eliminate those positions. The silver lining being we didn't have to lay anyone off. Those positions were tied to a specific body of work, mostly special events related. So that has sort of helped inform the decision-making here. But what I also wanted to share is, if it wasn't special events that we were reducing, we would have then had to take something else. And as your Parks and Recreation Director, I am trying to prioritize maintenance of infrastructure. So parks, playgrounds, trails, safety, this building, and sustaining revenue-generating programs, given where we're at, and that Parks and Recreation is kind of the low man on the totem pole in all of these reductions. So I know I have heard people say, you know, it was punitive to offer up these special events, especially summer celebration. That was not the intent. If it wasn't summer celebration, we would be cutting senior programs. We would have to start looking at maintenance. We would have had to take more hours from this building. We don't have a lot of space to play here in the general fund. So that was how the decision was made. I have certainly heard, even though I'm still on leave, that summer celebration is a huge pain point. I will tell you, I live here. I have small children. I scheduled my summer around being here for summer celebration. This was not a recommendation I wanted to bring forward. However, this event is so taxing, no pun intended, on the city as a whole. You know, it takes a whole year of planning. It is the day of, or the weekend of, 900 hours from Parks and Recreation alone, another 500 hours from the rest of the city. That's just for the weekend. That doesn't even capture the amount of staff time that goes in year-round. And the other thing I want to say is, I do think at times like this, it's not a bad thing for us to stop and reset. To ask ourselves, as a city of this size, can we really sustain a 2-day festival? Should it be on the backs of the city, or should we take this opportunity to think about it differently, perhaps bring it back in a future year, under someone else's umbrella, as a partnership? I don't know. This department, as your new Parks and Recreation Director, I just need to say, was spread way too thin, way too thin. We were trying to go an inch deep and a mile wide on everything, and that was impacting our quality. So there is a silver lining here, and a process over the next 2 years where I think we get to reset a little bit and use the pro plan to revisit our priorities. So that's my, on all those list of reductions, it's all kind of rolled up in that.
So those FTE reductions are embedded within these program reductions?
Yeah, and keep in mind, there were some that came as part of the budget,
Right.
and some that have come after.
Okay. So, summer celebration, so that was kind of an overview of all of
Yeah.
your thinking behind all of these. Questions on any particular one? Concerns?
I'll just say, I mean, I'm hearing from the community that it is a pain point. I don't know whether there was any consideration given to, not having the bouncy house and the face painting and doing something more scaled down, like a one-day celebration where people could still get to look at antique cars, maybe in the parking lot here, and have food trucks and fireworks at Luther Burbank, what that would have cost. It didn't seem like maybe those thought processes happened, I wasn't aware of them. And I guess the only thing that seems a little weird on this is because of the timing, these are proposed reductions, but this is one of the few that even if council wanted to walk that back or ask you to reconsider it, we're being told you can't, it's too late. And so that's kind of having it presented as a fait accompli is, I think, maybe not ideal from, especially from a citizen, involvement and just how it looks to the public.
And that's fair. I will tell you, going into the budget, I didn't know we were gonna lose another FTE. I didn't know we were going to make, further reductions here. So as that started to roll, I just, I'm gonna be honest, I had to tell Julie, I can't carry this program. At this point, we just cannot do it. But it's everyone, I'm looking around the table, it's not just the Parks Department. This requires police resources, fire resources, public works resources. And we did, in fairness, look at a one-day event. We did. The savings is not that much. You would probably be surprised. And I will tell you, from the court of public opinion, how do folks feel about us still blowing off $15,000 in fireworks when we're taking all these cuts elsewhere?
So my understanding that a lot of the fireworks was offset by community contributions, is that all right?
It is. I mean, we get a sponsorship. It doesn't even begin to cover the cost of the fireworks show that evening. It comes nowhere near to covering that cost.
I would just add in that the person and people who coordinated the fireworks show, who coordinated all of these aspects and pulled everybody together, they don't work here anymore. So that's, for us, that's probably the biggest challenge to overcome.
So doing a fireworks show is not just the cost of the fireworks, which I think is like $2,000 a minute or something like that. It also, because you have to have police for crowd control and fire standby, so so this does take out the fireworks show, at least for the time being.
What we had contemplated, this was before we lost additional staff, was an evening event only here in Luther Burbank, just scrapping the rest of it and having a focused show. There were still high costs. I'm still down staff. I'm hearing from my colleagues that we're having a hard time sustaining this. And to your point as well, we lost a lot of months of planning at this point. Now, I would welcome the conversation of what this looks like going forward. As I mentioned, I think it's important to take an opportunity to reset and reevaluate our priorities.
So are we able to spend any time, staff time, engaging different organizations in the community to see if there's any other possible event that we plan? In a conversation with somebody from the chamber, they mentioned that they are looking at potentially doing something for the summer. And so I'm just wondering,
Well, and Lisa brought up the farmer's market typically does not participate in our summer celebration. Now they are thinking about having their event go on that weekend. I mean, I think we are, right? I mean, yeah.
You'll see a little footnote here that says department reorganization to be determined, and that is, that's frightening, right, for my staff, like, what does that mean? We are in the process of moving some staff around, and Diane Mortensen, who you all know, she's no longer overseeing all these events, but now I've tasked her with working with the partners who might be able to pick up some or all of these events. So we're shifting our focus. And what I will say about summer celebration, and chime in public safety, when you bring that many people together, there's a major safety and risk management component that I don't want to ignore, especially in today's day and age. So the Easter egg hunt, that's really easy, but when you have such a high volume, we do have to be mindful of that many people gathering and what our safety plans look like. So it's a different scale. I just want to acknowledge it's not something that people can just throw together. We have another element for something not large in terms of planning.
Absolutely, because each time we have an event, there's a communications plan, there's a first aid plan, there's a response if we need off-island people to show up here. Then we need PD to get a hold of them and escort them. I mean, it takes a lot of departments to pull these things off.
We are even doing active shooter planning now. I mean, how awful is that? But that is a reality of an event this scale.
But the truth of the matter is, like, we've asked, because we're required, we've asked for a significant reduction, and I applaud Jesse for taking the biggest slice of the cake out, and I think it was courageous given the popularity of some of that stuff and the public visibility. And so we're asked to make reductions and significantly progressive. This is the first taste of that, so I think we should caution ourselves about going, well, I really like that. Can we have this one thing too? So I think, to be commended on the brave nature of how you went after it.
And if I could for just a second, sort of, yes. I saw though on our favorite media source next door that somebody was pursuing the idea of a GoFundMe campaign or something to resuscitate this. Yeah, I think it's important for us to not only say it's not happening, but also to be responsive to those folks so that they don't get too far down a path that, I mean, it's wonderful that they're trying to do that, but you don't want to get them very far and then have to cut the knees out from under them.
So, public announcement, right, people that are interested in picking up these events, most have already connected with us, but if there are others out there, I would encourage them to come talk to us, because we are trying to transition these events.
So the cost, if somebody else picks up elements and there's a public safety cost associated with it, then they would reimburse the city for the overtime, police overtime or
I
anything
mean, I
like
think I'm
that.
hearing more than that. It's just, there's two things. One is it's a lot more cost than just what you see as the cost. And two, there's also a time frame beyond which it just isn't happening no matter how much money you throw at it. And so don't.
So it's really hard to take cuts and not make it seem like you're punishing people. It's really hard. I mean, and everybody has their favorite service and their favorite activity. And so it's really, really hard to do it without making it look punitive.
Gentlemen, can I,
Yeah.
not contrary, but I guess, this eliminate Leap for Green, that's obviously not the total cost for that event. When we talk about just obviously eliminating the city's portion, so is that event going to still occur?
No, it's not. So some of what you're saying here is our intention is just to be transparent. You're probably wondering, like, why do we care about the summer camp out? Well, the staff that were running those programs just aren't here anymore. So the Leap for Green team, that was all part of it. And we wanted to be transparent and say these programs we are no longer able to offer. They certainly weren't the most, they didn't have the highest direct costs, but they certainly had high staff costs.
And I would say, I think community center costs in that context as well. I have an important question. Leap is still on staff, isn't he?
People make special appearances, right?
We might be running the department soon.
This has to be a frog character.
Yes.
Yes, okay, oh, good. Catch. All right, so, citywide, anything before we go to youth and family services, any other questions
I was just
or changes?
not suggesting keeping it with Mount Sound Greenway, $10,000. What does that go to?
Did you not read the email?
It's administration.
Busy at work.
Yeah.
Guilty.
Wendy asked the same question. First thing I want to say is this $10,000 to Mountain Sound Greenway Trust is not related to what Mountain Sound Greenway Trust does for us in the Parks and Rec world with open space vegetation management and all of that. They're two separate things completely. This $10,000 supports their administrative functions.
And that email.
Thank you. Thank you for reading that.
I did it too, Ally.
And is there,
Next time you want your opinion, just call me.
I'm gonna go read the email.
No, that's fine.
No, I was just gonna,
So Bruce.
everybody else already knows. I was just gonna ask, what is the impact, if any, to Mountain Sound Greenway support for us by
I
cutting this?
didn't get a response. I emailed them to say, hey, did you get my email? And they responded, yeah, we got it. So I think, we are maybe listed as a partnering agency. you know, the Mountain Sound Greenway Trail goes right through us, so we're still part of it. All of the jurisdictions that, you know, it touches are all members, and they all support the administration of it, but.
Won't get invited to the dinner anymore.
Well, you will if you want to pay.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Anything else on, non-departmental CY?
The only other question that I've had, at some point is the extent to which we have any update on the, L&I with parks
Oh, we
maintenance?
did.
Because that was obviously a big pending piece of our parks budget.
We understand that, there is emergency rulemaking that's been requested of L&I to address the prevailing wage issue. I also understand that, there may be a legislative change being pursued. Meanwhile, most of the entities impacted also have legal counsel engaged, so there's sort of a trifecta approach right now. No resolution. We are bidding under the new prevailing wage rates. Hopefully, maybe by the end of this legislative section, we will have a resolution.
The bill is to pull out landscape, services from landscape contracts. Because right now, when the change got made, they got lumped together, and so they're two different
Because
things.
it was construction versus
Yeah.
just landscape maintenance, they were
Services.
combined
Yeah,
under
yeah,
a construction rate analysis, that's kind of the simple way to look at it.
Because when I was talking to the AWC people, they said they were hoping they would still, at that point, this was 10 days ago, they were hoping for an administrative
That's the emergency
resolution
rulemaking.
that would
Yeah,
actually be
emergency
faster than, and less, less dicey than a legislative solution. So,
That is,
Chris,
so all the above, okay.
I wanted to ask Chris a quick question on the heels of the HR conversation. If we brought that in-house even for a period of time, does that suffer the union issue? Clawing it back
For
out?
the landscape? Yeah, well, yes, so it would be difficult to.
Bring it in.
Bring it in and then
That
it.
contracting thing that we were learning about.
Yeah, then it becomes harder to get it out.
So we're taking it to bid, it's out to market.
it is out to bid, but just for a one-year contract, so we can revisit.
Vincent and I decided that at that hourly rate, it might be cheaper to hire attorneys to do our landscape.
I was thinking the city council could go and do the.
Yeah, we're the
first
cheapest
and
laborers in the United States.
You are our best partner.
Did you get what you liked?
It's the rules we work with, so, anything else on non-departmental?
Hey, Marilyn?
Yes.
Before you leave this sheet, just at the bottom left-hand corner, you'll see additional revenue, these are just your other revenue tools we've not utilized for 19 and 20. So just a reminder, we have our ambulance transport fee, that's the first one. We don't do collections on that, and have professional collections. That, if we did, that'd be another $40K per year on average. We could increase our business license fee, we're on the low side. The average is closer to $50. If we did that $20 increase, that's about $65K a year. The latter two, per council direction, you already know this, you could adjust your B&O tax rate. We have not for the biennium. You could adjust your utility tax rate on the city's utilities. And so just reminding you, those are some of your revenue tools, which you could use in 19 and 20 or wait till 2021.
So you haven't included those in, as part of this overall proposal. As we go into this final discussion about youth and family services, you have those tools to work with. Of course, you also have the other $800,000 that you're, the rest of the gap that you're needing to fill, but, so just if those are available to use. Plus, you have a little bit more, you have a little bit more of the one, instead of 1.2, you have 1.28, you have 80,000, so you do have a little bit of wiggle room there.
So quick question, Chip, because one doesn't seem like the other. The hard collections on the ambulance, does that take council to do that? Can you?
When we initially set it up, yes, that was part of council's direction when we did the ordinance, was that we would not do hard billing.
Because it was hard on, it was
No, it's you
great
send
hardship for
collections.
people.
We do soft billing, which means we send 3 bill statements out and
Yeah.
everything else is written off and we accept what we receive from insurance, which is the lowest has been, we received a check for 14 cents.
And I think that's.
my
Wow.
God.
Seriously.
Oh.
That's what insurance says.
But I think that's kind of standard practice too, is for most,
It depends on, no, it depends on the city. A
Okay.
lot of them follow that, not to send their
Yeah.
citizens to collections on
Right.
that, but.
because it's
they
a
get potential.
tough thing. Okay, so now Youth and Family Services. So you talked, so it's laid out, the detail is laid out in the second page here. Take a half a FTE out of administrative coordinator, eliminate pay for performance, that's the other piece of it. And then, these other, so what are you actually reducing? What you're doing is you're saying that you're gonna take $309,000 away from support. So they would have to identify $309,000 worth of reductions, is
Or
that?
new revenues.
Or new
That's what
revenues.
they focused on.
Because they're saying 182,000 in new revenues, which I think is what we really need to understand from Cindy. Is this whole, it's basically a fee for service model. So can you talk?
Yep, I can walk you through this. So our choice was either to cut staff, and we're already down, if you remember, 2 FTEs for elementary school counselors, half a geriatric specialist, and half of an admin. So we can either look at using some models that we've not done before to bring in some revenues, or do reductions. So we did a combination of bringing revenues, working with the foundation, and then shifting our eliminating an administrative coordinator, absorbing some of that work in other areas, and then making the admin person who'd gone down to half-time, full-time, so that our admin costs are less. But let me walk you through the revenues, because some of these are a real change for us. And we have spoken with the school, and we were starting to go down that road of making sure that we speak with people to see if these are options for us. So we just re-upped our, we updated our fee for service. And this is something we do at least every 5 years. And so that first fee of $15,000 is updating that scale. So we're starting that now. That starts this year, but that's an estimate of $15,000 that we can do per year. And we're just gonna use a couple caveats. That's if there's no recession, because that's when we see things like that go down. So these are based on what we can do now. School counseling fees. Mercer High School, Islander Middle School, 3 counselors, $18,000. And what we did was, this is a shift in what we do, because right now, all of our counselors their time is open, so they really meet the demands of the school and the needs of the students, and so they're in the halls, they do a lot of environmental work. This requires that close to half of their work, at least part of their day, 3 sessions, would be seeing kids. Now they do this, but they would start doing this on the sliding fee scale, much like we do it with their program. So we would do a sliding fee scale for sessions in the school and also in the elementary school. So we would charge for services. It will change our model in the sense that once they start speaking with us on a regular basis, and they really are getting therapy there for a while, we would need to then speak with their parents if they'd like to, or access insurance if we can. So that's a change. It's also a change in what we can provide to the school. So we've met with the superintendent and assistant superintendent. We are just beginning our conversations with others to talk about the impact of this on the school.
So this is a fundamental change to the service that we would provide by way of counseling.
That's right. That's right. So this will allow us to keep counselors. It's not ideal. This isn't the gold standard model, but it's very good. So this makes sense.
Sam, can I ask a question?
Yeah.
So, you mentioned student goes to the counselors, and under the current protocol, does the counselor always contact the parent?
So it depends, especially with little kids. Yes, we always try to do that. Yeah.
At what point do you?
Do we not?
Yeah.
When they hit the age of 12.
Okay, so under this new approach you're discussing, a 12-year-old talks to a counselor is going to, and it doesn't more than once, counselor is then going to talk to the parent?
The counselor's going to work with you, ask them if it's okay to get permission to speak with their parents, so they can access getting a fee for work, yes.
The student says, no, don't talk to my parents.
Then their sliding fee is $2 then. And that will happen. So we've made estimates of what we think will work here. Some will be high, some will be low, some will be non-existent. So we, when we worked up this estimate, we thought it was better to go this route than eliminate more counselors. So we recognize that if this is not successful, there might be another staff reduction. But right now, this is our best guess at what we think we can do with a portion of the circumstances.
And this includes administrative fees for the billing and collection?
So we're not going to get to that yet. We might have to eventually, and we've started to have those conversations with what that would be like if we diagnose. This will be a sliding fee, so we would offer CPT codes so that the parents could access their insurance. So we're not going to do insurance in school yet. That might be something.
But you still have to track the hours, bill the parents, collect, and account for the funding. So there's an administrative element that, from what I understand, doesn't exist today.
Right. And I don't know, we don't know how we're going to work that out. Again, this is new for us. But there are models where the counselor does it and it's part of that hour. So there's a 15-minute hour and then 10 minute of that. So this is all new for us, so we're just going down there a little bit.
Cindy, I realize we're in a financial discussion, but can you walk through the mechanics of it a little bit more? Because I think Benson was chasing it down.
Yeah.
So you intercept a child, they get a counseling session, and then after 2, you're gonna connect with their parents, and their parents either say, don't want to give it to insurance or don't want to pay. What happens then?
That means they don't want counseling.
If they can't pay,
Oh, if they can't pay.
they can't pay or won't, or
Okay.
don't want to
If they can't
access
pay,
insurance.
the sliding fee scale goes down to $1 or $2.
Won't pay, is
They
that the
won't
same
pay.
thing?
That's saying we don't want counseling. They're always welcome to go get it elsewhere. We've never been in a situation where someone said, I want you to see him, but I don't want to pay you. I haven't had that. So if our model is to have payment and you want a kid to get counseling, I think they would pay for it or go elsewhere.
And so, sorry, I'm going to slow me down on this one. So our delta here with these numbers is that we're changing our sliding scale to increase the fee schedule. So we're serving the same number of patients, if you will, but we're just collecting more dollars per patient for
That's
each
right.
interaction.
We're generating, and we take into account not just income, but how many children in the family, how many people are in the family. And the 15,000 is doing that at community-based services, so that's going forward. That's the other ones are new, and they're to scale. And there is a trade-off, in other services that you won't be providing, and other flexibility you won't have. So those are the sliding fee scales in the school, and then diagnosing, providing clients with TSM codes. And why there will be some increase in this is that will probably help people who are on the lower end of the sliding fee scale. So if we give those them and they are able to get reimbursement, that would help what we can charge them for it. And before we've not done this. This is a new service.
And then, given that you serve several at-risk populations, or vulnerable populations, you had to make some assessment of, okay, there are several, this one can take a little more financial burden than others.
Right.
Do you want to walk through that at all, or is that?
So and that is not new to us, but when we do a sliding fee scale, we take not just into account income, but we might take into account their age, the tax burden on their home. We take into account everything that's facing financially, and then we use a formula for that. And when we look at income and we look at financial stressors, we also look at how many are in the house. So there's a formula for doing that.
And that's across everyone you serve, not just students.
Everybody, yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Is there a point, if you start to see a decline in the number of students reaching out to counselors, is there a point where you're going to say, this is not working? I'm a little troubled by the negative impact on access.
We have thought about that, and absolutely. If a youth comes in for counseling and they have insurance or they have a family that can pay, by the time they've gotten to that point, they want their counseling. And we always say up front, if this fee becomes a burden, please come to us, because we can always reassess it. So that's part of what we do now. And that's what we're concerned. We don't know if that will be a barrier. So we might really find we have to revamp these, or these are too high. This is our best guess, but we will have to take that into consideration.
Cindy, with the reduction in youth counselors and the institution of the fees, have you thought through or looked at, if you retained those counselors and you had the fees, what was the cost equation? I mean, now there's a revenue source.
Yeah.
There has to be a capacity based on, now it's half a day per school instead of a full day per school. How did that look?
So we have a certain amount that we need to make up from the reduction, but 2 counselors are already not in that calculation, and we cannot increase our fee. An increase like this will not pay for the addition of the 2 counselors that we've already lost.
So with the reduction in youth counselors, what percentage of time are they basically billing?
They will be. So what they would be doing, approximately 3 sessions a day. So if they're there 8 hours, about 3 hours of their time, or less than that, about 240 of their time.
So 25% of time is billable?
Probably a little more, I would say at least 30, 35% of their time.
Yeah. So there's no way to claw that back?
Yeah. This will help us and make up some of the funds. We're losing the 248 if you take out the PFP money. It will help us make up that. But the other things that are helping us make that is that I'm also putting in a request, and I've spoken with the foundation, that in addition to the commitment that they make to the department now, would they up that in subsequent years by 50,000 and make that an ongoing commitment? So that's part of it.
Is there any reason there's no, I know you've been working in the thrift shop, and I know you've been doing things that are increasing sales, and I know the budget reflects a small increase in, based on that.
Yeah.
This is going through 2020. Did you not have any more ideas
For
thrift shop expansion of revenue?
Yeah, we have a number of things that we're thinking about for the thrift shop, but none of them are quick. The biggest thing facing the thrift shop is the amount of floor space that we have. So thinking about long-term, can we do a capital campaign or remodel? That's more long-term. We do think there's a next step in staffing transition, so we can bring in more money. So those things are on the table, but they're not quick enough to help us with this right now.
Well, we're all the way out to 2020.
And I don't think that those things will help in a year. This year will come back. We also need to make sure that our projections are on, because anything for something like this, you want to make sure that it's sustainable and ongoing. So I don't think that we can grow them that quickly without making some pretty big changes. And I think our annual projections for the thrift shop, we've been pretty aggressive. And we monitor all of the sales daily and weekly. I think that even with our next staffing transition, I don't think we're going to come up to something we didn't hear. I hope it will help if we're off on projections for what we can bring in building the school. But again, these are all a lot of moving parts. So.
All right, other comments, questions on youth and family services? Sort of balancing that out.
I think the only thing that I would say is, obviously, hugely emotional, sensitive, visible issue. We can get regular updates as you start assessing this new model. It would be good, because the extent to which we don't hit these projections, it has some really painful potential implications. So,
And we have this year to build up. We've just spoken with them now about mapping out the spring. So we can do the pilot project with 1 or 2 counselors. So we're starting to do that now because we'll count on it 1/1/20. So we will be really happy to do it.
I just wanted to echo what the mayor said. Of all the numbers I saw in this, all these packages or at least things, this was the one that troubled me the most. It seemed to be the soft one, and the one that is unfortunately probably less likely to come to pass. And so I definitely agree we need to have periodic reports, but also I'd like to know if these numbers are not, if we don't come close to this, what's the next step?
well, there's a question for Julie, because I know when we were talking about, and again, it goes back to management partners and the fiscal sustainability plan, it's how you deliver services. And there's been a question about the extent to which the services could be delivered at lower cost, if not, frankly, if not city employees. So, if not city employees, if there was a partnership such as many other cities and or districts pursue. So, I think that, if you said a plan B, I would think that to a certain extent that would also be a portion of the work that management partners would be looking at. Whether it's white labeling another social services organization or something else.
When there's time, I can give you a brief time, because I spoke to all.
I'm sorry, I'm having a hard time hearing.
If there's time, and if you'd like a briefing on it, I'm really happy to do it, because I've looked at all of the local school districts, like Washington, Bellevue, and take a look at that. I haven't seen any model that's cheaper. I have to tell you that. And, yeah, and I'd be really, and so really looking at how do they bill insurance, none of them bill insurance in the school. They don't do billing to the insurance company, but it's a big topic, so I'd really be happy to brief you on that, because we're exploring every option that we can now.
Cindy, you've told us this, I'm sorry, my memory is bad. Maybe I need some billing counseling from you. Are we the only city that you know that provides the youth counselors in schools, correct, or is that?
No.
I know some school districts do it.
Some school districts do, and they contract with outside organizations to do it. We were an outside organization in 1973, about the 70s, we were brought in-house to be a city department. And that was for a variety of reasons, so we are your social service provider. So they contract with outside organizations to bring people in. So it might be Swedish Hospital, it might be Consejo, there's many different ethnicity organizations, and then there's Bellevue, Youth Eastside Services, Friends of Youth, there's a whole gamut of how people do it, really a full array.
But in terms of the city providing direct,
That's right.
we're the only ones.
You have a department, that's right. Yeah, and actually, it's given us an incredible amount of flexibility in doing that, and we have our model looks very different as a result of that.
I have just a couple of questions. It looks like with some of the reductions, particularly where we're contributing to or decreasing support to outside organizations, we're kind of feathering it in or glide pathing it a little bit. And, $309,000 out of youth and family services in one fell swoop seems like a lot to me. Is there any interest amongst the council in trying to find some revenues to kind of glide path that a little bit and maybe restore a counselor? To give the grassroots groups and others kind of more time to work toward a longer term solution.
So that was, before we go there, I'm going to come back to the question I asked long ago, which is what is in there right now as it's proposed? Because I'm not yet clear on what that 309 even represents in terms of below the number on the page. What is it?
Yeah, and we have the $400,000 previous general fund support, transfer from general fund to YFS fund. In the adopted budget, excuse me, they got reduced. We made Celine had a suggestion, and where we, instead of using thrift shop revenues to fund thrift shop capital projects, let's use REIT. So that allowed us to reduce the general fund support in 2020 to $309,000. Okay, so what this reflects, Bruce, is you'll see this is eliminating that general fund support in 2020, beginning 2020 completely. You see the same number on the general fund side in terms of reducing the interfund transfer out. So it's in order to fund that, they had to come up with reductions and or new revenues
So those
to make up for that.
Those two numbers on that, or the 130,000 in reductions and the 182 in revenue.
Offset.
Adds up
Equal
to
to
309.
Really close.
Right.
So I hadn't done that. I didn't appreciate that that was the math I was supposed to do.
Yeah.
So the net number here then is zero.
Right.
Really close.
Right.
Yeah.
3,000.
Got it. Got it.
So if you were going to change, to your question, and you would, which element of that would you want to restore, and how would you pay for it, I guess, is the question, whether you want to make any changes or not at this point. So do you want to, there's a question, so.
So the idea of today was to talk about these proposals, and if we didn't agree with them, because we did ask for them, try and find some sort of permanent, sustainable funding source. Youth and Family Services is unique in the city because it owns a thrift shop, it is a thriving business, multi-million-dollar business, one that grows when you give it more resources, like square footage, as Cindy said, or optimizations, like getting things to the floor faster and getting things priced more efficiently and throughput. I put together kind of a talking points of things I've heard. You've brought them up, your staff's brought them up, city's brought them up, council's brought them up, of ideas that would optimize that asset in hopes that the revenue growth would be sustainable and would be able to backfill some of these reductions. And what I was hoping is that the council might consider putting something like this into the financial sustainability bullet so that we continue as a council to keep our eye on that thrift shop, which is totally unique for communities and for us, and for YFS, as a funding source that could mitigate this. I do feel like this is a huge impact percentage-wise on YFS budget versus the general fund. If I could say, what you're doing over here should be mirrored over there, this is completely out of proportion. I would rather see this go back to staff and see if there's something else. Julie, you mentioned that there were some ideas that you rejected. You know, I'd love to see the reject list, because to me, this would be an idea I would reject. But I would like to see if the council had any thoughts about socializing something like this as a priority of council within a sub-bullet, as creative ways of growing revenue that is not on the fee side, doesn't necessarily impact the person receiving the services or the family receiving the services. And so I just put some bullets of things that I thought might help. Things like pop-up events and alternate retail locations, even if they're off the island. I think we may have even done some pop-up events or something like that. I think the issue here is that I'm looking at what you do and I'm looking at what the thrift shop does, and I'm saying, if we need to get the thrift shop from $1 million to $2 million or $3 million size organization, is that really your core competency? Is that something that you've done in the past, or the people managing the thrift shop have done in the past? And the answer is pretty clearly no. It's not something that anybody here has done, but it's something that we would need to invest in if we want to get there, right? And that's all I'm saying, is that by adding a bullet and having that be a priority of council, could we direct more emphasis on building that book of business? And if we did, we would just have to flush out what those things might be.
Can I just say something about that, just because I just think that help? I think that actually is our core competency. I think that, I think with Suzanne and the work that we do at the thrift shop and how fast we've grown it, and our level of knowledge now with the thrift industry, and our planning with it, and that we have projected out to the millions, to doing a lot more, I think that actually has become one of our competencies. I know it probably seems maybe counterintuitive because we're social service, but 15 years ago, I think it made about 350, 400,000. It's gone through a really massive transformation. I am actually speaking with Julie and saying, I think it might be a good study session, just so I could show you a lot of things you bring up, we're either planning or we're doing. And I think maybe to bring you up to this level so you can see what the possibility is might really help you. They're not quick and they need investments. That's where we've kind of fallen short. We do come to you when we have a transition. We have a next one planned. We do know what we need for space. We do have access to, there's some thought on how do we do a capital campaign, so we're going down those, so maybe bring you up to maybe bring you up to speed on that. But I think that actually has been one of our strengths.
And that's great, and as I said, I didn't put anything on this list that I haven't heard from somewhere else. None of it is original content, including, changing the management structure of it. I would love to work with you on that, but what I'm saying is that should be on the council's radar if the council wishes. Because it's something that we know if it gets the council's attention, it will get the right resources to get done, regardless of where it happens. Because I'm not beholden to who does it, I'm beholden to that it gets done, so we don't have to do things like this.
What I'm generally hearing here is, this is obviously, as I said, the most painful and the most sensitive chunk of work, but it's equally, in some sense, and no disrespect meant, probably the least qualified, meaning we're looking at a new type of service that we're delivering in the schools, we're looking at the revenue collection. The good news is we're looking at this in 2020, and it's also counterbalanced with ideas around the thrift store, whether it's parking or whether it's Airbnb, however we choose to direct those funds. What I'm hearing in general is we recognize the need for general fund savings. I'm not sure that there is sufficient consensus and solidity behind this to say this is how it will happen.
On this particular element
on this
of it?
particular YFS element.
Okay.
And that it probably warrants some further conversation with council through the coming months to determine if this is in fact the number and the way it happens.
So the way, so then you have a couple tools to work with today if you want to. You have some $80,000 where you overshot on your target to 1.2. You've got that $80,000. You have a couple of revenue ideas that were given to you as possibilities. And so those are levers that you can pull today, or you can just bring this piece back to a different, I think what you're saying is a study session or something, and better understand that. I think the thrift store, anything major with a thrift store is maybe part of that fiscal sustainability plan. Is that what I heard you say?
I'm asking council if council would put it in there as part of our 2019 council goals, as under that bullet, you know.
It would be at work.
Under fiscal sustainability?
Well, is it, or is it part of the fiscal sustainability? And again, in that one bucket they call it as, you know, newer enhanced revenue
Yeah.
sources. And I don't mean to bury it by no means, because I think this is a pretty exciting one. So if we're gonna talk Airbnb, if we're gonna talk parking, if we're gonna talk, it becomes, you know, the new revenue source. You know, again, I'm stuck on the visual that management partners provided us, which were 4 basic buckets. And it's you know, to me, this is one of the more interesting ones, is the revenue piece. But I would also modify what you said. I don't think we have all those levers today. I think the only lever we have today arguably is the 80,000. Because this isn't solid enough for us to know that we can achieve, you know, school counseling fees of 54,000 and 55,000. And unfortunately, it's not until 2020. So we have time to run some due diligence on
Yeah.
the model and
So
on the numbers.
That's my thought exactly, is it's 2020, I have no clarity on the timing of this, like, do you implement it halfway through the school year, because their school year is different than calendar year?
Right, yeah.
Right, and is that starting in the fall of 2020, you're gonna?
So to do this, we're starting now. We're starting to have our conversations with people, with the schools. We're gonna do a pilot project this spring. We're gonna figure out which 2 schools could we start out. You really have to wade into this slowly, because it's gonna change how you deliver services. You're going to figure out all the conversations with parents. So this really takes a long runway. So we're starting it now. We will start projects in the spring, so that by the time that we get to September, we can expand it to the other counselors in the school. So we're starting that, so that we know whether we can do it at 1/1/20.
So this is not reflective of actually what the revenue's gonna look like, because revenue is gonna pitter patter in from this
This
school
year.
and that school.
This year.
So let me.
It's all out in 2020.
Right, but they're gonna get some. that
I'm
they
sorry,
haven't
we're
got.
starting this, yeah.
So they're gonna start it, see how it works. You'll have an opportunity to revisit it before 2020. If it looks like it's not working or it's not coming together.
So just to clarify, like, what you're saying, is I'm not sure if I'm getting, like, the outcome that you're trying to get to. Are you saying, let's make it a council priority to figure out how to reinstate that service in 2019?
These are additional service cuts, I'm talking about the revenue, right, the new revenue.
I get the revenue, but like, as the service that we're delivering, the counselors, are you trying to say, let's prioritize reinstating that, even though the adopted budget removed that service?
Yeah.
Are you saying, let's put it back, find a way to put it back in there, either
Yeah,
through?
that plan is to address the youth counselors that have been cut, and then it has contingencies for excess revenue. So what I was suggesting is if there were excess revenue beyond what was needed for those restorations, then you could invest in the retail operations, right, grow more.
And then.
I'm not understanding, because to me, this isn't about restoring in 2019, this is about preventing further cuts in 2020. Because this work already
Yeah, I
assumes
know,
that.
I'm answering Dave's question, which is different than your question. I think he's saying, what is this for?
No, I'm trying to blend them together and say, are you, I get where you're trying to divert additional revenue, like excess revenue to this, because you're saying this is bubbled up as a high priority item for us to either preserve as best we can, right? The second question is what I asked before, is are you trying to figure out a way to restore the youth counselors in 2019, in addition to what you've put down there for 2020? You're trying to figure out a way to restore the service in 2019 through some of the one-time monies, the $80,000 plus additional cuts that we would have to identify in other locations.
I'll take a restoration any way I can get it. If I know, if we can get on a plan like this, that we would make progress towards that goal. It's only 15 months of counseling services that we've got. So I'm confident that can be paid for with that. If we had to use some of those excess, I mean, we didn't know about the
Yeah.
8 grand until we got this,
So
so.
we've got a lineup here, so we've got Bruce and Lisa and Wendy, yes, so,
I think you might have been up first.
okay, go.
But it was,
Either way, thanks, though. So with all due respect to prior council decisions, I just have two things that I would kind of like to put on the table. And one is the ARCH contribution, which was reduced previously from the 96 to the 46, I think.
250, reduced by 46, 250.
Okay, reduced by 46, 250.
So the remainder of the arch contribution?
The ARCH contribution is now scheduled to be $50,000 in 2019 and $50,000 in 2020. The original ARCH contribution, I think when we first started making it, was $20,000 a year. And I think if people wanted to look at that, we could look at capturing $60,000 by restoring it to the original contribution. And given that we are completely, we're going to zero with other regional organizations, and because the city has budget issues, I think it would also be possible to consider suspending the contribution completely for 2 years. I don't know if that would get us into hot water with ARCH or not. I know that we also, in addition to the contribution to the trust, we pay them, like I think last budget year was $32,000 for services rendered, so not talking about eliminating
Just
that.
talking about the contribution to the trust.
To the trust, yes. And then the other thing is, I know the council, pre-Lisa, went to a 12.5% contingency fund based on the recommendation of management partners. We've previously been at 10%. I think that CHIP's projections are now showing that I think it's, I don't know, it's the end of this year or the end of next year, that it would be at like 4.5 million, Chip, is that right? Contingency fund puts it at over 12.5%, puts it at, I think, 14%.
That has the contingency fund out.
Yeah, but I saw something that said 4.5 million, but that's the target, right, okay,
Yeah.
the target is 4 and the projected is 4.5. So,
Keep going.
I don't know that we need, in trying to look at restoring counselors, given the current budget woes, given that we have been fine at 10% for a long time, and we now want to be at 12%, I don't know that this is the year to try to drive to 14%. So that basically gives us an extra $500,000.
Okay, so that's, Chip, do you want to try to answer this, and then we need to go to Bruce and Wendy?
It's council policy. Do whatever you want. It's council policy.
So if you want to make
I mean,
your target.
but it has to be 4 people to do whatever.
And we change our mind.
Not to Lisa can't do whatever she wants. I just want to put it on the table.
So you want to change the target for the contingency fund, but really the contingency fund is sort of a pot of money that you either use or don't use,
Once
right?
you use it, it goes away.
Yeah, and then if your policy is to replenish it, then you would need to figure out how to replenish it. But it's kind of set, so as the revenue and expenditures every year go, there's something that falls out of that. Hopefully you're not in a deficit, you don't lose it, maybe you can add to it a little bit, or build it back up if you use it. So I think the proposal is, do we need to, and again, this is, I guess, part of your fiscal sustainability longer term plan, but, and so you're saying reduce the contingency target.
Contingency policy.
The contingency policy, the targets that in the policy, right?
I don't even, I think, what did the council decide, 12.5%? The council didn't adopt 17, no. So right now, the projected contingency fund balance will exceed the 12.5%.
So how
use
is
that, use the excess.
So how is it that you're ending up with more money in the contingency fund? Because that seems to indicate that you're bringing in more revenue than you're spending, but I'm having trouble picturing why that's happening.
We're trying to be prudent and plan ahead.
Is that it?
Well, no, I thought it was, yeah.
Yeah. So we ended up making more cuts than what we needed to in the adopted budget.
Okay.
Okay, so that freed up a little bit of money, so cumulatively, that helped, well, created excess money, if you will, but it's one-time money. It's these amounts that, and it's in the email I sent Celine, okay, got distributed to the entire council. This ignores the 1.2, these additional cuts that we're talking about. And so it gives you flexibility to what it does, this additional one-time money. So for example, and I've shared this with Debbie and Celine and with Julie, I can easily envision the whole conversation regarding the Tully site as one example, where you might need more money, right? And so it'd be prudent to have some additional one-time money on hand. And this is money that's over and above the 12.5% target. So that's it. But anyways, it was driven by a combination of things, primarily we ended up doing more cuts than what we really needed to balance the budget.
So
I wouldn't say more cuts than we needed to, I'd say to reach
balance.
the target of an $800,000 operating deficit for this
Right.
biennium.
So in the short term, it looks like there's more money. In the long term, not so much.
Well, and I'm not suggesting that this be an ongoing or long-term use. Like I said, I was kind of proposing it as a glide path for youth and family services to give more time to find more
Okay,
sustainable
so
funding.
you're identifying youth and family services as, well, basically you use
But the premise was that
contingency.
we were talking about is, are we gonna try to find, are we gonna send city staff back to look at the youth and family services? And, you know, is there appetite to try to find, restore more of the council
And
positions?
is that what you had in mind on the arch contribution to, is to offset youth and family services, or is that just for?
That's, I mean, that goes anywhere we need money.
Okay. Bruce, you've been waiting.
Yeah, so I'm gonna talk thrift shop, arch, and contingency funds, since they've all sort of now appeared before I got a chance to speak. So to Celine's thrift shop ideas, first, I don't know where, I mean, core competency is the phrase that was being sort of kicked around. I'm inclined to think that our staff should and is doing what it can to maximize thrift shop revenues. We as a council, our role in this, well, and thrift shop revenues, all already by policy flow towards youth and family services as the beneficiary of that. I think our role as council is to be attentive to what staff's asking us in terms of additional resources necessary to do new and different things to further enhance revenues. But I get much more uncomfortable if the idea is that we're about telling them how to do thrift shop business to make it work. I think that's definitely, it is without a doubt not our core competency as council members. So
We designed
maybe
intersection.
it's yours, but it's clearly not mine. So I'm going to suggest that yes, they should be doing innovative things, smart things, and coming to us if they need something from council in order to do more smart things, innovative things, and we should be attentive to that. But I don't think that we should be trying to drive, we should be trying to manage the thrift shop ourselves, because I think that's sort of a recipe for a mess.
Who owns the thrift shop?
The city, I mean.
Okay, and you own it, but it's run by the city? Okay.
And it's run essentially for the benefit of youth and family
Youth and
services.
family services, okay. Okay, and that is really, so then
Okay,
you're
so-
also gonna talk about
So,
arch and
yeah, shifting to arch now. We all know that we have a terrible homelessness problem in this region that is largely not visible on our island, in our community. And that homelessness is correlated highly with the cost of housing. And Arch is the way, we essentially use them as if they were a bit of a department to the city in collaboration with other cities to do something minimal, but something about trying to provide for housing for those who might otherwise end up homeless.
Is it homeless or affordability?
Well, it's affordability, but when you lose affordability, you get homelessness.
Right, but I think
So-
Arch is doing both.
Arch is trying to provide low-cost housing, which as a result ends up benefiting those who might end up homeless otherwise.
But they're not.
And we as a community, I think, quite frankly, should be doing as much or more, really more than we are doing today to participate in trying to solve this problem. I think it's an embarrassment to us that we essentially push the problem out of our community and then say, not our if we say, and not our problem, somebody else should deal with that. I think we need to step up to being a part of that solution, not a part of furthering that problem. So from my standpoint, Arch is a modest contribution. I supported going to the higher number. I'm okay with coming back down to this lower number. I certainly wouldn't be a supporter of further cutting it. And I think that all of us should be looking at the problem regionally and saying that is as much our problem as it is these other cities where it's landing. So that's my feeling on Arch. On the contingency fund, if you go back and look at what was proposed with Prop 1, Prop 1 was going to have us build our reserves well above the target value in anticipation. What it was trying to do was smooth the path as we get to the fiscal cliff, as we advance through the fiscal cliff, so that we don't end up, recall we talked about as many as 30, 35 people needing to be laid off under the scenario that was existing 6 months ago in 2 years, right? So yes, the problem hits now, but in 2 years it hits with a great deal more punch than it hits now. And the reason is that we've lost the opportunity to reserve dollars, and the gap has only grown over that time. So spending one-time money now, to me, feels terribly short-sighted. I think that now is the time, and again, we're not at the reserve level even now with this additional money that is suggested by our outside advisors. So we're moving in the right direction, but not all the way there. And what we're doing is creating just a bit of a cushion in advance of the next biennium, where we're facing, is it $4 million in deficit rather than the $2 million something that we were facing this time around. So I also would not support anything that takes away from the contingency fund at this point. Sorry.
So it's a little bit of a, you talked about a glide point, a glide path. It's a little bit different take on that glide path of anticipating being really stretched a few years out and kind of saving up some resources to ease that when it comes. Wendy?
So I would like to get back to the balcony and get back to Dave's point, which is if we can look at a way to restore the mental health counselors for this next year and going forward, I would be in favor of making that a council priority. We have thrift store enhancements, we have contingency funds, we have surpluses coming in the Q4 thing. We have a coalition of islanders that have come together and said, we want this, we might push you to put a levy forward. We know we have other financial questions coming in down the road. If we can restore that service, like we did the deputy fire marshal, fire chief, I think that would send a loud message that we prioritize our mental health, our families, our students, our school community. So it's not gonna cost that much money given all the savings we're trying to get. So however we get there, I propose we consider that.
Okay, so did you have a particular something in mind about how you would pay for that with the?
Yeah, I'd love to do it with the thrift store. I don't know if we can do it. I'm a little reluctant to put the mental health of our kids on the, islanders wanting to go shopping, but, I think if our surplus comes in higher than we expect, let's put the money there and then work with our community to figure out how to put some sort of more sustainable levy forward, or figure out if these fiscal improvements and enhancements announcements and state-of-the plans can get us there. I think this is a key service that we should try to restore as soon as possible.
So the savings from the reduction of the counselors, school-based counselors is at $63,000. Am I looking at the right number there?
I think it's 110.
It starts,
110.
it's
Something like
important to break between 2019 and 2020 because it's a school year. So
Right.
from September to December of 2019, it's like 30-some thousand.
Yes.
Right,
Then in the subsequent year, it is
Page
70-some,
22.
because we're reducing one school counselor beginning school year 19 to 20, and another elementary school year counselor 2021, because the school year is September to June, it's off the calendar year that the city works on.
And I would be willing to look at Arch. We're cutting mountains to sound. We need to cut Arch. We do a lot regionally. I mean, I hate to do it, but if we need to focus locally, let's focus locally.
So I was just wondering, so you have that $80,000.
We have a lot of levers. Let's talk about it at some point. We can actually do something.
Okay.
There is also a tiny little footnote here about the endowment fund that Cindy brought up. Once you spend it, it's gone, but that is a revenue source.
So, but what you're talking about, Wendy, is maintaining.
I'm staying up here at the highest policy level. Let's take some time to figure out how to restore and sustain this.
This program, so you want to, you don't want to cut it in 2020.
I don't want to cut it in
figure out
2019, but I didn't get that.
This is in the existing set of biennium.
Right.
This relative to,
Okay.
this is in addition to what we've already
Okay,
approved.
but you want to restore what was already cut and not take this additional, and then figure out how to do it later?
Let's talk about it once we know what the quarter four's financial situation is, and then we can continue down this fiscal sustainability path.
Okay, so there is a proposal to restore both 19 and proposed 20.
And work with our islanders in this coalition to figure out how to get there, including our Islanders for Sustainable Sun.
Okay, so,
So Marilyn, can I
yes,
interject just a little bit? I would suggest we want to be a little bit careful on how we manage our arch discussion. I understand there's some flexibility there. Regionally, just a couple things to put on the council radar. There is a discussion around how to approach affordability in King County. And the likely component of that or result of that is countywide planning policies that will establish targets as part of those growth targets for Mercer Island and all of the other jurisdictions in terms of affordability. Arch is one of the main components in our current efforts to address affordability. It's not the only one, obviously.
The county is doing some work.
The county's doing some work. It is, so when we're thinking about how are we demonstrating at the moment compliance with the KPPs and the Growth Management Act to address all sorts of affordability types, Arch is a big component of that. Last piece, and then I'll pipe down. I think we tend to think of Arch as addressing affordable housing within the context it was described earlier, keeping people off the streets. There are all sorts of other effects that go into providing a variety of housing types, such as commute trip reduction. So people are commuting from, pick your neighboring jurisdiction to work at City Hall, work in our schools, be counselors, and they can't live on the island. That has a traffic impact, which of course is a concern. So I understand we have to put everything on the table. I don't want to get in the way of the policy discussion. I also think this is one where it ties into a number of interrelated subjects. We probably want to talk through it before making a final decision.
And isn't the arch contribution, I mean, that's also a way that we comply with our housing element in the comp plan.
It is.
I mean, so.
So you have specific policy
Right.
language.
So-
May I interject one last piece,
Absolutely.
Councilor? We also use the Arch staff as planning staff,
Yeah.
just so many of us in the room know we're talking to one of our town center commuter parking developers about their affordable feed in lieu. We are relying pretty heavily on the Arch staff to assist us. So not that we can't figure out a way to address it in-house, but again, I would be a little careful about blanket, eliminate that program, right?
But don't we pay Arch for when they render services to us, pay them separate from the trust fund contribution.
Right, that's the dues,
Yeah,
and
the
that's
dues and
what the
fund
staff are paying.
And that's what, when
Yeah.
we get kind of broad like this, it's a little.
Okay, so, but
nerve-wracking.
I think,
But Lisa's not suggesting.
Lisa's suggesting this is trust fund. Debbie, and then I wanna, raise us back up to where we're going and how we're getting there.
The contingency fund point, I think it's an interesting one because, again, I think as I mentioned yesterday, when I was thinking about the contingency fund and the fact that we've raised it to 12.5%, and we even look at going higher, and look at what we use the contingency fund for now versus what we would have been using it for even when I first joined council. And as I said, there's been multiple millions of dollars of contingency fund spending that we've used for litigation. Only 800,000 of it was recovered through the utility tax. So we had to use our contingency fund for the I-90 tolling, for Sound Transit, et cetera. And I would anticipate that there will probably be additional litigation that comes in the future. I don't know when and I don't know what, but I think the contingency fund plays a function, or it serves as a litigation fund arguably, that it did not then. The other piece that I look at, I really do take to heart Chip's comments, and that is, we've got this Tully site, and while we anticipate being able to be reimbursed perhaps 3-4 years down the line from Sound Transit, we may or may not be able to be reimbursed for all of those costs, and or if this project falls apart at any point, we cannot go back to Sound Transit because it is contingent on us delivering parking. So I would also caution us that the contingency fund becomes some risk element of commuter parking. And so there's the contingency fund insofar as the day-to-day operations of the city. There's the contingency fund insofar as it's a potential litigation fund, and the contingency fund that's gonna help us improve the probability of landing commuter parking, which is arguably the #1 thing our community wants in town center. So it's not to say that, it's untouchable, but I'd say that the contingency fund today is different than the contingency fund purpose 10 years ago based on what I understood.
It's to deal with unanticipated, either a loss of revenue or an unexpected expense. But you see litigation as seeming to be an inevitable kind of expenditure. So, yes.
So I may have a bit of a path for us.
Okay, good.
So first on Arch, just like to throw it out there, I think it's just a fundamental value thing. First of all, I think Arch is nationally recognized for the effectiveness that they bring to that problem in that program. I can't simultaneously live in the single wealthiest community in the Northwest, the single highest property value of any city in the Northwest, and have 3 miles away the second worst homelessness problem in North America, and say, that's for somebody else to do. I just don't feel like that's the value that our broader community and our citizens share. So I think we have an obligation. We have had hard times and we've brought our contribution down commensurately, but to abandon it, to say we're all enjoying the skyrocketing home values and the best economy that the region's seen in some time, but I'm not gonna dip a hand into helping that side of it. Doesn't feel like the right move to me. On the school counselors, the responsible, real way to do it, so that we don't end up where we are today again, is to find a sustainable way to fund those. If that's the priority that the council wants to move forward with, which is restoring those positions, clearly there is a huge community hue and cry about this is something that's very, very important to us and we want that done. So the right way to do it is to say that is now moved up, given the feedback that we've given, and other things have to take a back seat, meaning that the right way to do it is not to shortchange I think moral obligations that the city had, or endanger our fairly near-term future with robbing contingency funds, but you make additional cuts commensurate with the amount required to fund that. So it's like we have to have the real conversation, which is if you want to restore the school counselors, then we need to find other places to cut that equal that dollar amount. I I would be okay with that, because at some point, we're gonna have to do that exercise anyway. And, we have this 8 FTE swipe that we've taken this time, and we've been very fortunate that all the stars have aligned with folks leaving. That's probably gonna be closer to 20 a year from now that we're having to make these decisions. So if that's what we wanna do is restoration. Let's do it in the way that makes it sustainable, so that Cindy and team and YFS and kids don't have to sort of scramble every 18 months to figure out if they're gonna have counselors or not. So if that's what the council wants to do, I think we should do it in that more fiscally responsible, long-term way.
So where, I understood you kind of wanted to be at the end of this conversation, was to identify anything on this list of the 1.28 is to reach some consensus on, yes, we should do that. There's some here that weren't on there. The counselors, it sounds like, is something that you want to talk more about. So I don't know how much more, if you feel like, I think you've pretty much agreed to most of these reductions, with the one issue being around the school counselors. And I'm hearing, and I even heard this from you, Lenny, is we need to come back and look at this in a thoughtful way. So is that getting you to say that, I'm not sure if I'm seeing consensus here, I've got some pros and cons here, but is this as far as you can and want to go today? Because, we need to get to some other things, but it's a really important conversation for the council to have.
I think the thrift shop's missing from the list, so.
I put it over here as a strategy.
Well, but I
So, I think it's still up in there. I just want to disagree, Bruce, that I'm not trying to run thrift shop, and again, none of these are my ideas. What gives me pause is we have a round of cuts, a round of new revenues within YFS that goes out to 2020, and I'm not seeing any additional forecast for the gross sale increase, net profit increase out of thrift shop. So what that tells me is that the council can lend a hand by putting some energy into that and making that a focus, because I know that with focus, that we can drive revenues out of it.
So
That's why I'm asking for that. We were told to be thoughtful and bring permanent, sustainable funding sources to solve problems. Everybody in this room, every council member in this room wants to restore these youth counselors, I believe. I'm just trying to find a way to do it. The other point about contingency fund that is lost, which this email kind of captures, is if in 18 we spend 31.4 million, and in 19 we spend 32.5, but really should be spending closer to 30 or 29, or whatever that number is, there becomes a delta in the contingency fund, which widens. And the contingency fund is funded by interest revenue, and as the general fund comes down, which it has to do, so will the contingency funding. Now, we shouldn't be focused on Bruce's comment about, well, our consultant says funded at 17% and we're at 12.5%. We are this council, that is our policy. If there becomes a delta that is with increasing budget cuts, excess revenues there that could be spent, I don't think the council needs to look at that and be totally afraid. You may need a bridge between a strategy like that and when those revenues can flow, to your point, Cindy, right? And so if we are as council going to improve the thrift shop operations by increasing square footage or pop-up events or new strategies, and they might take 18, 19 months to implement, and we need a small contingency bridge to do it, I'm absolutely okay with that, because I know there are opportunities on the contingency fund that are not reflected anywhere here, that nobody's talking about, which is there's a widening gap.
So there's a, I think what I'm saying is, so this is a potential longer-term strategy that should be part of your fiscal sustainability. I'm hearing some kind of stopgap to maintain the school counselors, and I need to get a consensus about whether that's it or whether you want to go any farther with this, and I've got Carrie here, but I think Debbie trumps Carrie.
I think so too.
I would say yes, and however, I don't think it's just the counselors. I think that there was a beginning conversation about this new model that Cindy's looking at, and the vulnerabilities, the potential, but equally the vulnerabilities that are in it. So it's the whole YFS that we have to look at and be able to ensure that we can underpin. The counselors are the immediate thing in front of us. But if this doesn't work, if this $182,000 doesn't come in and the community doesn't accept it, we have a whole other problem in front of us. So I wouldn't limit the conversation just to restoring the counselors. I think this is work that I would hope that the staff can do, even potentially with the YFS committee, is to say, what is the big picture of YFS and the sustainable source? It captures the thrift store and everything else. What does that look like over the course of the next 2 years? What are the key milestones where we're gonna say we're seeing success in a billable model? Or we've identified, there was always the conversation about whether or not the recycle center could be cleared and used as a pop-up facility. Anything of that. But I feel like I'm hesitant to be piecemeal about it. I'd like to see a bigger picture, because I know that 182,000 is not a certainty based on what I've heard today. And that creates a bigger hole instead of a plus.
Right, so by restoring this, then you have this on top of that potentially. So, but what I heard was this is a temporary measure in lieu of making it ongoing, with the caveat you need to look at, are those revenue increases gonna bear out? What are the thrift shop opportunities? What else can you do? So, not to be really annoying to you, but I will be, is how far do you feel like you need to get on this today, on this particular item? Or do you need for staff to come back with given all of your conversation here and all your considerations, something that sort of takes all that into account, and an option maybe for you to try to achieve some of those, to meet some of those comments? Okay, Carrie, now.
So this is a very important conversation. Obviously, there's a lot of energy around it. I'm mindful of our timing with our agenda, and I think we're more than an hour behind schedule now. And so, because of the importance and the energy, I think we have to have a study session. Like, this has to be continued, right? I mean, I pretty much heard council consensus around the other proposed deficit spending reductions, but obviously council needs more time on this one. So we're not gonna land it today. Do we want to, in the interest of timing and moving forward, do we want to agree that there's at least one, if not more, study sessions about this?
Well, in the interest of encapsulating what I've heard, and you can tell me if I have not heard this correctly, what I'm seeing is a proposal for thrift shop enhancement, to increase revenues to restore counselors. I'm seeing an appetite to use some contingency reserves to bridge the gap. And I'm seeing apprehension about the proposed revenue enhancements and budget cuts to YFS. Those three things. So if council in this planning session would like to say, I want to address those things in 2019, I think that's a work plan item. I mean, I would say, I would like council to adopt these as part of their priorities. I would like to use some contingency funds to bridge that gap, and I would like to look at these proposed cuts and revenue enhancements in YFS and study them some more. And meanwhile, I'd like the city to go back and look for additional cuts to make up the 1.2.
So, what?
Wait,
Was that last thing?
I just want to offer something that might be helpful to you. So when think, this is really compartmentalized. Then you're talking about all of these discrete things. As a director, I think about all of the moving parts and how we get to a whole, which is a sustainable department. And I think it would be good to have a study session, but I'd like to bring into that what the thinking that we're doing on if we can ever renovate and grow the facilities, what we're thinking about a capital campaign. There are many parts that I think about that aren't necessarily in this information. So I like what Celine wrote up. They're all things that we think about. They're all things that we're working on. or that we've done, and that we're going down there, but I think it's really all of YFS funding, so you can see all the pieces that are moving. And I just wanna offer that, I would love to, bring you up to speed on where we are with other things, because they're not here, you just ask for small pieces and there's so many more things.
So it's like we need YFS, probably multiple study sessions, because I don't see us banging this out in 90 minutes.
At least go through all the potential, revenue options, distribute revenue in the future, because really, to make our ends meet, it might not be that much, because we have to take into consider what's going on with the community as well, but, yeah, start with one.
I just wanted to say, I think, as part, number one, I like the ideas that Celine wrote up. Albeit he was gathering those ideas from other people as well regarding the thrift shop, but I think that is a potential, a great potential for revenue generation. I'm a little hesitant about going forward unless I have kind of a more global, comprehensive way to deal with the restoration of the counselors. I don't want to try to do it now. I mean, obviously, there's just a lot of missing information. We have another item on the agenda that is going to be about the efforts by certain members of the community in terms of what they're talking about in terms of, potential YFS type levy. So all that is part of the discussion. So I do think it makes sense to have a study session. That obviously, I think there is consensus that we definitely need to come back and circle back on this issue and come up with a more permanent, sustainable way of funding school council, all counseling services. So I just don't feel like we should.
So can we let staff come back, repackage this, bring them back to you in a way that will help you come to some direction? And I think you provide a lot of direction here, really. It's just this last piece and how it all fits together and relates that probably needs a little more work. Are you ready to move on to the fiscal sustainability plan?
Well, I think,
No? I've got there's a couple of just quick things there.
I might suggest that we go to the YFS stakeholder group while we're on the YFS.
Oh, okay.
Because it just feels like it's part of this conversation.
So where is that on
It's
the?
a second bullet point under beyond the biennium continued.
I'm glad you're proposing to go there, because I was thinking, that was the other piece that's been missing from this
Yeah.
conversation, that I think it informs it to a great extent, so why not?
Oh, MYYFS, okay, I thought we had on board.
So I think to me that just logically flows next, and then come back, maybe we take a break and then come back to the fiscal
Okay.
sustainability.
Okay. So this item is provide, so who's doing that update?
So if you look at your fiscal sustainability memo, it's basically on page 4, it's a recap. Cindy provided in this, I think, maybe Cindy, I think there have been 3 meetings at this point.
Yeah, there have been 3 meetings. First one was really people getting really familiar. Jody Chris, a member of the foundation, the First Women's Services Foundation, had sent out a memo trying to invite as many people from the community that had investment in school counselors together to talk about Prop 1 not failing and what are some options, Prop 1 failing, and what are some options that we as a community could come around and fund school counselors. So went out to the school board, went out to the city council members, it went out to the school district, many people within the community.
So there was one correction, it wasn't about school counselors, it was about YFS services, and I think Jody was pretty clear that she didn't want to be too specific in terms of what she wanted the group to.
That's right.
Tell that.
That's right, and later on it became, I think it was this become discussion in the group, should be school counselors, should be geriatric, should be general YFS services. So there was the first meeting, people coming together, they get talking about an overview of what are YFS services, how they provide it in the school, people talking about their thoughts on how there could be funding for YFS. And it was really a group just coming together and getting used to the players in the room and asking who else should be at that meeting. There was a second meeting in December, and after the first meeting, several of us left to gather information, what levies are out there, what kind of funding models are out there, taking a look at information that this group would need to have in order to move forward. And it was still a forming and storming group, so still talking and still wondering, do we have the right people at this table? And it wasn't always the same group, remember, it's a working community, so there were some people at the first one, not the second one. But really taking a look at how could we have the conversation to include as many people as we can and come together of what should be funded and what are the options, and are those revenue options or are they a levy option, how should they be funded? And then there was a third meeting. I went to those first two meetings, and as a staff, I was really just a resource, just like many people were, city council, school district people, because it's really a citizen endeavor to discuss this issue and decide where to go. So after the first two, I've not been there, but in planning for the third meeting, Jody sent out a memo. In that memo, she outlined some groups that were possible for the group as a whole to think about how they could proceed. So she asked people to choose looking at different focus, mental health counselors with geriatric services, focus on demand for other senior supports, wraparound services. Should they look at outside sources, so billing, grants? Should they revenue? Are there streams within the city that they'd like to see explored? The library, there were a whole host of options that people were invested in for this. So at this point, and there are several people who are very committed to this. I see Ralph and I see Gwen. Please pipe up. But there are people have now divided into several groups, and they're taking a look. They're delving more deeply into these options of what would the cost be for these various options, and what perhaps if there are revenue sources out there, what are those sources and how can we access them, and are they realistic and would they be sustainable? So that's where the group was when I left recently. So it will continue. Oh, we're trying to.
And then, of course, the council received a letter that is the additional handout we provided to you. A letter from the coalition making several requests to council. So that's it. I mean, my takeaway, I guess, based on is they're still sorting it out. I don't think there's any clear direction at this point. The good news is they're all still working and things still sorted out. But I think the request at this point was to do, I think, some joint study session, May timeframe. I think it was May or April timeframe, and so, maybe by then they'll have a better sense of where the coalition might be going. So,
my understanding from Jody is that she would really like this group of citizens to come together, decide what it is that they're going to ask for, and outline some sources of revenue or funding ideas so that they can have the conversation with the city. That's what, yeah. Is that for people that are there? Anything else that you want to add?
You know, the only thing I would add to that is that it feels as though there's community-driven pressure to have a levy based on the cuts. And if we were to reprioritize the cuts, take the community pressure off, might that levy, permanent funding, priority of government discussion be better enabled? And so the conversation that we had that felt like it just got cut off about enhancing operations interest or funding, restoring some funding, and looking at these enhancements, revenue enhancements and cuts within YFS, if we were to table that, spend more time on it, look at some other cuts, because there's more cuts coming, right? We're not done cutting after this. That might facilitate a more orderly rollout of that. And so my thought is that this is planning session stuff. Strategically, we as a council should say, do we want the oxygen in the room being consumed with another levy getting grassroots kind of pressure to be floated? Or should we just restore these services and find a better long-term solution? Something that doesn't have such a kind of impending level of cuts on these programs.
Yeah, I agree with that because it feels very much like the focus of the community has gone towards some really specific issues, particularly around school counselors. So we get a couple of things out of that. One, we go, yep, good, we know where your priorities is our community. But two, I think it muddies the water a good bit in terms of what do people feel about the rest of the services that will have to be cut without an ongoing levy. So I do think it cleans up the conversation considerably in terms of what do people want to prioritize going forward beyond this one very, this one issue that has a lot of radiation around it, which in a good way it should. And I think, you bring up a good point, which if we can figure out a way to move past this to restore those positions, then we save people from trying to go at it on a standalone levy or something that, doesn't address the rest of the needs of the city.
One of the points, and I was at 2 of the meetings, and again, there's a resource, because, that, I feel like that was definitely my role as a city council member, is, are we, again, to be focusing on some semantics here, is it school counselors, is it geriatric services? And I think that's part of the work stream group, is what level of services is the community truly rallying around? Is it school counselors, is it geriatric, is it, some people, if I understand correctly, are even interested in an expansion of YFS, particularly in light of some of the social, emotional, and, gun safety issues, et cetera. So I agree, I'm very comfortable having this conversation, yet I think we also need to be super clear when we talk about this, exactly what positions and to what extent it is ring-fenced indefinitely, and to what extent this is a bridge until the next round of cuts arguably come. Because I think we can all talk, and we might all have our own meanings, but I think specificity is gonna really help us get to the point wherever it is we need to be.
Hey, can I follow the book?
Vincent has been waiting.
I was just gonna, it is interesting, this conversation, in the sense that, we, at the end of November, December, we're struggling with this issue about these cuts, and as a result of failed efforts to restore them, the community had this sense of urgency, which rightfully so, in order to try to address the issue that the council was unable to address at the end of the year. And so I think it's great to see the energy that the community has, the stakeholders. It is, to the extent that council is willing to try to bridge the gap now on these counseling services, that lessens the sense of urgency in the community. I think that's probably a good thing. That'll allow the discussion to go forward in a more orderly manner, obviously with the goal of trying to come to an agreement among themselves, and then obviously with the council on a permanent solution. And so I guess it gets back to the point where I think, for me, I would like to see this kind of a more global picture about how do we address these counseling services. I want to be mindful of all the efforts by the stakeholders, and to the extent the council is headed towards a desire to resolve the counseling cuts, counseling service cuts, that will take off the pressure. I think the sooner we get to that point, probably the better, because there's going to be a lot of energy spent by the stakeholders and others in trying to address this issue. And if we can take that pressure off, then again, to me, that's a good thing.
Bruce?
I'm gonna go back to Dave. You said earlier you liked the idea of trying to get to sustainable funding, I think, for YFS. And I completely agree with that. The thrift shop represents a big piece of that, and it's sustainable, and it's, there's no doubt about it, but it's insufficient, right? It doesn't fill the whole need that's there. I've looked at this targeted levy concept as a very good potential piece, building block to fill the rest of that need. And I'm pleased to see the energy that's in the community around potentially putting that together and making it happen. And I think grassroots is the right place for it to happen. I think if we decide we're going to cut something else, and that's what it's gonna be, you're going to fund 2 councils, you're gonna cut 2 more Parks and Rec folks, for instance. And the community then will say, oh, you counselors saved, and that group may sort of dissipate. But it's illusory, I think, in the sense that at the end of next year, they're staring at the $4 million budget deficit. And it's taken the focus off just counseling, but it's delayed the whole process of conversation by a year. And now we're at, again, the sort of critical do or die moment where we're gonna lose all of IFS, and all the parks at that point if the previous calculations we've done are correct. Because we're gonna have that huge gap to plug at that point. So I have a discomfort with this idea that we can even kick this can down the road for a year and a half, and let it sit there. I think this targeted levy is a way to, unless we sort of are all in on what I think was Prop 2, which is Prop 1 revisited in another year. And unfortunately, realistically, it's bigger than Prop 1 was, because the gap is now bigger. And it's about not just, it's not about restoring everything, it's about, do you want to go way deeper? Yes. And so that's the conversation that the community is going to be having, I think, in 18 months at most, more like 12 months. So I just want to keep that clearly in mind as we're talking about trying to patch this right now, because it feels like a patch.
So, I know you're next in line. I'm just wondering whether, because I've got my little notes here saying you need to spend some quality time around youth and family services in all facets. The scope of services, the level of service, how the coalition fits in there, thrift shop fits in there. It's almost like it's emerging as its own priority for 2019 to spend some quality time on this particular issue as sort of one element. It's part and parcel of this, but this is about a solution, and this is going to really impact what that looks like. So, just the way that you're talking about it.
Your description is correct. I think it lacks the urgency of the particular issue. I think that's what we need to plug into.
Well, I'm feeling, you gotta figure out something about, you have to do something, some kind of stopgap measure to maintain the counselors.
Maybe it's the development of a roadmap that takes you.
Yeah.
There's a short-term
Right.
goals, and then there's the long-term
Right.
sustainable goal.
Right, so there's,
That I think is going to include some sort of levy. I mean, that's the way I see it, but.
so this study session can maybe get you to that short term, here's what we're gonna do in the short term, and we need to talk about this in a much bigger context. Lisa?
It's been a long time since Celine and Benson spoke, but I think I just kind of wanted to generally voice my support for the directions that they were talking about going. Just looking at restoring counselors, looking at studying the issue more, looking at whatever you can do with thrift shop to increase and enhance revenues like that. I feel really strongly that it would be a good idea to take, it's great that the community has a sense of urgency about restoring the counselors, but I think it would be great to take the pressure off, because my concern is that the solution that they may come up with, which is either a targeted levy or something else, is still not a guarantee. And then nobody wants to kick the can down the road to the point where we are in crisis mode again, but if the solution that the stakeholder coalition comes up with is, like you said, a levy that doesn't end up passing, we essentially kick the can down the road until we're at crisis point.
So they've got to be in this conversation with you to understand where you're at, where they're at, and to see if you can all be going down the same road, and what you can do for each other, and, you know, how you're working together. Because a coalition without you is not gonna work. You without a coalition is not gonna work, you know,
To
so.
be clear, the coalition wouldn't put forth the levy, Lisa, this body would. And I think given everything we're talking about with fiscal sustainability and finding efficiencies and optimizing revenue, we can't, I would much rather take a patch than levy 2.0 for whatever the group serves up to us, whatever we can take apart and dissect and come up with the council, dais, the 11th hour before the deadline. So I'm all in for a patch, let's find a short-term solution, however we get there, and then take the time to figure out with our community what the next levy looks like, given what comes out of the next year or two, is what we're asking Julie to do.
Yes, Julie, do you have something to say?
No, I
You've been
just,
quiet for so long.
I feel like I need just a little more concrete direction, if you don't
Okay.
mind. So I definitely feel like there is consensus about, restoring school counselors. Okay, got that. I don't feel like I have a clear, direction. Am I doing that on expenditure cuts, or am I doing that some other way?
So I would say it's not an unconditional, what I'm hearing is a variety of conditions in here. Whether some people are saying do it as a short term, some people are saying need to see it in terms of a long-term sustainable path. So I don't know that there is consensus in that sense. And I think one of the, I'm gonna go into an ops mode for a minute, and that is, there are specific milestones here, where there is a school counselor that is eliminated this September and then one the subsequent September. I think there's a lot of pressure in understanding that it's a levy this November or it's a levy next November. We've had conversations with Chip, and I think there's a question about could there be a levy of a sort that would be in a February or an April timeframe? Obviously, pluses and minuses to it if it can even be done. So I'm feeling like there's still just even some basic calendaring issues that have to get laid out to figure out when the study session happens, what it consists of, some more conversation about whether or not a restoration is a short-term patch or part of a long-term sustainability. I'm hearing a lot of different pieces here that, I'm with you, I don't think you have clear direction, but I don't know that we're gonna get in that direction today unless we clear the rest of the agenda for the day.
Yeah, so that, I agree, I don't think you're gonna get there today. There's not there's a lot of different thoughts, and somebody probably needs to get together and put all those thoughts together and see how they interrelate. And what's the short-term path, what's the long-term path?
What if we simplified it enough to say, yep, you get the direction, here's A, B, and C options of how we might get there, and then that gives us something to sort of chew on.
Right.
And we can say, yep, we'll take C, or no, none of these make sense, let's start over. Or does that make it a little easier? Because it does feel like we've given you this miasma of a cloud of words to do a chase.
Yeah.
Would that help if we did that?
So, and you gotta take whatever she gives you now that you've given her the miasma.
So we're giving her, she comes back to us with A,
With
B,
the
or
silver
C.
gold.
Yeah, with some options for you to choose for the short-term strategy, keeping in mind that this is a longer-term, bigger issue.
No, see, that's again where I'm not sure that there's clarity. I'd say that there's a pivot of short and long term. I don't think that there's generally a consensus only to look at the short term.
Which is okay, like, we could do
Yeah.
that by saying, in package A, you just use all,
Right.
just throw.
Yeah.
And I'm just wanting to make sure that what I heard come from Maryland is not necessarily what I had heard consensus from the council. And that is that there's multiple pivot points. There's short term, there's long term, there's the scope of services that we're looking at. We're looking at the extent to which there's revenue reductions, the extent to which there's revenue enhancements. So there's these different pivots, and then, me being I hate to say it, but the ops kind of oriented one on occasion is, how does this map out to the council calendar, to levy ballot initiatives, to when school counselors are no longer funded, it's gotta line up too.
So can you also ask staff to come back to you with a little bit of a roadmap about timeframes and what needs to happen when relative to the school year?
And I'm happy to sit down and be part of the grind.
Okay.
I think I've got a beat on it, and the short version is this. We have a way, I believe, to provide a temporary bridge, definitely through 19, probably through 20, okay? But one-time bridge, not an ongoing bridge. But we would come back with that option, and this would be under the scenario where we need a one-time bridge through 2020 to buy us time to build an ongoing bridge, okay? That could be A, B, or C, including cuts. And so we can give you those, we can come up with some packages that have a combination of, one-time, we can even come back with a package that says an ongoing solution effective fall of 19, if you really want to see that as a package. That would involve cuts, basically.
But how
We
long
can
that?
come up with a series of packages that address it, as long as you give us the flexibility to use some temporary funding that buys us time to implement an ongoing solution.
Amen.
Is there agreement to that?
Okay, and a new council shows up in January, so let them figure it out.
Yeah, nice. So, and within this whole long-term sustainability, okay, so, is you clear on what you got? Yes.
I'm fine with that, but I think that one of the things we perhaps could get a quick read on the council, and I think would be valuable, is this council supportive of what Jody, Chris, and crew are doing? Or should we tell them, you're kind of wasting your time because we're gonna go figure out something internally and not really be all that supportive of what you're doing? It seems to me that it would be good to signal to them somehow out of this session, either, yeah, carry on, keep doing the hard work you're doing, or, yeah, we're gonna come up with a patch and
I would encourage
your
them
work
to
is
keep
a
working
bit.
until we have a patch.
So that's.
I'm sorry?
I would encourage them to keep working until we have a patch.
Remember, their goal
But
is
if I know
long-term
that it's
funding. Their
long-term.
goal is long-term. I'm hearing some support for short-term.
So in my fantasy study session here, you're talking about, you have to talk about the coalition as one element of this bigger picture. Yes, you can plan for the short term, but you gotta get to some consensus about, where does the coalition, where does the timing of the levy work with this, in this? So I think it's part and parcel of that conversation that's focused on youth and family services and all, including a possible levy. Again, I've now gotten you in a double planning session, but
Because keep
or
in
just a
mind,
couple
that what
was.
we're talking about potentially restoring is not what we have today. It's a recovery model. And so that coalition could equally say, actually, no, we like what we have today. I mean, they might say, yes, we want what Cindy's proposing. I don't know. But it is not necessarily at this point a like with like in the short-term context unless we make that decision. It says, Cindy, back off this fee-based approach. So again, that's just another point where we need some clarity.
So I think we should pilot that regardless if we have a short-term fix or not. Let's look at the different ways we can fund this over time. In the short term.
I'm open to everything. I think the point is the extent to which we're all consistent about what it is we're articulating.
But getting back to Bruce's question, which I think is a good one, obviously we have members of that stakeholders group. I, for one, would want them to continue their work because we are only talking about a patch. Their focus is on a long-term funding solution. That's a different thing. That's part of this entire roadmap, entire global approach. And so, I think it is worthwhile for the council to sort of give the thumbs up, encourage it, and basically to encourage the group to proceed. So I don't know. I just don't want a mixed signal to be put out there.
So
We just landed on this 9 minutes ago, so it's not like we've changed it.
No,
I think you're right.
Yeah, I agree. I just, I hate to have people think.
Oh, we're still talking
So is it a thumbs up then for people to have this, encourage this coalition to continue to do the work that they're doing?
Or to
So
not
it's
stop
It's a
them.
twofold, right? It's bridge the gap, as Chip said. Encourage the group to continue to work with YFS, to Wendy's point, to continue to explore the new revenues in the pilot project. And then, once you have a baseline, I think then you have something constructive to long-term fund. And there was even a question about expansion of services. I think the pressure we're all feeling is, if you're gonna do a levy on this thing, you want it to be a long-term constructive solution. But there's still some things up in the air, like the revenue enhancements, like what can the thrift shop really do, and do we have a strategic plan for that? These restoration of these services, is that the level of service that we want, the permanent level of service? Those things all are gonna take more than 6 months to answer.
You know, I was just answering Bruce's primary point of view.
Right, I know,
You
but
counsel
Bruce is
people-
making things pretty binary, you know, this and that.
Well, I
It's-
took his as a subset of your whole kind of, I think, I would agree that you just wrapped it up, I think, pretty well.
To me, that's
but I
what it
heard-
is, and the bridging of the gap with the funding is just to take a bit of pressure out of the pressure cooker, so we get, you know, we get the recipe right.
So I think we're doing a little churn here, I think, we're kind of,
It's what,
you know, but I'm trying to, you can talk, you can continue to talk about this, I mean, this is your meeting. But I also heard somebody else say, we need to probably move on, so do you want to continue to talk about this right now? Because I think you're,
Marilyn, I like pursuing landed, yes to the pilot project, yes to trying to put together a path. We're not ratifying it yet, we're just saying go put it together and let us see it. And yes to the outside group to carry on their work to find a long-term solution.
with a lot of, you need more information
well,
about.
the question is, yeah, I mean, Julie, is that clear enough?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, so, yes, please, so yes, yes, and yes.
Hey, Marilyn.
Julie, let me ask you another
We got one more
question.
thing.
Is that a fourth priority? I think,
No, I see it
Okay.
under fiscal, yeah, I
Okay.
see it as a subset of the fiscal sustainability. In particular, you're really trying to hone in on the community's desire to fund YFS in particular.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just one other thing.
Question?
Go ahead, go ahead.
It just, the Mercer, the coalition letter does have an ask for the council to make a modest investment in a survey that would enhance the probability of crafting a solution. So I don't know if the coalition is asking for that as a precondition to the work that have already undertaken. What constitutes a modest investment? Is there any possibility that there would be a funding source other than the city for that? Because I don't know that, you know, I don't know.
Yeah, just.
You know, Lisa, we were just talking about it, because that came across my desk yesterday. The foundation is funded for this year community needs assessment for YFS just because of the demographics are different. And I think that's a private consulting firm, and we can easily put this out to them as part of it, because they will be doing phone calls in groups. So if that group can determine what they'd like to ask, we could probably include it with that. And that's just serendipity, we have to be doing that, but we could ask.
That's great.
is that net incremental, or how does that work? So they're an add-on, is that the concept?
Yeah, I'll speak with them and see if it can be incorporated in what they're already planning to do, or if it would be an add-on, what would that would be. So I'll look into that. But I do think that you're right, because that would give us it needs to be directed by what people want, so, yeah.
So Cindy, can you just go back and figure this all out? Right, yes.
I'm sorry, one last time, make sure we're clear, or getting your direction clearly on those new revenue sources that were proposed, okay? The 182,000, you have to actually subtract 50,000, that would come from the foundation. So we're talking about 132K, that you want us to look at alternatives to that. This is in addition to restoring the counselors. It's fine alternatives to this $132,000 of revenue in 2020.
I heard the.
Run the pilot.
No, we
Yeah.
said run the pilot.
Run the pilot.
Run the pilot.
Okay.
Stay with it, and it's important to watch and see if it's gonna work the way you thought it did, it would, yeah. Okay,
I mean, and I think in the back of mind, understand that those revenues have, you know, a less chance of certainty.
Mhm.
So just kind of
Right.
putting contingent plans, parachutes at the ready.
Right.
okay. So now, where are we at? Do you wanna take a break?
Yep.
Okay, we're gonna take a break, and then we're gonna touch on fiscal sustainability, and then go straight to sound transit, where everything will make sense. Charitable giving challenge for the employees got a quorum? Well, we're not quite one.
Well, we start and then we'll talk.
Okay, we're gonna start. Everybody? If anybody's not here, we're starting. Okay. So, so we got two big things left. Well, one small thing and one big thing, I think. So, not a small thing, but the fiscal sustainability process for that. And the questions that you had before you had to do with, what do you want from in March? Do you want a memo, just a staff memo, or do you want management partners to come and do a presentation for you because they'll have a draft, but it'll just be a draft? And then do you want to follow up with a June 22nd planning session around fiscal sustainability? Is that right, Julie?
Well, can you maybe put it in the bigger picture, remind us of what the big picture is, and then we can plug in the various questions?
Yeah, let's remind us. So we hired management partners. They're identifying a number of strategies that would help us address the deficit, the projected deficits. In addition, they're taking that projection and adding additional time, so making it a 10-year projection, so we look further out. They're doing that work now. I've had some council members say, wow, we kicked this off on December 18th and it's been a while. When will we see it come back? You're telling us, I think currently April 16th is when they're gonna deliver the draft report. That seems like 5 months, it seems like a long time before you have gotten an update on it. So one suggestion was to do an update on March 19th. Steve Toller would do that, but it would have to be done remotely, or alternatively, you just provide the council with a memo update. So that's one question for the council to think about. The other question really is around, it's a process question. It's a question of what he is presenting to the council on August 16th. That's your first time you're really gonna look at all of that. Do you want to have the community weigh in on that before you actually finalize the plan? Or are you more interested in finalizing the plan and then having the community, then more it's a communication, awareness, education effort around this is what you feel you need to do to address our financial challenges. So it's a lot I'm throwing at you, but I guess question number one is, would you like a progress report in advance of the final or the draft strategies coming out in mid-April?
Yeah.
Sounds good. Okay.
That's a yes.
Oh, he's doing that remotely. He's not gonna need to travel or anything. He can't be here in person. So I have to do a go-to meeting, and we've done that before with consultants. So I do the same thing.
Was this part of his original bid, or is this additional cost to the
Not
city?
an original, no, it's not an additional cost. The public process is an additional cost. And so the question, I think when I was talking to Steve, I said, well, I really think the council, but I could be wrong. I would really think the council, before they go and finalize the plan, that maybe we ask that we tell the community this is what's being recommended and get some community input and then finalize the plan. That's what I was originally thinking. If that is the case, he would be looking at coming back to the community, added costs, the week of May 6th. So probably a big town hall meeting. He's he's reviewing the strategies with the community, and then maybe I'll have to talk to him around how that looks, but I'm imagining, what are we asking the community?
Right, and that's where this picture up here goes to. And this is, so one of my passions is community involvement. And IAP2, which is an international public participation, has a continuum, is a framework for you to think about what you want from the public. And it's a spectrum, and it goes from inform, are you telling them, are you educating, telling, you've already made a decision, whatever it is, and you're just telling them and how you got there. Do you want to consult? Do you want to get some feedback on alternatives? But at the end of the day, the council's still making the decision, but you want to obtain feedback on the alternatives that you're thinking about. Involved is a little bit more direct public process throughout your fiscal sustainability process to ensure that public concerns and aspirations are consistently understood and considered. So this is a more robust, oh, I didn't do that. And, this is more, and what, there's a set of techniques that goes with each one of these. Collaborate, again, this is your partnering with the community, and you're going to make sure that their input is embedded within your final decision. Empower is basically, that's the vote, okay, then you've done that now. So when you send something to a vote, you're empowering the public to tell you what they want or what they don't want. And so, and the reason that you look at it, you gotta think about who's gonna make the decision. What is the decision that you're going to be making? I'm not saying you're gonna figure this out right now, this is just a framework about how you need to think about when you're doing public involvement, whether it's around sound transit or if it's around the fiscal sustainability plan. What are you looking, what can the public influence, okay? And that's just a thought process that is helpful when you go out and you ask the public for input, the very worst thing is that they get the impression that they can influence things that they really can't.
Yeah.
And people will quickly sour on getting involved if they feel like, well, you asked me and you didn't do it. But if you're clear about what you're asking them for, then that invites them into the conversation. You're clear about what you're asking them. You're clear about what you're going to do with the information. And you are clear about, and here's how we're going to wrap it into our decision, and here's how we're going to come back and report out to you about how your input was incorporated into this strategy. So I won't say anything more about that other than as you think now about the fiscal, and that, that was Julie's, one of her options is we're gonna decide on it and tell them and do a really good job of educating and communicating about how you got there, or we're going to ask for them, or we're gonna ask for feedback, or maybe you're going to involve them in a more, a fuller way. And whatever you come up with, they're gonna need to be able to see how their input was used. Again, not for you to figure out right now, but it's a model that is one I've used a lot when you think through about community involvement strategy. Because the first thing you go to is, let's hold a public hearing, let's hold a town hall, let's hold focus groups. And each of these levels lends itself to different techniques. So that's and that's my soapbox for today. So for instance, in this particular case for the public involvement, it sounds like you have, where do you want to be on this spectrum? And do you want a fairly robust, somewhere in here, which would be probably a little more investment of staff time and
Well, I kind of
management
see the
partners.
YSS stakeholder process is kind of in this involved collaborate. There's kind of one arm that's already doing some of that, and then there's, to me, the other pieces around really service model changes, other additional revenues, other kinds of expenditure reductions. That's a whole other set, and then and maybe now's not the time to, and maybe it's March when we have Steve and we can talk through what is that looking like, because I find sometimes we tend to oversimplify the solution, and it's often much more complicated to implement a solution than people tend to expect. So I worry about having an informed body giving us good insight and feedback versus kind of like the simple popularity solution.
Next door. So, so this, I don't know if you have any questions about this, but just I wanted to kind of put it in your mind.
Well, I think I'm a little bit confused by some of the terminology that's being used. I get the sense that there's this report that's gonna be delivered to us that has this solution for us. What I took away when Steve presented is, he's gonna provide us with, again, those 4 boxes, roughly 4 boxes of stuff we can do, and we have to figure out which one we're cranking at full blast, which one we're not so excited about, and develop what is the right Mercer Island specific approach to our long-term sustainability. So I'm a little bit confused insofar as what deliverable it is that we're looking at, because this works if there's an input process. The terminology that's being used today is, management partners is gonna give you a report and this is what you need to do, yes or no. And so I'm looking to Julie because maybe I'm not clear in terms of what it is that we're gonna be delivered in April, how iterative it is, how ongoing a piece of work this is for council in general.
Yeah.
Because I'm not getting it.
So, for example, one recommendation I am confident will be consider contracting out police with the King County Sheriff's Office. Okay, that's a good strategy, example. But if, 7 council members say no, then I'm not going to go spend that. That's the sort of
There has to
thing.
be another dial that we turn, because at the end of the day, the budget has to balance. So to what extent are they gonna deliver and say, based on what we know about Mercer Island, which obviously isn't complete, this is what we think we should do? And then council's gonna do some tweaking or maybe some major overhaul. Is that the process? And then every year the council kind of goes through it and looks at it based on revenue adjustments or community sentiment or results of the city council? Because it feels like we're looking for some organization to give us the recipe. And I'm not sure it's that clean.
It's not that clean. I think you're right. It's not that clean. It's really a number of different strategies, and then we'll have to take some time to talk through, which is kind of the cost benefit, which ones do we really want to spend more time on? And it most likely will happen over many years to implement. So
are you gonna are they gonna give you some basic analysis of each option to say pros and cons, range of budget?
how
much-
range of difficulty, probably, as well as like what they estimate could be potential
What could the
cost
savings
saving.
be,
Yeah.
right? And what are the service impacts? And so they'll give you those, and then you're gonna have to decide that's worth looking at or not. That this is a non-starter, we're not gonna look at that, and then provide some parameters to about where you're gonna go. 'Cause that's what they're gonna give you is not the end of your work.
No, it's the beginning.
And so,
Because I think that directs what our expectations can be of the community.
right, and so that's a question about, at what point do you want to bring them into the conversation and in what way? So once you get those recommendations, do you want to bring them in at that point? Or do you want the council to struggle with it a little bit themselves, get more information, get down to maybe a smaller subset that you're willing to consider? So that's 2 different ways that you can take that. Part of that is saying, we're gonna do some analysis and get some more information, and then we're gonna want your input on the things that we think are good for the community. Or are you gonna say, community of these things, what are good? But you have to, it's good, you don't wanna oversimplify and say, contracting out police services to the county sounds great, but there's a whole list of things that go with that they would need to understand. And so you would need to do some informing and educating in order for them to be meaningfully involved with that. Does that make sense? Salim, and then Bruce, you.
So the first question was, do we want a preview? Absolutely.
Right.
Second question, how much public engagement do we want? I can't tell you till I see the preview, so I think that's where I land. I mean, that all sounds great. They could come back with a bunch of easy stuff. I doubt it. And we could say we don't need all that. Or it could just be all big hairy animal projects and need all that, so.
Harry, they got
So
Harry.
we really need to see a preview of what they're talking about.
Okay, that will help you understand how the community should and can be
What
involved.
level of public engagement we need and how much
Okay.
we need them in the.
Okay, Bruce?
Stole my thunder. I like this as a tool, but today we don't know what they're going to provide us. I would ask Steve to save the date for May so that you've got the option of putting it in, but then make that decision in March after we see the preview of this thing.
And you're also gonna want, when you do that, you're also gonna get a better understanding of the cost of management partners conducting this outreach.
Yes, but mostly you're gonna see the appropriateness and value of it.
Yeah.
I mean, both, but
Right.
we want to know whether it makes any sense
Yeah.
before we sort of go down that road.
I hope it makes sense. You're paying money for it.
No, I mean to have a public
I think
engagement
you already
moment
gave us a
at
price.
May.
Yeah.
Yeah, we give us
You
a
gave
price,
us a
we
price
don't know
for
if we
public
want it or
outreach
not.
already.
Is there public outreach embedded within the contract?
It's an option.
It's an option, okay,
It's
so,
sent out already.
okay, so it's a ad alternate,
Yes, it is.
okay.
Okay, that sounds,
Then,
I think I feel like we have March 19th, yes, April 16th, that's our, he's gonna reveal the draft plan then, and then we'll just take it from there. I think we can move on.
okay,
All right.
so then.
Oh, the other question I had is, we had on here a tentative mini planning session on Saturday, June 22nd. I have had a request from some staff. Does it have to be on a Saturday? I think that's a fair question. If not on a Saturday, then the alternative, I think, would be kind of evenings, afternoon, evening, afternoon type of time frame. Would that be something the council would be okay with? And I'm in that, this is all gonna be fiscal, it's not gonna have other stuff. I'm thinking this will all be, I don't think, we'll have other things, maybe I'm wrong, but, it will be focused on the fiscal long-range plan, is my thinking in June.
Is it cheaper to do it on a weekday or afternoon?
Well,
I know
all of
it's-
us are
I know
exempt,
it's-
yeah,
it's all staff.
all of us are exempt, it doesn't have that
That's it.
cost. I mean, maybe there's gonna be
That's
cost
free.
from the community center.
It would be really difficult to do potentially
If we,
at that time of year with day camps and whatnot.
oh, yeah.
So you have to do it someplace else.
We'd have to do it someplace else. Okay,
We did the council chambers last time.
we could do the council chambers. We did that last June. That's true.
This is an all day.
We're thinking more in the afternoon, like could we convene at, say, 2 in the afternoon and go till, 8 or 9?
That's fine, yeah.
Is that,
I can make that work. I mean, the further ahead, so I can block the calendar.
yeah,
But
the better. So what if I give you guys some dates, let's say Friday afternoon sounds,
Like June 21.
June 21,
Sure.
for example? June 21, anyone?
Sold.
That's fine, so 9 o'clock's pushing it out, that's pretty late.
Okay,
So,
let me check your calendar.
I think it's fine.
two,
See, works for me. The only comment I'll make is that all of these different planning things have over time done this, and I just want us to be aware that they're doing that. It used to be, it was Friday dinner, Saturday dinner, half of Sunday for this. It's doing that, and
Compressing it into a
you could
shorter
get,
time
yeah,
frame. Okay.
there's, I understand that people get burned out with things, but there's a value to having the engagement and having the time to really think things through. And if it becomes just the afternoon, it becomes, I know you're talking about going in the evening, but it becomes just like a 4-hour block, that's
Yeah.
a lot different from an 8-hour block.
what about 1 to about 8? So I'm like, it's a good 7-hour meeting.
It's fine, I mean, do,
What's not to like about that?
do what
Sounds perfect to me.
do what makes sense, I just.
I think your point's a good one. I think it forces us to be more disciplined.
Yeah, well, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you for that, so.
I have one thing that, and everything that's been said up until now has been fine, but I wasn't involved again with the management partners, and I saw on the work plan that they are coming back with a 10-year forecast. And I guess I just question that because 6 years has been shown to be hard enough to forecast, and with everybody predicting a recession year after next for the last 5 years, I mean, how much, what do we hope to get?
I mean, it really is at that point, that's right. Once you get in those outer years, it's harder to predict what are the costs. But I think at the same time, I think they already have a model that they've already developed, so it's just plugging in the numbers and, in their straight line projecting it, I think.
The idea is they give us tools that we can use for long-range planning, and they're already kind of calibrated for 10 years. So if we get a tool chest out of this.
So if you have a model, then you can plug in these different options and see how much they bend the curve, how much they close the jobs.
You definitely get less precise the further out you go. Okay, that's
Or
good.
once you fix it, like how much a decision might break it. Right?
Yeah.
Like once you're sustainable, you need to stay that way.
Right, I mean,
You
it's
need
not like
toolbox,
you,
toolkit to do that.
it's not likely that you're gonna make a decision that's gonna be good forever and ever, because that would suggest that the world isn't gonna change.
Okay.
So, moving on?
Yeah.
Down
Right.
to here, here, okay.
Okay.
This is great. No, kidding.
Okay.
All right, so I know we're ready to go into prioritizing sound transit. Staff who don't need to be here, you are free to leave.
No hurry though.
I think council stayed.
Council has to stay.
And let me just tell you, that idea came from the council.
Was I supposed to text Brian or what was?
No, I'm just,
Yeah, totally.
It's interesting to see your, like, I've got to do this because it's a I can take a picture of it out there. Yeah. So this is the part of the meeting where you are going to talk about ultimately how to spend the sound transit money, the settlement money. But first, the staff is going to go through, as one way to inform your conversation, staff's going to provide you an overview of the pilot projects that were undertaken, how they went, what they learned. And so, so they're going to do a presentation, and then we'll start talking about the buckets and what to do with them. Bucket size.
All right,
Okay.
so Russ, take it away.
Yeah, thanks, Marilyn. Many of you know we had two programs underway this summer, the bike share pilot and the ride share pilot, and Kirsten and I kind of orbited between both of them in a way and shared the ownership of it. I was more involved in bike share, especially with kind of the setup logistics and the admin. So I'm going to speak to that one, and then we'll hand it over to Kirsten, but we both have input and commentary and ask us, either of us, questions. So this was something that ran from mid-July for 3 months and launched just after summer celebration. And this was an effort to explore what it would be like to run an all-electric, so e-bike, all-electric bike share fleet in a less dense community. And Line Bike had not done this before. And with the lower density, they weren't sure how it would play out, so we decided to cost share 50-50 with them, and that would help with the admin of the program. We didn't really know what the density, we only had 25 bikes, so that's not much for a population this size. So we did a lot of outreach for both these programs. There were flyers, lots of social media work, articles. There's the app, just to give you a sense of what that looked like. We did some outreach beforehand to get the sort of interest from the community and answer questions. On the left is summer celebration, and on the right is actually Leaf for Green. And we found Benson trying to steal a bicycle early on in the program. So he didn't know about he wasn't aware of the locking rear wheel, so it didn't get very far. So one of the key ways that we made this a success was that I designated hubs after sort of researching this with staff, talking to the community, and finding appropriate public land where we could do this. Now, these are called dockless bike programs because you don't have to take it back to a certain place, but with a fleet of only 25 bikes, we really had to make sure that there was some certainty for the community that at least some of the time they'd find the bike at the park and ride when they got home on the bus each day. So Line Bike committed to rebalancing the bikes every morning, and then we kind of let them organically flow around during the day. On the left, you see the 8 hubs that we've designated. Some of those, we had a sandwich board out to make it clear, and some of them still have a sandwich board out because Line Bike does continue to operate. Some of the stat, now this is just from the 3 months, and as I'll get into in a second, Line Bike is still operating. But this is the 3-month usage and ridership that we saw. And one of the big take-homes is that this really did serve that kind of first mile, last mile distance. You know, there's the median trip of 0.4 of a mile, median time 9 minutes. And boy, you know, 4,100 rides in 3 months is pretty good. The other thing that we were intrigued by was that you can see that about half of the users took at least more than 3 rides, basically. So that the bottom of the pie there, people did less than 3. Everything else is more than 3. And then you can see that there was a small fraction, probably about 5%, that use these things all the time. We only have anonymized data, so Line knows a lot more than I do, but they're not willing to share that level. And this is the kind of information we'd like to have for rideshare, but we don't quite have this deep a drill down. This comes from my back-end login to Line Bike's sort of shared admin portal.
Ross, this on the right,
Yeah.
that's by number of people, or that's by some other measure?
So, for example, on the bottom,
I understand that's 48% 3 or less, but what is it?
Right.
48% of rides?
48% of users over 3 months took less than 3 rides.
Okay, so it's users.
Is what you would see that, yeah.
Okay.
So a small fraction of the users took more than 30 rides in contrast. And then,
Ross?
yeah.
The median distance is just amazing.
Yeah.
How short it is. Is that sort of common in other cities? I mean, is that funny?
Well, my question is, are there false starts in there?
Yeah, no, I removed those from the data, yeah. But there are some false starts where you get a machine and the unlock won't work properly, or you get, I don't know, 50 yards and realize the brakes aren't up to what you'd like, so you get another one. So that does happen.
I made Todd do it.
Yes.
From the park and ride, I said, you need to do this and tell me how it's gonna work. Unfortunately, it wasn't until I think the third or fourth bike it finally worked, and there wasn't one at the park and ride. You had to walk to town center, I think.
And the whole time you're like, I don't care, keep trying. Find it.
I was like,
Were you driving alongside
Yeah.
him?
Talking to him.
And then, he did feel nervous about not having a helmet. He definitely, and being next to vehicular traffic. So, anyway, it was, and then he thought it, overall though, pretty cool to have that available if in the very short distance. But
Yeah, I think,
for a non-rider, it's okay.
yeah.
Is it tracked all the time with GPS?
Well, Line Bike knows where the bike is all the time.
Yeah.
They won't share that data with you.
Right, but I mean, so it's not like, if somebody made a round trip from a point, it wouldn't register as 0 miles.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, they ping the bike every 5 seconds or so on their back end system, but that's not something I have access to.
When you're riding, your app on your phone is showing your whole route on it.
Yeah, when you finish your ride, it tells you what you just did on the app if you'd like to know.
I'm marveling that there's, like, if there is a correlation between median distance and time, like, I walk faster than that.
Yeah. No, I think it's interesting. Now, I will say that there were some exceptionally long rides, and a bunch of very short rides, but there were some people, as we'll see in a second, that, we'll get to it in another few slides. So this is kind of neat. This is basically some heat maps that we generated in our GIS department. On the left, where do trips start? And thankfully, they mostly started at the hubs. So that's good. I mean, that tells us that we were doing the right thing there by restocking those hubs. We have a lot of hubs around the north end of the island where the density is greater. But you can see I didn't have a hub at all at the northwest corner of the island, and boy, a lot of trips started there. So what's going on with that? Well, one of my hypotheses is that actually quite a few people who live in that part of the island use the bikes to go across the bridge. And so, the trips began at their house, and they went across, and then at the end of the day, they came back and parked at their house, and they basically had their own, e-assist bike. So Line Bike wouldn't move those if they were clearly in use daily. They wouldn't necessarily reposition them unless they didn't have enough to reposition the hubs. They didn't want to, hamstring people if they were finding a good usage. They didn't let that pattern continue. On the right-hand side, destinations, you can see some similarities there, but of course you don't have to take it to a hub, and the point is to take it where you need to go. So shopping destinations, errands, beaches, and again, you can see a much wider spread usage pattern there for the destinations. On the left, we did these maps for each hub, but I'm just going to show you one for the park and ride. The thicker the arrow, the greater number of trips that hub served in that direction. The reason why we don't have exact routes is because it's anonymized, and I don't have yet. Somebody got up a lot of speed and went right across off the end of the island. No, what that tells you is there's a few trips that went a long way south. And then look at all those trips that go across I-90 on the floating bridge. And some of those trips, I tracked those, and some of them went all the way up to like Shoreline, Bothell. I mean,
Shoreline?
Incredible.
Are you sure that somebody just didn't put it in their car?
Well, they could. But given the time required, no, they were driving very slowly if it was in their car.
Wow.
So interesting, because I've ridden these. They're okay to ride, but I would not want to ride 20 miles on them.
Says the guy who rides a regular bike every
30 miles
single
a day.
day.
Yeah. So interesting patterns to be seen there. But again, I think it just shows just out of that park and ride hub, we really were serving all sorts of different locations on the island, which was the intent. Can we get people out of SOBs, give them an alternative, and are they comfortable with it? On the right-hand side, that's what the parking looked like for the bikes at the park and ride. That's the one piece of land the city owns. That's why they're on that gravel right there. And we got line bike staff pretty well trained to restock them only there.
Do we have age demographics?
I don't. They do, but I don't have access to that.
And you technically have to be 16 or have a parent download on your phone.
Yes, and it has to be attached to a credit card. So if you're below 16, you can download the app, but you'd think that having that credit card, the parents would be aware of that.
Oh, you'd be surprised.
Yeah.
Well, because, some of us were just commenting anecdotally on how many of them this summer in particular seem to be sort of the under 18 crowd having a good, which is fine.
Yeah, and we, as I put in the notes, we especially saw, I don't know the age, but higher usage on the weekends. And I have, sometimes when I happen to be around, yes, it seemed like the age went down on the weekends. It was a fun joyride kind of situation. But usually it was about 80 rides a day on sunny weekends and then 35 to 50 a day on a weekday. So there was a lot more recreational riding on the weekend. One of the things I could get from the back end from Line Bike were these pretty generalized course scale heat maps. So on the left-hand side, that was the final month of the pilot. And some interesting patterns there. The heavier the line, the more trips went on that. And this is because Line knows exactly where the route goes. I can't get access to that. But you can see in October, nobody went down East Mercer Way through the entire month. Just wasn't a very useful route for folks. Now, looks like in January, maybe 1 or 2 people did it. But I find it most notable here, of course, heavy usage in town center. But look at Island Crest Way. There's even the part where there's the pinch point, it's not pleasant riding, it's higher speed traffic. There's lots and lots of the users going back and forth on Island Crest Way. And then pretty heavy use that stays around the south end with that hub that we staged there. Oops, sorry. We got a lot of great informal input from users. Kirsten and I both got emails and phone calls, and I saw some stuff on the city's Twitter account and a lot of appreciation. We got a small handful of complaints, usually about improperly parked bikes. Sometimes looking into those, it was on city right away. It was just that the neighbor didn't like the look of a bright bike on city right away next to their house. It wasn't their land. And sometimes it would turn out that it was their neighbor who would park it there and was using it the next day. So, there's lots of learning.
Did you tell them they could just rent it and ride it somewhere else?
Some people did that. They got the account just so they could move the bike from in front of their house, which, I guess that's fine. We cut to the chase today. Line Bike continues to operate with a city business license. Otherwise, there isn't any other contractual arrangement between us. But we are looking at an MOU situation. It's something they've done with other cities that don't have a large-scale pilot with lots of rules underway, but are also ongoing market where they'd like to list shared expectations. What is it that the city would like to see in terms of bikes moved at by certain time frame? Where should they not be parked? And Line uses these MOUs in other cities that are sort of our size, but they're not big enough to have a huge ongoing program, but they'd like to have some understanding. So that's something we're exploring.
What's the enforcement mechanism? I mean, why would they even enter?
Really,
could we throw them off? Could we say no?
Not at this point. They have a business license, and we can't refuse to issue a business license to a vendor that we just don't like. We don't do that for anybody else. So I think it would only be like a public nuisance or a obvious public safety issue that could trigger something. I think they want to do it as a good neighbor agreement. That's what they've told me. They want to make sure that it doesn't help them to get a black eye in a community when there's lots of parking problems. And I think we all heard about the the early days when this rolled out in Seattle, 18 months ago, there were some problems, and there was a lot of vandalism, to be honest. I mean, people were taking the bikes and throwing them in the lane, and making piles of them just because it was fun when the bars closed, to do that kind of stuff.
Forgive me, Ross.
Yeah.
I'm gonna sound like a big wet blanket
Yes.
here, but, before we sign anything with them, we need to run it past WCIA.
Mhm.
I know they're gonna have some concerns with this, I've got some concerns with this. I wanna make sure whatever we do in writing, the city's protected. You know, in the event of an accident, we don't wanna be a deep pocket that somebody tries to reach into.
Yeah.
Or any kind
No,
of damage
absolutely.
recovery, so.
And we're not currently subsidizing, right?
No, there's no contractual arrangement, there's no financial arrangement. We have agreed that in general it went well and that we're allowing it to continue with the business license arrangement.
So are they repositioning like they did before?
They are doing that, but not probably as frequently as we had stipulated. So they're using some of the same hubs.
Oh, they are?
Yep, and because they were well chosen, if I may say so.
So we know that they also want to put scooters on the side.
Every
time I run
Which are
into them,
awesome.
they want scooters, so what?
We rode them in Dallas, it's awesome.
They're
So-
a blast.
So
Yeah.
equally,
You
what
think Gary has
prevents
liability
them?
concerns about those?
Yeah.
Well, they have approached us repeatedly, and during the tail end of the pilot, they said, hey, if you let us do some scooter pop-ups or trials, we'll do X, Y, and Z for you. We'll double your fleet. We'll do whatever you like. And we, after talking to other cities, Kirsten and I both, and talking to Carrie, we do not want to be on the front edge that year. They just had a successful scooter pilot in Portland that actually, the data are being gathered and seem to, at Spokane and Tacoma.
But to my earlier point,
Yeah.
what can we do to stop them?
Well,
If we can't stop the bikes, or
It's true, I think right now they know that it would be, because of some missteps on this, scooters were rolled out in California without any permission or business license. And cities therefore impounded them and said, look, this is a public nuisance, and we're impounding these because we can. So I think the lesson learned was, instead of begging for, it's like, you ask for permission beforehand or forgetting this afterwards. They used the latter model in California, and it did not go well.
So technically, there's nothing other
There's,
than
we,
goodwill.
yeah, right now, there's nothing technically stopping them, except they know that we do not want these, and it's likely the city could impound them probably, because it's a nuisance issue. Seattle and Bellevue both have not approved scooters after repeated asks, because they don't want to get too far down that road without really feeling it out. But, yes, there's been successful pilots in Tacoma, Spokane, and Portland, and other cities around the US. I think it's something that takes a lot of regulation and a lot of careful rules, but it can go well. I mean, there's cities where scooter rollouts have gone fine, including Portland. And maybe Spokane. And Chile. Deb says, she lives in Chile. So I think it's TBD.
Have we taken a position that if somebody brings in a scooter, are we going to basically impound it?
Well, I think a private user could, because we don't have anything prohibiting e-scooter use on the island. But if a business came in and launched a sort of scooter share, I guess the decision would be for the city, is this a public nuisance? And if it is, I'm kind of out of my realm here, but I imagine we could deem it something that is impoundable. But we don't have, there's nothing in the code about this, yeah.
We don't have really the resources.
Yeah, there's that too. I will say that the scooters, the line bike model for scooters is to collect them each night. They're not left around.
They recharge them.
Yeah, they're collected and recharged off the streets overnight, then redeployed in the morning. So there's less time for, sort of hijinks overnight with them, yeah.
So a couple different things. One, with regards to scooters, I've used them in a couple different cities
Mhm.
now, and I think they're great. I certainly, you read through the commentary here from people, and it's this a bit binary.
Yes.
Hate them, eyesore, love them, about the bike. So there's clearly a process we're going through of the public
Yep.
moving from what is it to an acceptance on the part of some and an aversion on the part of others. So I think that's gonna be a process, but personally, I think we shouldn't be antagonistic to the scooters. I think we should be, sort of gently trying to figure out where that is and potentially positive about it. Second, jump bikes now in Seattle.
Yeah.
Jump, I don't know what they're charging here, but I know in San Francisco, it was way cheaper than what Lime Bike's charging for.
Yeah, I can speak to that.
And so I think there's an intriguing opportunity potentially here to have, I don't know if Jump's prices have gone up, I don't know whether they jumped, but they were way cheaper. I mean, it was 50 cents per 10 minutes or half hour or something. I mean, it was crazy how cheap it was. And so.
Electric.
Electric, yeah, and these are rock solid electric bikes. So, anyway, I mean, I think there's a possibility here of having Jump as well.
Yeah.
Or,
Well, I'm glad you mentioned it. So just a few days ago, Chris and I met with Jump. And yes, they have launched in the Seattle market. So Seattle kind of has this seemingly permanent pilot program that's gone on for 3 years now, and it keeps kind of reinitiating next phase. So the phase we're in now, for a while, Line Bike enjoyed sort of 6 months, 9 months of monopoly, and now Jump just launched into the Seattle market. Lime has about 5,000 bikes in Seattle right now, and maybe 2/3 electric, and Jump has about 1,500 last I saw. They're definitely interested in expanding out to other markets. They're talking to Bellevue, which also has a pilot underway with Lime. And if it launches in Bellevue and it's already happening in Seattle, then we probably better get on board. We're already seeing a handful of Jump bikes on the island. And yes, their prices went up quite a bit from the California model.
Okay.
So they're fairly closely match Lime's prices. They are a little heavier duty. I haven't ridden them yet, but you have, Bruce. But same idea, the battery would be recharged by a crew of roving support staff. They'd swap out the unit. And slight difference on Jump bikes, the idea is that you lock them to something like a post or a rack, but that's currently not being implemented in the Seattle market. So as it stands right now, you just leave them somewhere and you put the lock through the wheel, just like you do with a Line Bike. Someday in the future, Seattle says it will switch over to, you must lock them to a structure. And the idea is that it kind of cleans up some of the sidewalk clutter issues. But Seattle doesn't have enough bike racks right now, so they asked Jump not to implement that component. And on the scooter piece, I think it's, everybody's looking to Seattle and Bellevue to kind of figure out how this works in the Northwest, what it looks like for insurance and liability. What do you do about?
But they're both self-insured.
They are both
They're not
self-insured.
WCI
Yeah.
customers.
However, I'm sure they're thinking about it.
Oh, yeah, oh, yeah.
And then there is a King County helmet law. So how do you reconcile all of them? I mean, that's true for bikes as well.
There's also, let's just go back to the map of where the heavy use is, and if you just even focus on town center right now. In terms of our comp plan and our design, when a new building goes up, do we now say you need an alcove for parking, your first and last mile scooter, bike, whatever it is? Because I just think about the fact that we now have Aegis, we have El Joya, we have, a lot of senior communities that are popping up, and then you start throwing in these bikes, and we've got nowhere to put them.
Well, I think that's.
There's a lot of curiosity.
I agree, Debbie, and I think even more with scooters, imagine, Lime advocates that scooters are operated in the bike lanes. Well, we don't have them, even in town center, we don't have them. So the backup is they're on the sidewalk. And what does that look like, especially around senior living centers and such? I think these will get addressed, but there's not an easy answer here. This last slide I just threw in here, just sort of as a teaser. So we all know about the Seattle squeeze, 90,000 cars disappeared, didn't show up anywhere else. Partly it's because so far, early data, a lot of telecommuting, a lot of schedule shifting, and a lot of people biked. So if you look at the bike counts at different locations on that slide on the graph on the right. And gray is this year, sort of in the middle of the squeeze. The gray numbers are how many people went through those counters at those locations. And the orange columns and the blue columns are the same approximate day in other years. But I will point out that orange and blue were on MLK Day, so not a work day for a lot of people. But, you know, the numbers really went up. It was pretty amazing. If you make driving really difficult, or you make biking really easy and accessible and make bikes available, it's kind of like the Sound Transit model. You don't need to know the schedule for the light rail. You just show up at the platform and the next one's in 5 to 8 minutes. That's the ideal with bike share when you get the right density. Now, 25 bikes is not enough on the island, but.
So Monday, January 14th, that was the first arguable commute day?
I think,
For the closure, for the.
yeah,
for the
they
squeeze?
closed on Friday night, so
Friday,
it's the
so the
first real commute day.
Which is even arguably not a commute day, because it was in on, was that in on?
It wasn't in MLK this year.
Okay.
So can you
so
get
that's-
the data for the 21st of January?
I don't have it. I just saw this on Seattle SDOT's Twitter feed.
Because that'd be more comparable, right?
It would be interesting to see what it was like on, yeah. I think when they posted this, that hadn't happened yet. So this would be for the 21st. Yeah, there we go.
All right,
Now it's Merry Christmas for rideshare.
thank you.
Oh, yeah, I forgot we had this slide.
Yeah.
Well, we've talked about most of this stuff. Essentially, you know, it went well. We don't need to subsidize. We had very few complaints. They are continuing to operate, and generally there's about 40 bikes on the island now. I think we can carry on. I'm still in touch with the vendors, and I still have data access, which is great. Done.
Great. All right, for the rideshare, we were talking about whether we were gonna do a pilot just a year ago. And the pilot with both Uber and Lyft providing rides in partnership with the city, I think was the first of its kind in the country. So we were being very innovative. We were able to get a project started in a short period of time. The project was that people could get a ride to and from the park and ride for $2 for the first 3 months. And then after 3 months, it would shift to, if you're willing to share a ride, it would be $2 or $5 for a solo ride. And the goal of this pilot project was both to address the lack of parking at the park and ride, and also to test the community willingness to try a new way to get to transit.
Were we also trying to draw the drivers onto that one? It's sort of a self, is a positive cycle and a virtuous cycle?
Yeah, I mean, we thought that would be beneficial. It turns out that the company's sponsored drivers the first month or so.
Yes.
To
To make
encourage
sure that
more
we
to
would
show up.
have
Yeah.
adequate
So there's a
drivers.
level
So
of service.
Yes, they didn't do it the whole time,
Tested.
but they did it to
yeah.
prime the pump, yeah.
Yeah. So we did a lot of outreach at Leap for Green. It was kicked off on Earth Day, Leap for Green weekend. Also, both Uber and Lyft agreed to partner with us in outreach. Mostly Lyft provided the outreach. They were both strong partners in different ways. But Lyft really embraced the community engagement. They were at, obviously, Leap for Green. They were at farmers markets 2 different times. They were at summer celebration. They were really helping us a great deal to make sure that the word about this project.
That's why I have mostly photos of Lyft.
And Uber was signed up, but they, you know, they had less of a presence. So looking at the usage, so Uber on the left, in April and May, so early days, you can see with this heat map that they had people testing this pilot project from all over the island, which was what we had hoped, that people would try, try it no matter what part of the island they lived in. On the right is the Lyft usage map, heat map for October, and you can see what happened is that there are really certain areas that had
primary usage of the pilot project. And some of them we were anticipating, kind of the Shorewood area, maybe, that was definitely an area that we predicted. We're not quite sure who's using
Yeah, that cluster down the
that
bottom.
cluster down at the bottom right. We weren't sure about that, but it was interesting to see that there are spots all across the island
It's like
where.
all the people who didn't want to ride a bike on East Mercer.
Yeah, they take the ride share. So completed rides, we had it was about 1,000 rides a month, and it didn't shift that much. It varied from just under 900 to just over 1,000. As you can see, Uber started out with having the majority of the rides, and towards the end, it really evened up with Lyft and Uber, pretty close to 50-50 on the number of rides they provided. I know just anecdotally that Lyft also was, for the second 3 months, they were offering a lot of additional discounts that I do not believe Uber was also doing. So they were kind of pushing heavily to get riders to use to use the service all through the 6 months.
But Kirsten, so I had a chance to chat with Todd Kelsey, New Year's Eve, in fact, and one of the things he told me was a big difference going in was that if you pulled up the app on Uber, everybody who was on the island sort of got kicked right into the discount app. And if you pulled up on Lyft, you only got it if you did something special.
You had to enter a code.
Yeah, so I think what you're seeing there is, at least partially, the difference between a barrier to entry that Lyft had and Uber didn't have.
Yeah, and I think we learned a lot. It was really beneficial to have two different companies providing the service because they each had strengths, they each had weaknesses, and we were able to benefit from the strengths of both of the projects for the teams. So the total rides, we anticipated that we would have more rides during the heavy commute times. So if you look at this, the 8 to 10 a.m. 2-hour period had the highest morning usage. The 4 to 6 p.m. afternoon had the highest usage. But also, there were shoulder times, the 6 to 8 a.m., and it could have been at 7 to 8, but we had asked them to provide, a 2-hour time period. But there's a little shoulder time, but we can also focus on the time that most of the rides take place. So if we're looking at, and when we're looking at other rideshare or first last mile solutions, I think this data is helpful to show where the majority of the rides or when they took place.
Can we break it down 6 to 7, 7 to 8, 8 to 10 if we needed to?
We can't,
Okay,
we don't have that.
Mm-hmm.
When we were asking for the initial data, I consulted with King County to get their advice on what kind of data to ask for, because we knew if we did not include that data request in the contract, that we wouldn't get it. And Uber in particular, it was tough getting data from them. Even, I had to send them the contract language once or twice to say, yeah, you really did commit to this, because they are protecting their intellectual property through this. Lyft was a little more willing to share information. Another interesting thing that happened over the life of this rideshare pilot is at the beginning, Lyft talked about, Todd Kelsey talked about, we're not in competition with Uber, we are in competition with solo drivers, SOV drivers. By the end of the pilot project, Uber was saying, we're not in competition with Lyft, we are in competition with SOV drivers. So that was a shift that I think that has happened organizationally for Uber over the time period. And when we met with the jump area manager, he also said, yeah, we don't think that for the bike shares that we are in competition with each other. We need to, we all have a share of the bike usage. We need to be working together to have the best program working in any individual individual city. So it's, to me, a huge shift over the last
Yeah,
year.
they're
It'll be
both
interesting to
pivoting
see.
in their marketing to those talking points, because they've gotten
Yeah.
some heat for generating a lot of extra traffic in the cities. So you replace an SOV with a chauffeured SOV,
Yeah.
essentially. So, they have definitely spun over to, we're working on reducing SOVs with these bike shares, and they both now own a bike share. Lyft will be launching a bike share in Seattle probably in the next 6 months.
Yes.
It seems like with the bike share, just listening to you guys talk about sort of the advent of them growing in the region, the bike share issue that we probably are gonna have to figure out how to address is just a clump of, I've got my 5 bikes, Bruce has got his 5 bikes.
Yeah. Well,
and he's
it's
got-
interesting, the Jump rep told us that they are actually looking at kind of sharing resources and having, say, at the light rail station, sound transit station at Husky Stadium, very busy place, having a bike valet is somebody that all the companies pay for, that would just help receive and distribute bikes, you know.
That's how
just-
Andrew Carnegie started.
Yeah, just to organize it.
Yeah.
And I can see that happening in other hotspots around the city.
For
And,
coordination.
you know,
Well, there are companies that do that for shopping carts that leave their,
Yeah.
new idea.
And it's probably gonna become necessary as the density goes. I mean, the Seattle's pilot program has 20,000
20,000,
bikes authorized, and we're at 5,000 right now.
Right. So shared rides, October through August with the Lyft data, they had about 70% of their users, August through October, chose a shared ride. Now anecdotally, we know that not everybody who selected a shared ride actually had to share a ride. So we think a lot of people figured, I can get the $2 ride, and I
Take my chances.
I'll take my chances, the odds are, and I tried to get that information, but couldn't get that information.
You said 70%.
70%.
Once we got to the point where it was more expensive to take the solo ride versus the shared ride, 70% said, I'll take the shared ride and
Yes.
risk it.
Yeah.
Okay.
But again, we don't know if they actually, if it changed.
Sure. But but the decision was already made.
We don't know
by
if
them.
it was morning
Right.
peak or afternoon peak, we don't know.
We don't. So overall, the total trips taken were just under 6,000 trips for the 6-month period. The total number of unique riders, 961, although I will say 245 of them were Lyft, 686 were Uber. Some people use both companies. A lot of people have company loyalty. Either they have employers that have a program set up with one or the other, or they just like one or the other. Some people would use both, would check to see which was a better time frame if they were in a hurry, and or who had drivers
Credit cards too,
available.
like my Amex pays for Uber.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Well, and sometimes don't they call, I mean, that's happened to me, I'm on the south end, they'll call, where are you going? Do they really wanna come all the way to the
Yeah.
south end?
Yeah.
They'll do it if I'm going to the airport.
Right.
Oh, interesting.
Oh, yeah, they'll call, they're not supposed to.
They're not supposed to.
But
Yeah.
they will,
Yeah.
where are you going?
Yeah.
And they'll decide.
Yeah, and again, I've heard anecdotally, in discussions with the companies that the Uber drivers love in the morning rides, the early morning rides from Mercer Island, not for this pilot project, but in general, because a lot of them are airport rides. So they're
Yeah,
gonna be
or they're
better
going
rides.
into work themselves, so they'll do a ride in, a lot of them.
So I have two anecdotes on this. So two anecdotes on this.
He's reveling in the idea of car sharing.
Yeah.
It's a new thing to us.
So two anecdotes on this. One, Mayor David Baker of Kenmore is an Uber driver.
Yes.
And I've talked at length to him about what he does. And what he does is get up at 4 a.m. And he tries to get in 2 trips to the airport from his area before the morning commute starts. And what he said is, I don't do it at night because they're drunk and they throw up in your car. And I don't do it later because you get stuck in traffic. And those early morning rides are typically to the airport. So I make my daily money in a couple hours and I'm in and done. And so he's got a very developed system for how he runs his business doing that. The other was, this is back to Todd Kelsey's conversation, and I don't want to steal your thunder here, but he said, at the end of the day, for us, those short trips were just not they weren't economical for the company because of the subsidizing of them, and they made the drivers unhappy. And so from their standpoint, this was an interesting pilot, but not one that they care to continue on.
And we had brief conversations with both companies as the pilot was wrapping up about if they would be interested in continuing, if they wanted to propose something. And both said we lose money on every trip and we don't see that changing. So, it was interesting. They were glad to have done it, but it's not something that they are going to go forward with. So the average travel time was 6.5 minutes. The average charge to the rider was just over $2. The average discount, $8, so the city half that was paid for with our Sound Transit dollars was about $4 a ride. And this is interesting to me because as we look at future partnering with King County Metro, they have an amount per ride that is an average norm for them for all sorts of services. It's something that they look at. And if we want to partner and they're going to ask us to help pay for that, this will give us some data about what some sort of last mile solution might cost.
So our goal in leveraging the Sound Transit dollars to discount this was to entice sort of new folks who were previously not new users to try this new mode to move around. Do we know out of that 961 how many fit into that new category?
Well, it was really to get them to transit and use transit.
Right, yeah, I would frame the question differently, Dave, too.
We didn't want them using Uber or Lyft, we wanted them using Sound Transit, but it couldn't park at the parking lot, so this was to help them get there.
And more importantly, I think what
You guys tell me what I was trying to say.
No, it's not about what you're trying to say, it's about what we think we were trying to accomplish. And what I think we're trying to accomplish was to explore this concept of a ride share program, or ride share service, and particularly the shared pool ride aspect of it, and see how it works and whether our community takes it up and whether it makes economic sense or not. So that
And we had a lot of people testing it, and I heard anecdotally from people would just kind of randomly email and say, this is a great program, thank you for offering it, lots of appreciation. Some people were saying, I don't commute anymore, we're retired, but it was great to use to get to light rail, and then we took, or to transit, we got to light rail, went to the airport, or in reverse. And then there were commuters, we think anecdotally, 30 to 40 people use the lion's share of the rides.
So how much of the city?
Or 20 to 30.
How much of the Sound Transit money went to this project?
20,000.
20,000.
And how of the five?
Oh, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, given Bruce's restating of the goal, how many of the 5,000 trips ended up at the park and ride originally?
They all had to.
They all had.
Yeah, that was one of the requirements of the ride. So it did expose many first-time users to rideshare. We do think that the most rides were taken by a core of maybe 20 to 30 avid users who were, that was their commute every day, every week, or a number of days every week. Without the subsidies, the usage did drop off markedly. You could see that there was a drop in August, September, both. I do think that the Lyft adding extra incentives got people using it again, and then I think people also discovered that they could get probably a solo ride for the shared ride cost.
So Kristen, on the 20 to 30 people, like the core group of people who were like, I'm all in, I love this. What do you think the Uber and Lyft rides substituted for? Did it substitute for parking in the park and ride?
It did, yeah.
Did it substitute for getting
Yes.
dropped off at the park and ride? I mean,
According to the survey, parking at the park and ride was limited, was the biggest reason they decided to participate. The second biggest reason, it was affordable.
do you think it got more people on transit?
There, of those surveyed, 47% said, yes, I rode the bus more as a result of it.
Well, I think I saw that, I heard that.
But it's kind of, that's not a scientific survey, but
Yeah.
gives you some insight.
But so some of these people would probably, and it was a great deal because if the parking ride was full, they had to drive into work, and then they paid $28 to
Yeah.
park.
Right.
Right, or if they didn't wanna have to be at the park and ride before 7 o'clock to get a guaranteed spot, they could then shift their time, you know, like 7:30, I can just
Yeah.
get a ride, an Uber or Lyft ride. So in the survey, riders were only willing to pay about $2 to $4 for a ride, which is not sustainable for the city or vendors to subsidize. And we are exploring other pilots for park and ride access. We have been talking, we've been approached by Chariot, and they were the vendor that worked with Metro to provide Eastgate last mile, personal last mile solution. They have now gone out of business or going out of business, so they are closing down. So Metro is in the process of switching the contract over to HopeLink, yeah. And
what was that model?
Oh, yeah, let me just explain my understanding. I heard Chariot, and I was told it was an autonomous bus service, and I thought, how cool. Also, co-sponsored by Ford, self-driving buses. No, it just meant no bus stops. So it was like a bus with a driver, but on call to go directly.
Yeah.
So they were developing software so that you could ask for a ride, and they would kind of create a general route going in the direction, you know, based on the rides requested. And it was within a couple miles.
Yeah, I think 2 miles.
So it was.
You could reserve your seat,
Okay.
so you'd have certainty that way, and you could track the bus on the app, so you see how close it was. They might ask you to walk a few blocks
Yeah.
to optimize the collection route, to make it the quickest possible.
What was their pricing?
Not enough.
They didn't charge an extra cost, it was just for, you had to have an orca pass. and you
Yeah,
had
so
to use-
the standard cost for a bus ride, you know, so $2.50, $3.
Yeah,
And later that, they were gonna charge some additional, but they didn't get to that point.
no.
Yes.
And are we not surprised that it is not a money-making business? I mean,
Yeah. Well, and it reinforces us, the most difficult aspect of getting to transit is the last mile.
it really is, and it's the most
Yeah.
expensive.
Yeah.
So we know people pay 2 to 4, and we know that providers at 8 are losing, do we know how much? Right, they
Well,
get,
so
we pay
they-
4,
we paid 4, they paid 4, so
Right.
those $4, you know, they were losing $4 in
The
every
point
ride.
is, it was subsidized by 70 or more, 80%. It was
Yeah.
a heavy subsidy in order to even entice people to use it.
Yeah.
Did they have any data on how many people who took the subsidized ride tipped and how much?
Yeah.
I know, see, I
So
see.
they probably do, but not shareable data.
Yeah.
Okay.
Do we have a sense of how many dollars need to go into a trip to make it viable?
What's the
Well,
delta
if
between
you
the
look
two
at-
and four?
But the average cost was
$10,
$12, I
$10 to
thought.
$12.
Yeah,
And they were still losing money at that?
they're losing money.
Well, the rider was paying $2, they were paying 4, and we were paying 4.
Well, I think then you get to the point where you look at the 640,
No, it doesn't
604?
Yeah.
Whatever that was.
6:30.
6:30.
Yeah.
725, I don't know, but
Yeah.
the point is, you know, that's kind of, we've had success with that route, that I think
Yeah.
has exceeded both Metro and
Yeah.
Metro's expectation, and I would assume that the delta is not, you know, $6 to $8 per ride, and I don't think the subsidy, if I understand correctly, subsidy of those buses is usually, is it 60% fare box recovery or
I
something?
think they were, I know that I saw something that the
No,
rides were
30,
costing about
30%.
in the $3 range
Yeah,
per
we have
ride.
we've seen data.
And if you have enough usage, you know, that's an acceptable
Mhm.
cost for them, for Metro anyway. And so the 6:30, just some other mobility updates. The 6:30 shuttle was, the project was scheduled to end in March 22nd of this year. Because it's been so successful, Metro is going to consider and recommend that it goes into a regular service model out of Innovative Mobility. But because of everything else that has been going on in the life of Metro, they're not getting to it with the service change, so
What does
they,
that mean?
Can we still have to pay $40,000?
Yeah.
yeah.
We still have to pay.
Yeah, and we might still, there's no guarantee that with the change, I mean, we have to see what they're proposing. They may ask the city to help pay for a service change. They may offer other opportunities to partner with them. We don't have any actual data yet to bring to you about that.
But that's only a month and a
Yeah,
half away.
but what they've said, we have budgeted to continue paying, and Seattle, the city of Seattle also has money, because recall that, we pay 40,000, Seattle pays 40,000, and Metro pays the rest, which is much more than half. So they're paying
But
the
we're not gonna
lion's share.
We're not gonna see the service stop because
Yeah.
it's 6 weeks away and Metro's not like.
No, no.
No,
I think
but so
there's-
Seattle is continuing,
Yeah.
they will continue for another year. We have budgeted, and we budgeted intending to pay for another year.
Oh, so we don't
And-
have to renew by March 22nd?
Well, we have to do some paperwork, but basically, it is already in the budget that you
It
approved.
becomes a regular bus route in Metro's view instead of a sort of pilot alternative services type thing.
I guess my big concern is the extent to which you have a bunch of people who have become
Yeah.
dependent on that bus.
Yeah,
Like,
that's
there's
not,
gonna be-
yeah, that's,
Because there's an average of 120 riders.
Yeah, it's not
a
going
day.
away. I mean,
No, it's not going
it's
away.
the most successful, I think, of their different alternative service runs that they're doing.
It is.
So
So the 40,000 budgeted for 2019.
For 2019.
2020.
Yes.
So have we thought about how do we take the bike share and the Uber and the Lyft data, combine that into some sort of map and say to Metro and Town Transit, this is a segment of people
Yeah.
that want to use but can't, like,
Yeah.
we're trying to find ways to serve them.
We are having that discussion, and I've been talking with King County Metro almost monthly, and saying, we have this data now, we are gathering this data, we want to continue looking at, innovative mobility. We think we are a great, defined geolocation to test out new options, new mobility options, so we want to,
Well, I would love to see us take that and make a one pager and hand it out, which says, here's people willing to pay $2 or $4 a trip.
Yes.
And this is where they would come from and where they want to go.
Do we have information right now on, in terms of how many people get to the park and ride, and board, like Metro, in between 6 in the morning and 10 in the morning, that don't drive?
You know, Mercer Islanders?
Yeah.
Like kiss and drop? What are you talking about? Don't
Yeah.
drive?
Yeah, we don't park at the park and ride.
We
Either you
walk
drop
or
off or
we-
walk,
have-
bike.
Easily.
we've asked that question in informal surveys. So we've done online web surveys and asked, how do you get to the park and ride to
Yeah.
take a bus?
Yeah.
So we don't have anything more scientific than that in terms of, clipboards and interviews. or-
We don't have would we have ridership data through worker cards about how many people get on during that?
We
That would be
do know
available,
that,
yeah.
but we just don't know
How they
how
ride.
they got
Yeah.
to that bus
Right.
stop.
Although I suppose you could assume that if there's 447 cars there, a certain number of them were single occupants, a certain number of them were two.
Well, we know the
And that's the
average,
total.
the average occupancy of the park and ride King County wide is 1.2. And they know that, it's roughly a 50-50 split between island and off island.
Mhm.
So you could do some math.
You could do some math.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I mean, yeah.
So are we, just a process check here?
So we have a half an hour to get to the disbursement funds discussion.
Yes. So are you, Kristen, are you?
Yeah, I think that is wrapping up our, high-level report on the rideshare and bike share programs, and now we can.
So there is a memo in your packet called Goals, Guiding Principles, and Considerations for Spending the Sound Transit Settlement Funds. We revised the memo because we realized that I expect you all to settle it all today. I think for me, I'm looking for you to give us some general feedback around how you want to frame this, because you might expect, and we do get approached, that there will be other future vendors that say, well, hey, Mercer Island, would you be interested in partnering with us to do this and that? Well, it would be really helpful to understand, based on council's direction, which ideas or which proposals have merit enough for us to bring them to you. So this is meant to frame that. Again, first time you're reviewing it, if we're way off, let us know. But we thought it would be helpful to frame it around goals for, goals for this funding, future projects, guiding principles about the proposed projects, and then I think Kirsten did a pretty good job of trying to capture all the different questions that might come up when considering future projects. So maybe initial reaction.
But if I could, because this has been something I've been pretty passionate about. And so, first of all, I'm really glad that this is on the calendar here today, and I love the fact that we've got real data that we're looking at, trying to figure out how to digest it. And I think it's a well-asked question. Okay, so now we've got some data. What are we doing going forward? And let's begin to put some language to that, some framework around that, rather than it having it just be a bit of an osmosis thing that's been going on. So, but I guess the thing that I still see as, at least my aspiration, I hope the rest of the council can get behind it, is the idea that we ended up with about $4 million. That the idea was that it was going to be to solve the big traffic crunch that was coming. There was going to be, we thought, oh my God, there are going to be all these cars jamming up here, jamming up there, and we're going to need a bunch of new concrete, and we're going to need to do a lot of different things to make our streets work. That money it can be reallocated, but you then get into the question of whether it can be reallocated. To me, the big thing that we ought to be thinking about is revising the terms of the settlement so that we're not shut down at 2025 with spending dollars. Because what I think the opportunity here is, and I'd love to see us try and do it, is to get Metro or get Sound Transit to think about the fact that our whole goal is to get these citizens to use this new service that's coming, the light rail service, and to use it in much higher percentages than will happen with the available parking spaces that are going to be there, even after we put in the new parking. And parking's costing whatever, $80,000 a stall or something. So I think if we were to use these dollars to fund a decade worth of last mile solutions, and I don't know what it looks like. It's furthering the pilots, but it's funding whatever it is that we come up with, bus service or bike service or something else service. I think we end up having a much higher rate of people using transit, which is nothing but good for Sound Transit, and I think it's reducing impacts of cars and parking on our island too. So I think it's something that I would think they could get behind, but it would require a renegotiation of the settlement. And I think that would be something where we'd have to go out and talk to individuals. It's a campaign. We'd have to go and talk to the individual. Debbie's saying.
I'm out of here.
Is that a shut up?
Mary's looking around.
My eyes are
For a job.
bugging out.
No, but I've already had some of those conversations with Sound Transit board members some time ago, and yeah, I think they're open to the conversation. We just would have to have it. So. To me, that's where we ought to go. We ought not try right now to figure out how to spend the money before 2025. We ought to go and figure out how to try and get them to say, yeah, we're on board with this idea of you guys significantly increasing your last mile participation, and money's already set aside. So yeah, I'm not talking about any new dollars. Use that money to do it, and we'll just change the terms of settlement to allow you to do it. That's where I would like to see us go.
So this is just one vote for let's let's try to get Sound Transit to change the rules, which fundamentally changes, I don't know if it changes how you spend money, but it certainly changes the process.
So one of the asks that I had, I fell down on my own request, because I think it was hard to carry into leadership, but also myself, and that is to go back to the agreement and look for wording that provided some of the basic, principal guidelines. I think Bruce absolutely is on board with how to increase the usage of light rail. Another one that I know was a consistent point of conversation was safety. So, with the increased congestion going to different intersections that were not necessarily designed to hold this traffic, would there be additional safety projects, for example, that we would need to look at? We've seen and we've chatted about some both formally and informally. And there's probably other ones. So I would like us to start there and kind of go back and remind ourselves, why did we get this money? Because any conversation that we're going to have with Sound Transit or anyone else, we're going to have to remind them that this does in fact align with the principled objectives. And then start looking at what I think staff was doing at least a year or so ago was, are there some immediate hot points that we have? Do we know, for example, that the big left is something that we're going to have to address and fund? Is there a bike or, it's Island Crestway out in North Mercer. Is there, for example, if we're going to have these bikes and these e-bikes that are going, whether it's originating on Mercer Island, or originating east side, or originating Seattle, who are crossing Aubrey Davis and hence North Mercer Way at the Lid Park? Do we need to do something? So to me, there's also some fundamental work. What are we trying to achieve? Drawing from that, are there some projects that we know or areas that we know are hot spots? And also start from there. Because I think we might get to the point where what we need is maybe an extension or O&M versus capital. But I don't know that I can justify it yet based on sort of the needs of the system. So I'd like to, I guess, in beginning as staff, if
So
they
if we start
looked at
that,
agreement.
if we start that process, do we know what we've spent, just in terms of, like, in the TIP, we talked about the missing link. Do we have any sense of what that's gonna be, real dollar-wise?
Not yet.
Because we also don't know what the dollars are associated with the Tully's project yet. Because arguably, we could use all of it, and,
Well, aside from the missing link, have we?
You guys have not spent a lot of that money.
We've spent $100,000.
And can I ask, Sound Transit 2025, what's their reason for that cutoff date?
We're gonna have to talk with them, but there is their projects wrap up
They
in this
probably wanna
funding
close
source.
their-
They wanna close the books
Yeah.
on this funding source, and then
There's probably a project closeout they're trying to
there's
strive
probably
for.
an ST2 project closeout.
Exactly, as they move on to ST3.
Could we negotiate possibly having them place the money in escrow so that they don't have to disgorge it? And that would extend our ability to access it.
I think we need to come up with a why. I think we would need to be able to provide them, this is why we want you to do that. Because right now, the model has been based on, this whole idea of getting more people onto transit and addressing some of the safety and capacity issues.
And the loss of the center roadway.
Remember,
Well, derived from the loss of the center road.
we were making such a big deal about the loss of the center roadway and, as you said, the traffic impacts, and it's been kind of lackluster, and I worry about opening it and then being kind of like, but I don't think they would, but it just, I worry from that. This is more politics. You guys would have to sort that out.
It's why you gotta be careful. You can't just barge in and say, hey, change the terms.
Which is Debbie's point.
You gotta have a story.
Have a
You
story,
do,
have a plan.
you do, and recall that they also, I think, did a major
Oh, God. Yeah.
retooling that was handled very informally, and it was extremely helpful, and that is saying, hey, that whole section about federal requirements, yeah, we're not gonna make you guys bound to those. We're gonna instead earmark a different set of funding for your projects so that those are lifted.
Bless them.
And that was a huge thing.
So they've gone quite a ways to get to the funding, make it usable.
Make it
and-
easier for us to spend.
Right,
Yeah.
and so But I think the part of that I'm getting is that they've really gone the extra mile, and it may be, timing may not be right to go back and ask for a change.
Well, again, if we don't have a why, and then the fact is that we're gonna come up with this interchange conversation that, we all know we're gonna have coming up, it's a question, is it the right time right now? But in the meantime, I would still point, I would like to see council spend some time on what it is we want to achieve with this money. I mean, Bruce, if I were to extrapolate, you want long-term operational funds to get people to and from the park.
And I don't want to take anything away from what you said. Safety and pinch points always, I think, should come first. But to the extent that we, what I don't want to do is sort of go down that list into the nice to haves, it's sort of like to haves. I'd like to take care of the real safety issues, the real pinch points. But then the rest of it, I've always tried to sort of put protective arms around that so that it doesn't just get turned into pavement for no good reason. Because I think there is this opportunity, and no other community has this opportunity to imagine a long-term last mile solution.
I guess I didn't think our purpose for this segment of the meeting was to identify specific projects.
No, it's got to be.
No.
Okay, so I'd like to, you're beginning to talk about specific projects or.
So to me, guiding principle would be safety.
That's what I want.
So let's go back to the goals, because the goals, I think the goals were intended to put a framework around what your story, really what the story is, what you're going to use the money for. And there's 4 goals. Mitigate loss of access from the closure of the center roadway, which is what a lot of the money was about, but that turns out to be a little bit of a non-problem, but you're going to take the money anyhow. So you can't lose that storyline, probably.
I agree that has to be part of all the framing.
And I don't agree that it's not been a problem, right? I mean, there are problems. We had some people come to us about some safety issues on West Mercer Way.
Oh, you mean on the on-ramps and stuff?
No.
Like
up by-
around West Mercer Way and the Blowing Corners.
But I would argue that's been there.
I think she's talking about the volume, how we think that was
Oh,
the element.
I mean, there's more cars going and using West Mercer Way on ramp to get to Seattle. So, irrespective, it is an impact.
So-
The big left is an impact.
Maybe safety should be up
The
there.
27th corridor is an impact, coordination of those lights.
So do we have any sense of where those pinpoints are besides the 1 or 2 that we have up there on the list?
We do, we've done some traffic pieces with that. And you remember in the TIP, we had some ideas in there, but,
So can we tease some of those out and start spending some money, or?
well, TIP will come back around, so we can definitely plan on doing that. It is based on what direction you give us.
The idea in doing this now was to have some guiding principles as we went into the TIP, because if you recall last year, we got ourselves a little confused about which money was or could be from Sound Transit versus what was coming from our own transportation budget. So we wanted to get at least, some big rocks taken care of before we go into the TIP.
So I heard one thing. So I think in terms of a goal, that mitigate the loss of the center closure, and maybe to add something about safety.
Yeah,
safety improvements to mitigate increased traffic.
I would probably say number 1, but especially for projects that improve safety.
And what about employer shuttles? Like, I know we have lots of employers who
Maryland,
up in Amazon.
but it's safety associated with Lawson Center roadway, changes due to the Lawson Center roadway.
I am thinking that, yeah.
And can I just mention the word safety? I just follow up on that. We had a lot of discussions about safety, and our staff, our engineering staff, and the staff are saying, we want to be really careful about how we use that word safety. Of course, every project that we look at, we are looking at safety, but we don't want to say,
We don't have
to identify that we have unsafe conditions, because then we're pointing a finger at ourselves
There's
and
a
creates a liability, yes.
And we also don't want to have a project perhaps not get completed, and then there's this implication it's now unsafe because it didn't get done. So we'd rather focus on the traffic enhancement framing of it, because we think that's an appropriate framing.
So is there a way to create a traffic enhancement framing that still cuts it off and doesn't, that gets to the important stuff, but not the, oh gee, my commute is increased by 1 second and therefore you ought to go spend $1 million kind of thing.
Or just the regular stuff
Orders
that
of
we normally
magnitude.
do in the GIP or.
Right. So I want to get at, and pinch points was the other phrase we used, or, delays resulting from loss of the center roadway. We do need to, or maybe try significant delays resulting from loss of.
How do you define?
Just kind of to Benson's point, because I'm really mindful of the time, it feels like minutes just are slipping away from us, but what do you guys think about these goals? Like, we already spent a lot of time on these goals. Like, can we talk about the ones that are?
This is high level, we will, and to build on that, number two, like, we wanna funnel people to that darn light rail and bus service. So how do we do that? And shared rides with employers, metros?
That's that last
I'm
mile.
kind of getting back to a basic question Debbie raised before, like, can we talk about, instead of doing like bottoms up, like with a blank piece of paper, can we talk about what we're planning?
We want to overlay this with the concerns about safety and pedestrian safety, traffic, just safety issues in general. But I get to your point about, you don't want to admit that we have designed an unsafe street
Well,
or
but
something.
if people
So,
throw
no,
around
but
the
maybe
word
it's just a
safety,
matter
what's
of
it based on? Is it based on data? Is it a data?
I'm just saying that maybe
Yeah.
you talk in terms of enhancing safety or something. But
Yeah.
I think, to Bruce's point and his concern, I think it's important to put in some safety language in there. But I don't know if we're gonna be able to do that in the timeframe in hand. Maybe it's a matter of coming to an agreement that, yeah, we need to maybe come back with these goals, but have an overlay of
So
safety issues.
So you
in the
can't,
consideration section, so we've got goals,
Right.
and then we have guiding principles, which gets dives a little deeper, and then we have considerations, which definitely talk about safety.
does the
And that's where
project
the
address
safety-
risk concerns?
Yes.
And I think too, that if you're gonna talk to the community about this, words like safety have meaning. And if you're looking for support from the community, I think that's not a bad word to put out there, Wendy.
So I want to say we're not alone in this, and I know the city of Bellevue has some federal granting for last mile solutions with Kirkland, and I forget which other city, maybe you know, and we have Steve Marshall who lives here, who's aware of all this stuff, to identify projects where we can spend some money and do some innovative work here too. I think that would be time and money well spent, especially if we can move people to transit and start changing that behavior. So how do we identify those projects? Because those are going to be more shovel-ready than intersections and trails
Yes,
and bike
when we get down
paths.
to the considerations, we have more details on that. So this is just the biggest overarching, we're gonna look at mitigation for loss of access from the closure of the center roadway. We wanna fund projects that improve access to transit. We wanna fund effective, visible projects that really demonstrate a smart use of the settlement funds so that people can see how those funds are being used. And then fund projects that are supported by database conditions.
What is the smart in quotes, what is that mean? Is that a reference and have a definition that goes with it, or what is that?
No, I think we were talking about, that we want to make sure that we are, smart could be technology. That would be a great outcome, but we definitely want projects that resonate with the community as well.
So you're kind of talking like bang for your buck.
Yeah.
Smart.
I don't like the word smart.
Yeah, and I would take it.
I would rather, I put in, projects that leverage.
But I have my finger, so I'm gonna jump in because
So does Bruce.
one of the, well, his is up permanently. So one of the, but I want to get to, I think that to one of, I think Debbie directly gets one of Bruce's points, and that is, I would also like to see a certain amount of pivot that focuses on multimodal, because I think a lot of, indirectly where Bruce is going, and a lot of us are going, is getting people out of their SOBs. So do we want to just, pour a whole bunch more concrete for the cars, or are we also looking at the north-south missing link? Are we looking at the scooters?
Well, we added LOS for motorized to
Yeah,
come
yeah.
to the work site.
So are you
Yeah.
adding, I'm suggesting adding a goal regarding encouraging
Or
multimodal?
principle that a certain, that we recognize the importance of of building, enhancing multimodal transportation or whatever it is, so that there's not a default that goes to car infrastructure.
I had fun projects that improve vehicular and pedestrian mobility, so I mean, just, I didn't see anything in here about mobility. I mean, that's sort of a buzzword that's often used in transportation, so.
I like where you're going. My inclination was to scratch 3 and 4 off this list,
Yeah.
because those are more sort of guiding principles of the projects you want to be doing. And 1 and 2 are, to me, kind of the core things you ought to be doing. So you ought to be doing stuff that deals with the loss of access, and then you ought to be doing access to transit. And then once I get, that's my suggestion is lose 3 and 4, but then I get down to these guiding principles, and here it explicitly says get it done before the 2025 deadline, and project also feels like concrete, and I want to make sure that project could be multimodal or yeah, programs. Or
Projects, I'd say projects and programs.
yeah, something like that,
Because it might be either.
that makes us think bigger than just the road pavement project.
And so, I know would like to see the 2025 deadline move, but it's kind of, I'm not sure that that's been fully discussed. I will say that my own experience of South Transit is when they are focused on a deadline, they are.
On time, on budget?
On time, on budget, yeah. And
I
everybody get out of our way.
I support getting rid of 3 and 4.
You what?
I also support getting rid of 3 and 4.
Okay.
I would like to
You know, it could be moved elsewhere, but I don't think it needs to be in these.
On the goals?
Yeah.
I would like to see safety put up there, but not safety because we can't use the word safety.
I second Celine.
Stuff that these people would get pretty much.
Yeah, so eliminate 3, are you giving, oh, I thought you were paying them to say, yeah.
Yeah.
I'll say 3 and 4, yes, gone if you hear this. So did you,
Trying on 3 and 4?
3 and 4?
I didn't chime in on 3 and 4. I'm
Would you like
trying to remove them because I think that they are going to be principles that guide how you decide what goes and what gets funded under what to do.
Okay, so take out 3 and 4, is that a good? Anybody? Okay. So use.
Oh, you earned it, Bruce.
So, okay, so, but there's something about safety in here that is, I don't know what it is, but you have to think about it without exposing the city to any greater risk, but just saying that pedestrian, bicycle, safety, all these things that you do have to have safety in mind.
Is multimodal a goal? Which some projects that address safety in some areas might not then have the same weight as some others.
So multimodal, that was thrown out, and when he said what, multimodal, so multimodal being more use of different kinds of mobility choices, more mobility choices, and actually using them.
Not everyone can ride a bike to transit.
Right, right. So so then what else is there?
Right.
But transit is if you can get to transit, that's your multimodal option. How you get there, is a different thing. But, so if you're facilitating transit by building parking, right? Then you're also encouraging multimodal. You're impacting the big picture traffic problem.
Parking is tough.
Parking is tough. Well, but you've got $4 million to spend on parking.
We have between 0 and 10 million to spend on parking. Because the buckets are of course.
So what now? The buckets are.
The course.
This
Yeah.
shows arrows back and forth, so
Right.
we built in flexibility, so if we, for example, don't spend the 5.1 on traffic safety, we can put it into
Okay.
parking if needed.
Okay, so you have at least $4 million in parking
I think in some ways that's maybe what's holding the council back a little bit in trying to, spend other money, is we haven't nailed down how much it's gonna cost us to land long-term transit parking.
And we haven't seen other project ideas.
Do you have a
I don't know
location?
what else has been on the table.
Do you have a location? Is there a way to get to
We
an
have a
understanding?
location, but right now our site acquisition is getting a little bogged down because we have to get funding assurance to clean up the site. It's a really dirty site, so we have to get that funding assurance. It's just taking more time to nail down and complete acquisition.
So I just want to say, tag on to Wendy, that is the weakness of what I'm talking about, this idea of a long-term solution, is that we don't know what is in that box yet, right? It's this.
Help us fund an unknown.
Yeah, exactly. It's technology that's not well developed yet. And so that's part of
Let's
why
try to
I'm,
frame it
that's
like
why
that.
that's part of why I'm trying to protect give us the flexibility to spend that over time. 'Cause
Right.
I don't know if it's buses or it's bikes or it's autonomous vehicles or
The
it's
clock is
hovercraft.
ticking, and I remember Sound Transit saying, you're never gonna spend all that money. Sure, here's a $10 million check.
Well,
you can
Sound
do.
Transit also said, we tried 3 times to give you guys extra
Right.
parking and your community rejected it 3 times.
So let's do some traffic circles and sidewalks or something to get going here.
Is the other thing that I have to think of is,
Oh, I'm sorry.
well, is this, when we had the last mile solutions, there was an innovation in it. There's a couple points that are burned painfully into my brain from that whole negotiation. And that was that there were a couple council members that really wanted to have, and I think I'm speaking a little bit to some of Bruce's point, is, we have an opportunity here as a small community to test some things out. And at that point, we did want to call out and carve out, arguably, this innovation element. So innovation could even be something like funding an app to let people park in the Hadley. I don't know. So a question I have for the group is the extent to which there does want to be a call out to the unknown, but that enables Mercer Island to try some stuff out that may or may not pan out.
That's improvement. That was awesome. We piloted it. It was the first one in the nation, and we proved that it's not cost effective. Good for us.
Yeah.
We've been getting more money to spend.
They're fast.
Right, yeah, that's cool. Thank you for knocking that out last year. Let's go.
I don't know.
I'm getting
I'm
confused-
asking.
I'm getting confused between what we're trying to identify as goals versus guiding principles and considerations. I mean,
What's the difference?
A goal?
well, yeah, I'm asking.
What's the difference between goals and guiding principles? Is that what you're asking?
What
Yeah,
you want
well,
to achieve versus how you do it.
Yeah, I mean, for instance, the recommendation is to delete 3 and 4. Maybe that's okay, but I suppose it's because those things can be characterized perhaps as guiding principles.
Yeah.
Something like that.
That's what I'm
But
hearing.
can we come to an agreement, what are we trying to achieve initially and identify the goals? Because the conversation is just going every which way.
Thank you.
Spinning out of control.
Thank you. It feels like sorry, Julie. Sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead.
It just feels like we're going about backwards, and Carrie brought up a really good point, which is we have 2 projects which are going to require massive funding, but those are yet to be determined to the exact amount. So that is some unknown quantity of our $10 million that is going to be spent, but we don't know how much that is. The second thing we need to do is go, okay, we know some projects and things that we would do, and we probably have the ability to prioritize those, although I don't know if we've done them. And those will cost certain amounts of money, so they should be prioritized on whatever, safety, that we don't call safety anymore, and what the cost is. And so as these projects come to fruition and we begin to solidify the costs that we're going to incur with the 2 parking projects, we then say, oh, we're going to have $3 million left. Okay, $3 million buys us number 1 and number 2, but we don't have enough for number 3. So it seems like we're sort of going backwards into our process here.
I appreciate everything you just said, and when we look at concrete projects, like credits 1, 2, 3, 4.
You don't mean concrete as in Bruce?
No, I'm sorry, I
You
used
mean
that
solid
word.
projects or?
When we look at specific projects, 1, 2, 3, 4, the reason we came up with these considerations is because even determine, how can council help us determine how to stack rank prioritize these? Can we run them through this gauntlet to determine the order of priority? And that's where the concept of SMART came from, is bang for your buck, like which one ticks off and meets the most of these goals? Because some we run through this gauntlet list of considerations and they don't maybe tick off as many as others, right? And so that's how we know we've got projects on the list. It's just how do you determine order of priority, because we do have a timing component of this. You know, we do have a deadline, a shot clock, if you will, that we're trying to meet. And I will say that having been through the settlement negotiation process, I wasn't even there for the early years of it, but the part I did live through, I don't know if there's political will at the Sound Transit Board to give us more time, especially when we can't find what it's for, right? Like, I don't know.
Totally agree.
So I'm trying to be strict within the 2025.
Totally agree.
So let's assume for the moment that we're 2025, and but.
Let me just ask, is there an appetite for us to have a campaign to go and ask the question?
No.
No.
I'm not getting
I'm gonna
that.
say not yet, because I don't know why I'm asking the question.
You don't even know what you're asking for, right?
I would agree with Debbie. I think it's premature to ask, but we may be able to make the case.
It might be an opportunity.
And, yeah, I mean,
You'd have to have a pretty good story.
that's right. I mean, and frankly, if we have a good story, yeah, we should definitely go and ask.
It has to be more than we're asking because we're Mercer Island.
Because let me tell you, I mean,
I agree.
our colleagues
I sure hope
in
that's not what I
Shoreline
was
have to
expressing.
scale back
No.
their dollars because there's not enough money. And there are other parts, regional parts that are having to scale back their project, and if they think there's money out there to be taken,
Totally. Yeah, if you indicate
I'm
that, like,
afraid
we're
of
not
the-
really sure how to spend that, can you give us a little more time to do it? I think
I'm
they would
afraid.
go, oh, I can probably slow the gears down enough that you can spend it.
But I'm hearing though, there could be interest in doing that once we have a plan. It sounds like no one's saying, no, don't do it, but I'm hearing, let's have more of a plan in place.
Right, so it's-
if we need it.
And so at some point, you might be able to ask the question, but now is not the time. So are these considerations, could these be also framed as criteria that you would use to evaluate
Yes.
the project? How many of these?
Yes.
So they're sort of rating criteria that you can use. And that gives you kind of a nice, a little more objective basis for evaluating one project against another. So I'm not hearing from the proposed guideline or guiding principles that you remove that 2025 deadline thing yet. It's not the time. Rapid deployment. So the project has demonstrated city's response to citizen priorities and aligned with the community's needs as identified through surveys or planning based on what has already been done. So this is not we're gonna go out and do a new, how do you wanna spend the money question with the public. But you're gonna do a lot of communication to the public about why you're doing it, what your constraints are, what your options are, and how you got to that conclusion.
So let me try a different way. So what this sort of guides you down into is projects. And you said because we don't have.
Or programs.
Or
programs, right.
You said because we don't have a plan, we can't go to Sound Transit. So now I'm gonna say, is there support for developing a plan rather than developing projects? Because the plan is what we need before we have the conversation. So, or are we just not doing a plan, which therefore we're not going to ask the questions, we won't do A to get to B?
How does the plan differ from having a list of projects?
Because what I'm trying to do is presuppose that we don't need $5 million in projects, and that creates an opportunity for us to have a service, I'll call it, that runs for 10 years, that gets our people to transit. And so, yeah, I guess you could call that service program.
It's a program.
It's a
yeah.
program.
So we're gonna
So-
add programs and projects. So some of them may be projects and some of them may be programs.
So are you imagining like city staff running a shuttle or like an app on a front, like, tell me what you're thinking.
So first, I'm trying not to imagine any one thing because we don't know what it is yet. But I am imagining those dollars are being spent, call it $3 million, or call it $2 million is being spent over the course of 10 years, so it's $200,000 a year to buy an additional metro bus line, or to buy an autonomous car company running their cars, or to buy a shuttle service that runs up and down Island Expressway, sort of an elevator like with an app.
Teleportation service.
It's Beam Me Up, Scott, yeah, so it's the Star Trek, Enterprise. I don't know, but what I'm trying to say is as time goes by, it'll become, those ideas will start to make sense, and if the money is available, we'll have the option.
Okay, so if, and I guess Carrie, I think what I'm understanding you say is the technology isn't gonna be there in 2025, but it could be there over the next 10 years. And if we could create a plan and so that technology or catches up with us, and then we have much, maybe less, more expensive and smarter ways spending that money. But do you have to, what I'm trying to figure out is, would you have to encumber the funds somehow by, okay, we're gonna have a service for last mile, whatever, could you encumber a contract for that period of time to use the money and satisfy Sound Transit?
It's possible, and I say that because it's all hypothetical. That's what I'm struggling with, right? And so I'm also worried about that some of our key people that we worked with to, reach this settlement agreement, maybe retiring from Sound Transit between now and 2025. And I don't know if we're gonna have an ally there that we can.
Which is a reason to move sooner rather than later.
Perhaps,
if we can put together the.
Except for that we can't move too soon when we don't have a compelling ask.
I agree.
Right? So it has to be compelling. Honestly, this whole thing kind of gives me the hives, just because I'm battle scarred from the first go round. It was such a heavy lift. It was so hard. Like, I don't know how we could ask again, reframe it, and get a yes. PTSD. Maybe, yeah.
But let me just point out, the shame, it seems to me, is in spending it all, having concrete on the roadways by 2025, when we're just getting started with having light rail service, which is going to be this wonderful benefit to our entire community if we can access it.
And
if
this money was to mitigate getting that.
And in
right?
some ways, this is a lot of money, and in some ways, it's a pittance. I mean, that's what I'm also a little bit struggling with too. Because, like, frankly,
If we're saying no, what I'm sensing is that I would like to see, that if we have the guiding principles that are about safety, if they're about, be it multimodal, be it about access, et cetera, I think that there's arguably a set of projects that staff could run through that set of criteria, knowing that we probably have to sit, and just even for argument's sake, let's just say we're gonna stick in a bucket $4 to $5 million for parking and tolls. And then I think you can see what's left, and then it doesn't mean we have to go and spend it all this year or next year even. So I would advocate that we save ourselves a degree of buffer to see what's coming, but also recognize that there's, I think, going to be some high ticket items.
And honestly, you guys are not like spending frenzy pace here. Yeah.
Well, could you take those principles and, can you take those principles and come back to us with a list of projects that qualify?
in the tip.
Sure, I think we could look at the
I
type
mean,
E,
the problem I'm having is I know there's at least one in there.
Me
just
too.
the bike lanes.
and that's
Then
gonna
there's the
be,
big left, and then there's 27. And I don't know what they cost. I don't know if they qualify. I don't know what staff thinks.
and I
of
wonder,
them.
is there an appetite to, squirrel away some money for the Aubrey Davis master plan improvements?
From this money? are they gonna let you do that?
So
That's a council question.
we test ballooned with Sound Transit staff whether or not filling the gap on Onion Crestway bike access, because one of the real challenges as I see it is getting people from the south end to the north end, right? And so we tested that idea with them, and they were receptive. They said, you know, depending on how you frame it, we think it could satisfy the goals and intent of the settlement agreement. That was encouraging.
Yeah.
That could chew up all the money.
And now you have data, you have the bike data to support people are willing to use Auto Crestway when money and
Carrie's right,
are
that's
factored.
expensive.
It's super expensive, so that could be like literally all the money.
So I'm just, I'd like to see what staff think that might cost.
And I think we have more than enough projects.
Yeah.
It's not thinking up a project that's a good project.
Yeah, no.
It is making sure that any project staff brings to council has gone through this screening of guiding principles that.
And the criteria.
And the yes, but first this, so that any project that's brought to you, you know that it's been screened through these guiding principles and it meets these requirements. And then we have more that would like to discuss with council, and maybe we won't get to them today, but, talk about what are some of the priorities. Do we want to spend more dollars getting the parking done, because that's the top community need as identified through the survey? And we continue to hear that, which means maybe more of the money goes into that. Do we want to look at projects that really supplement or, are partnered with the projects around the transit center and our parking project as a priority, so that instead of having some projects scattered around the city, that we really focus on one area to get the best bang for the buck we can get for that area. There's plenty of great projects that council would like to do. We don't have enough money to do them all. And that's where we want to try to get, some guidance from council about what do you think about, do we just focus mostly around the transit center? Do we focus,
So if they give you, these seem like the goals and guiding principles, then you have a framework to go back and suggest some projects that can easily eat up the $10 million. And it's just a matter of then council saying, yes, this, and this. And then one of the criteria is, does it maybe position us for the future? Does it position us to take advantage of future technology? I don't know if that's a criteria in here, but that might be one.
Well, let me try a different, so a couple of quick numbers first. The 630 is moving 150 people a day or so. 125 people a day at a cost of $40,000 a year. Mercer Island. So it's a heavily subsidized by Metro, but it's costing us $40,000 a year to move 120 people a day. We're going to build parking at Tully's. It's going to serve 150 people a day, so about the same number they're going to get to transit, and it's going to cost us one time $4 million. Something like that. Okay. So there are two different ways of getting people to transit, two different models, two different costs. Does it make sense for us to again say safety first, without saying safety, but then say it's about trying to maximize the number of people that we are moving to transit over the next decade? So that we put a kind of a metric on the whole thing, that then you could say, well, that could be a concrete project, or that could be a bus service, or that could be something else. But the goal is ultimately to move people from home to transit and back again.
And some of that may be safety. It's like if you can make East, or whatever a safer place for bikes, then you are encouraged. You can't.
You really can't. It's a topographical challenge.
Yeah.
Okay. It's like super windy, like this. Yeah.
To my point, that I get that, but that's where again you're going to have a series of filters, because if you look at this first guiding principle, demonstrate the city's response to citizens' priorities, and I think we all know that that's code for commuter parking.
Yeah.
So I'm saying yes, but it would have to be a yes and there's going to be guiding principles, potentially a set of priorities within the guiding principles. But there's one thing that to me is news, and that is I have had no idea that this north-south missing link could be so expensive. And when you say could be all the money, I don't even, to me that's like, huh?
Oh, yeah.
So I think part of what's going to help me understand
What is the north-south missing link?
If we end up, the idea is to actually install bike lanes on Island Crest Way.
Oh, that's not what I was thinking. I was thinking this is the 63rd to the mailbox.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
Yeah, that's
So-
how it goes right on.
But, I was thinking it was coming. But my point is I would want to see, hear from staff, when you say that we have more than enough projects right now, I would even like to see that, because I don't know what they are. And I don't know what even a guesstimated cost number is next to it.
Well, they're in the TIP.
Yeah.
But we don't know which ones they are that.
We don't know which ones.
So
were identified.
Which TIP projects
Identified as
are
potentially
eligible?
being
Well, we haven't taken it through this lens.
Yeah.
But see, that's one thing, this is news for me. So it would be helpful if you even wanted to just take the TIP and say, hey, we think these might qualify based on what we heard today for the funding.
Okay.
And I'm not saying that I would say yes or no, it would be informative, it would be another set of data points for me that I haven't. Because
I think that was the goal.
Yeah.
So take projects through that lens.
So the north-south missing link is bike lanes on Island Crestway. It's not like a shuttle, an enhanced shuttle service.
Yeah,
Bike
Bike lanes.
Bike lanes, okay. So that's not a missing car link, it's missing bike link.
Multimodal link.
But I think that's, I mean, okay, I just think that is so, kind of inherently discriminatory.
Because not everybody uses bikes.
Yeah, so few people can use it, and, I mean, I think something shuttly is definitely more accessible to a broader spectrum of the community.
Well, that goes to that consideration number 6, try to maximize benefits. I mean, I guess,
So what do you need from us
Yeah.
right now? Because we're at almost 5 o'clock.
Yeah.
I
So-
think this is a to be continued study session.
Well, it is, but I want to know if you're getting enough information to be able to bring back those list of projects or to refine. What do
Yeah,
you
I mean,
need
I guess I
today?
see this as, I think we need to come back with a version 2. I think you need to think about, I would like to have that done before we develop the TIP. So I think I'd like us to come back for another study session, look at 2.0 and then see if it needs a 3.0 and take it from there.
And she said at the very beginning, this is the first time you've seen this.
It-
And
yeah.
so I don't think the expectation
No.
was that you were going to get all too far with it today. Because you're also a little time limited, so.
Right, it's a super ambitious conversation.
It's a tricky conversation. It's complicated. And,
You're going to move back to revised goals, guiding
Yes.
principles, and.
Yes.
and maybe that project, so they get an idea of the kind of project.
Yeah.
And programs,
We have suggested changes.
projects and programs.
Wait, let me ask, is there appetite for projects and programs rather than just projects?
Yes. For me, yes. Me too.
Okay,
Okay.
so projects and
Because that's important.
programs.
I think that's an important
Okay.
sort of hurdle to get over.
All right.
Well, and it kind of, it broadens your options, I've been calling it a program. Yeah, agreed.
Because otherwise, the problem is we don't have a programs department, right? We have a projects department, which is our transportation, but then it's to Kirsten and Ross, who's, I guess we do have a programs department. I'm sort of downplaying your responsibilities in doing that, but it is different from what we normally do in our TIP process, right? And so it's outside of that. And it's less well-defined, because we're still at the pilot phase, not the turn it into a big thing phase. You can't say for $1 million, I can do this versus, and saying for $1 million, I can put in lights and do that. So it puts you at a disadvantage.
So I think this is probably as far as you're gonna get here. The Citizen of the Year, I think, should be given to the person that can figure all this out.
In 2037.
So I know you've got 10 minutes, and you wanted to talk about Citizen of the Year and who to suggest. Do you feel like 10 minutes is gonna get you there?
So what tends to happen is,
Let's see, why don't we just start? If
Yeah.
we could get to it, then Citizen of the
there
Year.
has been a courtesy of the citizens to
Remove themselves.
remove themselves.
Although what we've done in the past, Ira has stayed and we just asked them to,
Not saying.
you won't.
No, Ira usually leaves.
Yeah.
You would leave.
Craig and Leon, you do not have to leave, but if you stay,
I'm okay leaving, I planted the camera in here. You don't
we ask that you not say whoever has been chosen for citizen of the
Okay,
year.
council, in the meantime, I have another question. There is a practice at the planning session, in this case, of drawing cards to determine where everybody sits. Right now, the first question is, we can choose to stay where we are,
Yes, please.
or we can draw cards to change. Who wants to keep people, who wants to stay as is?
Just clearly, all seats are up, or just non-mayor?
No,
Non-mayor, that's your non-mayor.
Mayor and deputy mayor stay.
So my vote would be stay, right?
Oh,
You have to stay.
Wendy, would you like to change seats?
I'm good on the end.
Okay, we
And
will
I will
not,
put the cards away.
we don't need to rearrange the deck chairs on the Titanic.
Titanic, that's right.
All right, so now, you'll just take a pause here, and then you'll start talking about the Citizen of the Year. So I think we're done with this, yes? Okay, so you can just.
So I have a question, overriding the whole thing. Would we ever talk about not doing it every single year? Because it feels like